what does it feel like to have your hair cut by your beloved? It must be disappointing and painful. When Ivan was about to enter the royal family and caught the attention of the second prince of the Albrecht Empire. However, she had quite unique taste in men, falling in love at first sight with the notorious murderer of the court, the crown prince. Theodore, the man Ivan chose, was also moved by her doll-like beauty and determined to embark on the path to seize the throne. However, from that moment on, Ivan's tragedy officially began. Her family was swiftly destroyed, and Theodore lost their beautiful memories due to an accident. After weathering these storms, will Theodore remember that Ivan is the one he loves, or will he continue to torment her like a lifelong enemy? Follow us to understand this story. Ivan is Albrecht's youngest swordsman. She is the youngest daughter of the Senisha family, a family renowned for producing the Empire's finest swordsmen for generations. But this fact only decorated her childhood. At this moment, she sits in a carriage, moving forward with bored thoughts. She must go to the palace to see Ernest. Ernest is the second prince of the Albrecht Empire, Ivan's close friend, and their families have arranged their future together. She wasn't quite sure what that future meant, but she had to visit the palace occasionally, as required by her elders. Then Ivan secretly recalled what her sister had said when visiting the palace, which was undoubtedly true. Listen carefully, Ivan. When you reach the palace, be careful not to encounter Prince Theodore. She had also heard rumors about Crown Prince Theodore. It was said that in the Crown Prince's palace, bodies had to be cleared every day, and not a day went by without the smell of blood and screams. He treated living people as entertainment and even bathed in the blood of pets. Although she didn't want to think about those terrible things, Ivan was always most worried about that matter. Black hair, a color that brings misfortune, and the crown prince was the one with that red hair. In the Albrecht Empire, black represents misfortune. It was said that in the past, magical beasts escaped and threatened people's lives, so people used black to represent that dark age. Of course, today this is just a legend. In an empire like Albrecht, there appeared a black-haired prince. Then Ivan kept reassuring herself. Anyway, he has no reason to see me. She had just stepped down from the carriage when she saw the second prince rushing from afar to embrace her. "I've missed you so much, Ivan," she quickly reminded him. "I can hardly breathe." Ernest lovingly held Ivan's hand and excitedly announced, "Ivan, let's play in the Empress Dowager's garden today." She called out, running behind him. "Wait, I need to pay my respect to Her Majesty the Queen first." But Ernest still held her hand tightly. "It's all right, Her Majesty is busy receiving guests right now." Hearing two maids exclaim, "How cute!" Ivan felt very uncomfortable. Even though we're the same age, at times like this, he's just like a little brother. Under that scorching sunlight, Ivan was panting, feeling extremely uncomfortable as if she would melt, but Ernest was still full of energy, suggesting, "Come on, Ivan, let's play house. I'll be the father, and Ivan will be the mother." She wasn't very cooperative with this idea, because she thought it was too hot to play house in the blazing sun. So she suggested playing another game. "How about we play hide and seek?" Ernest immediately wanted to confirm, "Hide and seek," then saw her nodding eagerly. "Yes, I want to play hide and seek." After a moment's thought, Ernest happily agreed. "All right, then let's play hide and seek." After the game began, Ivan quickly climbed up onto a high tree branch. Ernest hadn't noticed yet, excitedly starting to count below. Watching him search, "Ivan, where are you?" She felt reassured. "You probably won't find me up here." The sunlight was starting to feel noticeably cooler. Ivan quickly closed her eyes to relax, feeling too comfortable. "I'll come back to life perhaps because it feels so pleasant. I feel drowsy." She fell asleep unconsciously, unaware of someone nearby. The forest was quiet until a sudden rustling sound startled Ivan awake. She slowly opened her eyes to find a boy about her age standing right in front of her. He even made a caring gesture as he approached Ivan, startling her into panic. She was too surprised to speak. "Who is he? I've never seen him before." He looked at her with deep affection, then smiled sweetly and kindly initiated a greeting. After regaining her composure, Ivan politely responded, "Hello," feeling extremely excited in her heart. His voice is so pleasant, and he's handsome too, but a second later she questioned him fiercely. "Why are you smiling?" Making him stutter an explanation. "Because I think you're cute. Your face is so red." Ivan explained reluctantly. "Because it's hot. It's summer." Then she paused for a moment when she saw her new acquaintance's delicate movements. "Really? Is this more comfortable?" She nodded in confirmation. "Yes." Then he continued asking, "But what are you doing here?" Ivan politely explained, "I'm playing hide and seek with a friend. What about you?" Unexpectedly, he answered, treasure hunting. Ivan excitedly continued, I know how to play that too. I've played before, but you don't need to find treasure. You can stay here with me. They talked until sunset. Ivan screamed in panic. Oh no, I lost track of time. I must go. She started worrying internally. What should I do? I didn't think I'd hide for so long. But her new friend regretfully held her hand. Then may I ask if we can meet again? Ivan immediately affirmed. Of course. Then I promise we'll meet again. Until Ivan waved, all right, goodbye. His eyes never left her, and he reflexively waved back hurriedly, silently admitting to himself, she's really beautiful. Unexpectedly, moments later, the young man smiled mischievously. Do you think she's cute? It turns out the person Ivan had just met was the crown prince, who continued with his savage behavior. After killing a spy, Ivan's image kept appearing in his mind. Her beauty rivals that of a doll. This is the first time I've seen such. Her promise before leaving. See you next time. The crown prince kept anticipating it. Meanwhile, his subordinate appeared to report. Your Highness, as you said, we've found the spies who infiltrated your palace. We believe they were sent by the queen's side. This made the crown prince more furious. Order them to send these people to the queen's palace. But his subordinate hurriedly reported, the thing is, the queen is quite confused right now, because they can't find the prince's guest. The crown prince smiled tenderly without realizing it, then suddenly announced, Lyndon, I think I'm in love. Meanwhile, in the queen's palace, Ernest was sobbing. Ivan, where did you go? You suddenly disappeared. I thought I did something wrong. She quickly consoled the second prince. I'm sorry, I fell asleep in the tree. She nodded to herself in agreement. Ernest is just like a child, but the young man she met earlier was quite mature. Regrettably, she still didn't know his name. Her distracted expression during dinner caught the continued attention of other family members. They began whispering, what's wrong with Ivan? It's strange. Ever since she returned from the palace, her soul seems to have wandered off. After a while, she suddenly announced, I'm finished eating. I'll go first. Ivan walked straight to the front door, leaving the adults in the household very confused. She stopped after a few steps, her mind filled with memories of that day, those golden pupils shimmering in the sunlight, that gentle voice echoing constantly in her ears. Then she gazed at the window frame, where the shadow of an old tree flickered faintly. A restlessness welled up in Ivan's heart. What's happening to me? My heart races uncontrollably whenever I think of him. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled her. Ivan. She hurriedly responded. Ivan's stepmother Granzy probed. Going to practice swordsmanship again? When she received the affirmative answer, yes, she explained, practicing swords is just a waste of time. Better focus your energy on grooming and household skills. There's no use in a daughter learning swordsmanship. Better go find the second prince. Ivan asked, what do you mean by no use? The Senisha family has always taken pride in swordsmanship, being the sword of the Albrecht Empire. As descendants of the Senisha family, regardless of gender, all have the right to learn swordsmanship. As a member of the Senisha family, no one can stop me from advancing on the path of swordsmanship. Granzy sighed helplessly, turning around to complain. It's impossible to reason with people from the Senisha family, but seeing your determined response, I guess nothing serious has happened. This comment made Ivan pause. Then looking at Granzy, she couldn't help thinking, so she was worried about me. That's why she followed me specifically. Though she's not ill-tempered, she never stops nagging. While she was still pondering this thought, Granzy emphasized again. Anyway, I think something must have happened during your visit to the palace, right? Could it be related to the second prince? This question surprised Ivan even more. What? No, nothing happened, just resting and such. Hearing this, she smiled meaningfully, then deliberately teased. So really nothing happened? This left Ivan speechless, as she didn't know how to respond. The next day, Ivan went to the palace. As usual, she tried to clench her hands to suppress her anger. I was deceived. Ivan recalled Granzy's words. You might as well rest in the palace, and you can get closer to the second prince. She couldn't help feeling resentful. Sure enough, she's dissatisfied with my sword practice. But what did she say to make the servants so excited? I'm worried, and as I think about it, how can I see him again? Then she spoke up. All right, Ernest. Have you seen a boy about this tall, with golden pupils and chestnut-colored hair? He began to think intently. Let me think. But Ernest remained silent, making Ivan console herself. Right, how would a servant working in the palace remember? Just then, a servant came to announce, Your Highness, it's time for your lessons. Ernest was disappointed upon hearing the notice. What? Time for studies already? Ivan, seeing his hesitation, tried to urge him, Go to your studies, I'll walk around here. But Ernest seemed worried. What if you disappear like last time? It's not safe to walk alone, she confidently assured. How could there be any danger in the palace at this time? To be more at ease, Ernest hurriedly suggested. Then promise me you'll never go near the Crown Prince's palace. Ivan immediately nodded in agreement. I understand. But she forgot that this was the palace. In fact, on this scorching summer day, the prince was also in this place. Following Ernest's instructions, his 3 servants kept close to Ivan, making her feel very uncomfortable. Just for a walk, is this necessary? It's too uncomfortable. I want to return to the mansion quickly. I don't think I can see him again. Just then, a sudden scream rang out. My lady! She rushed directly toward the sound, then called out in panic. Hey! Wake up! The young man opened his eyes and looked at her hopefully, then quickly grabbed Ivan's hand. This surprised her greatly, and then he immediately embraced Ivan. Hello, we meet again. She was stunned for a long while, then kept struggling, feeling very embarrassed. What's happening to me? My heart is beating so fast. Then she responded apologetically. I'm sorry. Does it hurt? He smiled gently and answered, It's nothing. I just felt a bit unwell. Ivan began regaining confidence, saying urgently, This is no time for pleasantries. That's not important. She looked around, privately noticing how pale he looked. Upon careful observation, his whole body was trembling. Did he faint because he wasn't feeling well? Just as he was about to explain, I'm fine. Ivan took the hand of this man she'd met only twice, suggesting excitedly, Let's go to the Queen's palace. She kept hoping in her heart, if I get Ernest to call a doctor, he could recover. Unexpectedly, he refused. I don't want to go. I don't like going to the Queen's palace. Ivan noticed he was trembling. Then he suggested unexpectedly, Let's go to the Crown Prince's palace. This made Ivan's face turn pale. Then she quickly remembered her family's warning. Remember, Ivan, be careful when you go to the palace. Don't run into Prince Theodore. Plus Ernest's worried words. Promise me you'll never go near the Crown Prince's palace. But seeing her new friend's pleading eyes, is it not okay? Ivan hurriedly nodded in agreement. All right, if going will make you feel better, then let's go. Meanwhile, when he heard the servants calling, Lady Ivan, his eyes suddenly changed color. They recognized who was standing beside her, their faces turning pale. A muffled voice, My lady, this... But Ivan naively suggested, Everyone's here at the right time. I want to take this boy to the Crown Prince's palace. Help me tell Ernest not to worry about not seeing me. The maids were about to advise against it, but received Theodore's glare. That cruel look in his eyes made the maids tremble with fear. After reaching the Crown Prince's palace, Ivan kept asking, Are you all right? Where's your room? She looked around, feeling puzzled. Strange. It looks no different from other palaces from the outside. But why isn't there anyone in such a large palace? Out of curiosity, she asked, You work in the Crown Prince's palace. Have you seen the Crown Prince? Facing Theodore's inquiry, Why do you ask? She quickly explained, Oh, nothing. I'm just curious because the Crown Prince is a dangerous figure. Everyone says to be careful. Everyone fears that black hair brings misfortune. If the rumors are true and you have to work here, I'll secretly arrange to have you transferred to another palace. Did you faint because of the Crown Prince's orders? Theodore, try to learn the truth. No, His Highness isn't as bad as you think. This response made Ivan's eyes widen in surprise. Really? That's wonderful. It seems the rumors are just rumors after all. Perhaps the Crown Prince isn't as bad as I thought, right? Can you tell me your name? We still don't know each other's names. Theodore was still hesitating whether to answer. I soon saw Ernest's figure as he called out in panic. Ivan. She naively approached and asked, Ernest, why are you here? Ernest remained very tense. Give her back to me, please. Hearing the name Crown Prince Theodore, she paused, then quickly looked at the Crown Prince, wanting to confirm again. Are you really? Your Highness the Crown Prince. Theodore responded with a disappointed tone. Does it matter? This left Ivan speechless with confusion. After a long silence, Theodore nodded in confirmation. Yes, I am Theodore Leon Albrecht. Ivan quickly confirmed, hair as black as the night sky. He truly was the Crown Prince. Theodore immediately called out, Ivan. This made her pause. He looked at her intently, then asked with a disappointed tone, Are you afraid of me too? Theodore's hand tried to reach for her while he continued calling, Ivan. Ernest didn't let them continue talking, rushing between them to stop it. No. Then quickly grabbed her hand to pull her away, but Ivan kept struggling. Wait, Ernest. Her eyes remained fixed on Theodore's standing silhouette as he stared blankly at her. At this moment, he was still immersed in regret. This is why I wanted to hide it. That kid is too troublesome. After returning to her palace, Ernest kept asking, "Are you sure nothing happened?" Making Ivan hurriedly explain, "Really, I've said it many times, I only helped because the crown prince wasn't feeling well." Even so, he remained skeptical. "Really? Didn't brother Theodore threaten you secretly?" Tired of these questions, she answered impatiently, "No, I said no. Look at me. Do you see any injuries on me? I said nothing happened, understand?" Ernest could only reluctantly answer, "I understand." Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door. It was the butler coming to notify, "Your Highness, it's getting late. It's not appropriate to stay in a lady's room. Please return to your quarters." Ernest had to say goodbye quickly. "Good night, Ivan," she urged. "Then hurry and go." The red candle was also taken away by the butler. Before leaving, he politely said, "Lady Ivan, I'm glad you returned safely." Then sweet dreams. Left alone, Ivan wondered, why is everyone acting like I was kidnapped by a demon? Nothing happened at all. She gazed at the night sky, continuing to think, why does everyone view the crown prince so negatively? From what I saw and felt, he has a warm smile. The image of Theodore, standing alone watching, made her feel extremely uneasy. Then she blurted out, "I want to see him again." Unknown to her, Theodore was also gazing at the moon, lost in thought, sadly calling her name, "Ivan." A few days later, she looked up from her book and spoke. "Hey, Ernest, what have you been doing all this time?" He showed a strange expression, deliberately acting mysterious. "I'm executing a mission I can't disclose." This made her more curious, asking, "A new game mission?" That question made Ernest uncomfortable and irritated. "What game?" Then patiently explained, "You never know where my brother might appear, so I'm protecting you." Unexpectedly, that suggestion was directly rejected by her. "No need. Isn't it study time now? Is it okay for you to play like this?" Ernest immediately declared, "It's fine. We can rest today." On the surface, Ivan agreed, "All right," but thought to herself, "You lazy bug, I don't care, go by yourself." Seeing her anxious look, Ernest hurriedly asked, "But what are you looking for?" He immediately received her answer. "Do you know where the books about palace history are?" "From about 10 years ago." He looked around for a moment, able to provide an answer. "The closest ones are in this corner." This made Ivan feel happy. She found it, but he continued puzzling. Why are you suddenly interested in this book? Unaware that what she really wanted to know was, as crown prince, he's forbidden from approaching the palace. There must be a reason, right? She answered perfunctorily, "I'm just curious." Hearing this, Ernest smiled contentedly, thinking to himself, "No need to say more. Ivan must have fallen in love with me by now. She suddenly wants to learn about palace history. Surely she's preparing for the position of crown princess." Then Ernest confidently took her hand. "Ivan, don't worry. I'll become a good emperor. No, I'll be a good husband to you." This bold declaration made her eyes widen, emphasizing specifically, "Husband? Whose husband? What are you talking about? You say we're getting married? I've never heard of this." Ernest looked surprised. "Why did you, Ivan?" Then she interrupted him. "Why what? You'll only marry someone you love, right?" Then she deliberately left, ignoring Ernest's calls. Ivan, wait." After trying to chase her, he looked around confused. Where did she go? Unaware that she was hiding behind a large tree outside. Hearing Theodore's voice, "It's me, Ivan. I'm sorry. I couldn't help coming to see you." Ernest was still searching for her in the library, very worried and frantically calling, "Ivan, come out, I give up. Where have you run off to now?" Meanwhile, a mysterious voice sounded in the room, "Your Highness." This made Ernest turn around immediately, seeing his teacher smiling. "So here you are. I've been looking for you." "Your Highness, come. We have much to learn today. Since you're late for your studies, you must concentrate." Ernest called out desperately as he was dragged away. "Ivan, help." Theodore then sighed in relief. "They're gone, right?" He quickly received her answer. "I think so." This turn almost brought their lips together, making them quickly separate in embarrassment. "I'm sorry." "No, I should apologize." Then Ivan softly added, "I'm sorry. Do you feel uncomfortable being with me now?" Theodore also expressed his regret. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it from you. You know, everywhere you go, you hear rumors about the misfortune of black hair. If my identity was revealed, everyone would leave me. I can't say it was because I was afraid you would leave too." After a long silence, her body suddenly had a strange reaction, making Theodore anxiously ask, "Ivan." Then she hurriedly suggested, "I'm sorry, but let's drop the formal speech." Hearing this, he nodded in confirmation. "All right." Ivan's next words surprised him even more. "I don't believe these rumors. The crown prince I've seen is nothing like what the rumors say. Even so, to be honest, I feel a bit uncomfortable because I was speaking ill of the person standing right in front of me. I'm sorry. So let's make up? After a moment of touched silence, Theodore boldly spoke. All right. Because for him, from birth until now, he had never felt such happiness. Ivan, when I first met you, my world changed. After returning to Ernest's palace, her mood had improved considerably, and she asked while wearing new clothes, "How do I look?" Ernest confirmed without hesitation, "You look great." Seeing her nervous expression, indeed, the previous accessories suited this outfit better. Ernest deliberately asked, "Where are you going, dressing up so beautifully every day?" "You always miss my study time." Though she felt a bit guilty, she calmly gave a reason. "I just feel bored staying alone in the palace." "Oh, it's time, so I'll go for a walk." "Study well, Ernest." After that day, she promised Theodore to meet here every afternoon at 2 o'clock. From now on. At this moment, Theodore was perched on a tree branch, and after confirming it was safe, reached out his hand calling, "Ivan, come here." She looked at him intently, expressing surprise. "How did you arrive earlier than me today? I thought I would be the first one here." Theodore quickly replied, "No, I just arrived. You're beautiful today, too. Among all the people I've seen, you're the most beautiful." While in the palace, Ivan felt very bored, but whenever she met and talked with Theodore each day, she was happy and felt time passed faster than usual. After chatting for a while, she asked curiously, "Come to think of it, how did you change your hair color?" Then suddenly received his answer. "I use magic. My father doesn't like it, so I asked Ferdinand to cast the spell." This information surprised Ivan internally. She had many questions to ask, but seeing that calm, yet lonely expression, I couldn't bring myself to ask. Then she boldly expressed her opinion, "But I like it, like the night sky." Unexpectedly, Theodore deliberately repeated, "But you previously said it was an ill omen." This confused Ivan for a long time. That was what I thought before seeing it. Now that I've seen it, I think differently. Theodore carefully observed her movements, quickly noticing Ivan's hands, making her hurriedly explain, "They're different from noble ladies' hands, because I practice swordsmanship often. There are many calluses. They look ugly, right?" Seeing his silence, she held her breath waiting. Unexpectedly, Theodore gently kissed that ugly hand. "Isn't this proof of your hard work for your family? How could it be ugly?" But then he privately realized these scars were marks of someone possessing powerful sword chi, but only knights of the Senisha family had such ability. Theodore's thoughts were interrupted by Ivan's question, "Would you like to hear?" She was silent for a moment, then began to tell her past. Ivan narrated her past life. Not long ago, there was a nobleman who missed his deceased wife, drowning himself in alcohol every day, gnawing on memories of his wife. So he mistook a farmer's daughter for his wife and spent a night with her. That moment of mistake gave birth to a life. That child was me. When I was young, my family was poor every day. Ivan's mother wiping tears from her face. "Mom, are you okay? Drink slowly." My sick mother, my only relative, cried almost every day. When mother was sick, I felt very sad, but I didn't know what to do. Then one day, thugs came to collect money. "When will you pay?" "I'm sorry, after I get better," they shouted. "If you can't pay, hand over your daughter." Ivan was scared. "Mom." The protagonist grabbed a fork from the table, rushing toward the leader. "You can't hurt my mother." The fork flew like lightning, leaving a mark on his face, deeply embedding into the wall. His face turned pale, muttering, "This is sword chi?" The young thugs fled with their tails between their legs. From that moment, mother was also very surprised by her daughter's power. Ivan also looked at her own hands in shock. "Mom, Mother seized the opportunity, bringing her daughter to the Senisha palace, meeting the emperor and explaining, "She really is Oswald's child. I witnessed her using sword chi with my own eyes." Oswald wouldn't accept this fact, shouting, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Mr. Gunther was also present at the time, so he confirmed it. He walked toward his granddaughter, and after careful observation confirmed, indeed, she is a member of the Senisha family. Mother now didn't care about any of this. She only cared about the payment. "Where's the money?" Mr. Gunther had already prepared it in the next room. With this money, she could quickly live a comfortable life. So Ivan's mother left without even saying goodbye, taking the money and leaving Ivan behind alone. Mr. Gunther gently comforted the protagonist. "From now on, we will be your new family. Ivan Senisha. This will be my child's name. I'm your grandfather. Just call me Grandfather Gunther." And so, I transformed from Eve of the back alley to Ivan Senisha, turning a new page in my life. Suddenly, I had a large family. As a member of the Senisha family, I learned swordsmanship and etiquette. More importantly, I felt the warmth of a home. However, As time passed, my body suffered more and more injuries. On days when father remembered his deceased wife, he always tried to deny my existence. You know, they say wounds caused by sword chi can only be healed with holy water. Seeing Theodore's lack of response, Ivan's expression became somewhat stiff. Is the story too heavy? But don't worry. Fortunately, Grandfather Gunther immediately discovered what was happening. He scolded his foolish son. Not only do you not care for the weak, but you use violence against your own child. You're a disgrace to the Senisha family. Get out. First, he drove his father away. That's what he said. Ivan told her story, seemingly trying to comfort Theodore. So you don't need to feel sad for me anymore. Ivan reached out to Theodore, then hugged him tightly like a fool. She smiled, pretending her situation wasn't serious, while acting as if her story made him more pained. The black-haired prince with bad rumors, but behind it all, just a child. Abandoned in the palace after his birth mother Queen Hermilda passed away. Is it because we're similar? Theodore also hugged Ivan tightly. Thinking of Theodore, finding oneself became more painful. So the protagonist didn't want a friend to be sad forever. Theodore, would you like to come play at Senisha? Although everyone there's a bit noisy. Grandfather Gunther, Grandmother Granzy, and my siblings are all kind people. I want to introduce you to everyone. Theodore happily accepted the invitation. Sure, you must invite me, Ivan. While the two children were talking, someone was watching from a higher branch. He disappeared in an instant. After talking with Theodore, Ivan hurriedly ran back. Late again today. Being with Theodore made me forget about time. At this moment, the girl noticed someone ahead. It was Her Majesty the Queen. She was waiting for the protagonist at the door. Ivan felt embarrassed. I should have greeted you first. Margarita smiled gently. She was Ernest's mother, the current queen. Ivan asked, puzzled, "Why are you here?" She showed a worried expression. "Oh dear, I heard from Ernest that the young lady returns home late every day. I'm concerned about you coming back so late. Please be more careful." Ivan forced a smile. "Yes, sorry." But the girl was quite angry at that blonde boy. That tattletale. At this time, Margarita added, "The young lady should remember her position." Ivan felt confused, not understanding what she meant. Pardon, but Margarita had already turned away. "Well, I'm leaving. Goodbye, Lady Ivan Senisha." After that reprimand, Margarita walked down the corridor. She's still obsessed with the throne. Even if she's a Senisha, she's just a bastard. You can fool anyone, but you can't fool me. If Senisha stands on that hateful Crown Prince's side. At this moment, Margarita opened the door and saw bodies scattered on the floor. Theodore had just finished dealing with another one, his expression still calm. "You finally came." Margarita began trembling in fear. "Crown Prince, what is this?" He stepped on a corpse, saying loudly, "This. I just saw an annoying little rat." It seems Theodore had also noticed that person secretly following him. At that moment, his eyes looked as if he would kill that person on the spot. Margarita continued playing dumb. "Your Highness, what are you talking about?" Theodore couldn't stand her hypocritical face. "Stop pretending. No matter how many assassins you send, it's useless." Even the adult Margarita feared Theodore. "What are you planning to do?" Theodore casually sat in the chair and answered her. "It's simple. This is a declaration of war. I've already found what I want." In the corridor outside, Ivan was chasing the fleeing Ernest. "You tattletale, can't you keep a secret?" Ernest could only run in vain. "I really didn't." Margarita worried about her son's safety, so she dared not defy Theodore. He remained seated, but told her with an even more cruel expression, "The throne is mine." Ernest was attacked by assassins while alone, the walls covered with sword chi marks. Ernest could only cry. The previous assassin lay on the ground, next to a broken tree. It turned out Ivan had saved Ernest's life. Though frightened, the girl still protected her friend. "Why are these people in the palace?" When everything ended, the guards finally ran over. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Ernest quickly ran into the butler's embrace, who asked Ivan, "Lady Ivan, are you injured anywhere?" Fortunately, the protagonist was also unharmed. Seeing no danger, the butler wanted to take Ivan elsewhere. "Come, my lady, I'll take you to a safe place." Ivan suddenly felt hesitant. The girl worried whether her black-haired friend was safe. "I want to go see him." Ivan remembered Margarita's reminder. The young lady should remember her position. But Theodore's bright face appeared in her mind. "All right, you must send me an invitation," Ivan. So the protagonist made her decision, telling the butler, "I'm sorry. There's something I need to confirm." The butler and Ernest tried to stop her, but the protagonist ran quickly. In the butler's arms, Ernest was very worried about his close friend's safety. Ivan ran while anxiously worrying about Theodore. "You must be safe." Ivan closed her eyes tightly in panic. At this moment, another assassin appeared behind the girl, already raising his weapon to attack. Ivan also sensed the danger and turned around. But before the assassin could strike, a figure appeared behind him. Theodore appeared just in time to save the girl. Seeing her friend, Ivan finally sighed in relief. Theodore coldly looked at the assassin. Ivan hurriedly ran to Theodore's side asking, "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" There are many strange people in the palace now. But then the protagonist suddenly noticed. Theodore's hands were covered in blood that even stained her hands. Theodore then answered, "I'm fine. This isn't my blood." Looking at the blood on his hands, Ivan recalled the rumors about the crown prince's palace. Bodies cleared away daily, not a day without the smell of blood and screams, using living people for entertainment, bathing in the blood of sacred beasts. Thinking of these, Ivan felt confused. Why am I remembering these rumors now? Seeing the protagonist motionless, Theodore spoke. "Ivan." Ivan startled at hearing her name. Theodore clenched his fists, not wanting the blood to frighten Ivan. "Are you afraid?" Ivan hesitated for a moment, but then smiled gently. "No, I'm not afraid." Theodore's facial muscles relaxed at this, and the boy moved closer to the protagonist, then suddenly embraced Ivan. "I'm sorry, Ivan. I'm afraid I can't visit your mansion for now, but I promise, someday, I will definitely come for you. Wait for me." These words seemed to plant hope in the protagonist's heart. Theodore held the protagonist's hand. Then he gently kissed it. Time slowly passed. Several months had gone by since the palace incident. Things had been resolved. Ivan returned to the mansion, and now it was winter. The protagonist didn't remember that day very clearly. But on the day Ivan met Theodore, she fell asleep without realizing it. When she woke up, she was back at the Senisha mansion. She wrote letters to Theodore asking what happened, but never received any replies. Afterward, the atmosphere in the mansion became heavy. Ivan saw that grandfather Gunther seemed to be facing very difficult circumstances. Damn it, why our family? Finally, on that fateful night, the Senisha castle suddenly burst into flames. In the deadly fire, Ivan's voice cried out, "Brother Richard, put me down. I want to fight too." Blood flowed like rain from Richard's body, and even with several arrows piercing through him, he still protected. Ivan with his body. The protagonist cried helplessly in her brother's arms, "Please, Richard," then shouted loudly to awaken the girl's spirit. "Ivan, Senisha." The protagonist was startled by her brother's loud call. Richard could no longer hold on. His legs lost strength, and he fell to one knee. He told Ivan, "Run. Sister, grandfather, and the others are already done for. Even if you must flee to the ends of the earth, you must escape. Then, when the time comes, clear the Senisha family's name. You are the family's only hope. Please, Ivan." Richard's figure disappeared in the flames. "Brother Richard." Ivan's desperate cry broke the silent atmosphere. Since that day, the young lady had grown up. Her long platinum blonde hair had been cut short. Ivan's room was also incomplete, with broken windows. Ivan sat up to calm herself. The earlier dream troubled Ivan every day, causing her to curse internally. Damn it, 10 years ago, the person who saved me from the sea of flames that consumed Senisha was second Prince Ernest. On the night of the fire, Ernest stood outside the door waiting for the protagonist, but the flames were so intense that Ivan pushed Ernest away. The guard spoke to comfort the protagonist. "Please calm down, Lady Ivan." Ivan lowered her head and cried silently. Brother Richard is dead, grandfather and sisters too, everyone. Ernest didn't know how to comfort her, could only hug his friend and repeatedly apologize. "I promise Mother to save only you. From now on, I will protect you." And so, Ivan was handed over to Ernest's mother's family, the Ferdinand clan. The first person to meet Ivan was Ernest's mother's brother, Rudolph. He spoke to Ivan in an unfriendly tone. "So you're the girl Maury mentioned, Albrecht's youngest swordsman, the sole survivor of the Senisha family. From now on, abandon the Senisha surname. You are now a commoner orphan. I've chosen to become an apprentice knight. Remember whose life you belong to." When Rudolph grabbed Ivan's hand to pull her, he sensed something. Leah Branny's holy power. He couldn't believe it. No, this is impossible. Since the death of the previous head of the Leah Branny family, no one has been able to use holy power. "I will place a dark curse on you. Anyone who recognizes you and calls out your true name will meet a tragic death." From that day on, Ivan began a hellish life, living under the false name Eve Roland until now. Katarina's sharp screams echoed through the corridor. She wanted to cause trouble for Ivan again. Your attitude is too arrogant, and you speak so rudely. Are you pretending to be deaf? Ivan timidly said, No, I really didn't hear. Katarina pointed at the protagonist's face. Now you're making excuses. Katarina Ferdinand was the daughter of a branch family of the great Ferdinand clan. The Ferdinand clan adopted her to arrange a marriage with the future emperor. Going back to when Ferdinand first accepted Ivan as a swordsmanship master's apprentice, Katarina asked clan leader Rudolph, You said you'd give me a gift to celebrate becoming a member of the Ferdinand family. Yes, that's right. What would you like? Yes, I want that child. Katarina pointed to Ivan standing in the crowd. Back to reality, this woman who made my life more miserable, Katarina, directly slapped the protagonist across the face. I don't like you at all. That way of showing off your noble status. Those eyes that look down on me as a branch family member. But you're nothing more than a slave with an apprentice knight title. I should have dealt with you immediately to make myself feel better. But as the future queen, I should show some mercy, let certain people know their place. Throughout all this, Ivan didn't say anything, just silently enduring. At this moment, a loud voice called out, Katarina Ferdinand. Benjamin approached from afar. He was furious. What are you doing? Benjamin was the current head of the Ferdinand family, Rudolph's son. She showed no remorse, casually saying, I'm just disciplining her. Benjamin coldly asked, What authority do you have, Miss Katarina? Katarina confidently crossed her arms and replied, Clan leader Rudolph gave Eve to me as a gift. How I treat her is none of your business, right? If you pay the promised price, I won't touch Eve. The ambiguous conversation between the two left. Ivan confused. Benjamin then lowered his voice and announced, According to the visitation schedule, Emperor Theodore will arrive early today. Ivan hadn't heard that name in so long. The protagonist silently mouthed this name, while Katarina became even happier hearing this news. Now everything is clear. I'll make sure you pay for today, too. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After Katarina left, Benjamin looked at Ivan with concern. Eve, your face injury. Let me see. Benjamin reached out his hand, but Ivan's expression caught his attention. Her cheeks inexplicably turned red. Ivan was lost in her thoughts. Someday I will definitely come for you, Theodore. He's coming. Benjamin took Ivan back to her room to treat her wounds. There, fortunately, no scars were left. I'll bring you medicine. Remember to apply it regularly. Ivan didn't care about the wound. What the protagonist wanted to know was the earlier story. Benjamin, what deal did you make with Katarina? Benjamin hesitated at this sudden question. Ivan continued, If you did this for me, I'm already grateful enough, so? Ivan said, her hands trembling. Benjamin emotionally grabbed her shoulders. Eve. Ivan looked pitiful, making Benjamin unable to resist hugging the protagonist. Don't worry about anything. Just wait patiently. I'll rescue you from Katarina. Hearing this, Ivan said nothing. Benjamin looked at the person in his arms with sympathy. When that time comes, tell me your real name, Eve. Benjamin met Ivan on a cold winter day 10 years ago. While walking, Benjamin noticed something. He searched for the source of the bloody smell, then found someone curled up in a corner. Benjamin wanted to know if the bloody smell came from this child. Ivan's cloak slipped, revealing her white hair. This child with hair as white as fresh snow stood in stark contrast to the heavy smell of blood. A fateful encounter. Benjamin walked toward that girl, starting a conversation. This is no place for a child like you. Go home quickly. Hearing the word home, Ivan's tears began to flow uncontrollably. The protagonist suddenly burst into tears. Grandfather, brother. Benjamin felt confused, not knowing what to do. I didn't mean to make you cry. Benjamin gently touched Ivan. My name is Benjamin. What's yours? Yvonne hesitated, then said in a choked voice, Eve Roland. Although Benjamin knew this was a lie, his heart beat faster. One evening not long after, he learned the truth about her. Benjamin overheard Ernest's mother and father talking and nearly dropped his teacup. Fortunately, the teacup was caught before breaking. Putting the emperor in this state is good for us. Moreover, we need to get the Senisha bastard if we use that child as a sacrifice. Benjamin, eavesdropping outside, thought, isn't Senisha the family that was burned down recently? An orphan who lost home and family with nowhere to go. This was the first time I did something for someone else. preparing food for her, treating her wounds, singing lullabies to prevent nightmares, holding her hand. This must be love. I found and punished the apprentice knights who tormented Eve, killed Queen Margarita, who tried to use her as a sacrifice, finally killed my father, and I inherited the Ferdinand family. Although Theodore becoming emperor wasn't part of the plan, it doesn't matter. Everything was for my Eve. Benjamin loved Yvonne so deeply that he became a demon, stopping at nothing to avenge the protagonist. When Katarina was being led out by servants, Benjamin arrived. He roared and drove everyone out. Katarina wasn't afraid at all. "What are you doing here?" Benjamin said coldly. "You heard what Eve said." She smiled while gently fixing her hair. "No need to thank me. Thanks to me, you have an excuse to heal Eve. The Ferdinand clan leader wants Eve, right? If I become empress, I'll give her to you. Isn't that our agreement?" Benjamin was speechless at Katarina's words. Meanwhile, the protagonist wandered aimlessly to a special place. "I'm back here again. Whenever I'm troubled, I unconsciously come here." Yvonne remembered Theodore. "Come here, Yvonne." As if hearing that echoing call, the protagonist also climbed up high, sitting where she once sat with Theodore. The wind gently blew, Yvonne's hair dancing in the breeze. She suddenly felt a pang. Does Theodore remember me? Even if he remembers, I'm powerless. If anyone discovers my identity and calls out my true name, they'll meet an unjust death. As long as this curse exists, I can neither speak my name nor reveal my identity. I don't want to see anyone else die. But even so, when I see you, greed rises in my heart. At this moment, another person appeared. Below, with that black hair, it was easy to recognize Theodore. When he saw the protagonist, he smiled unconsciously. This was fate. The branch Yvonne sat on broke. The protagonist fell, but then Yvonne was caught in Theodore's arms. When Yvonne looked up and saw him, she was stunned. "Will you call my true name?" While Theodore was with the beauty, guards searched for him in different directions. "Your Majesty, where are you?" Landon was very worried about his master. Where did he go? Emperor Theodore. In another corner, Yvonne nestled in Theodore's arms. The protagonist stared at him, unblinking. "Theodore." Theodore returned Yvonne's gaze with his handsome face. The protagonist's face turned from white to red, like a tomato. She firmly confirmed, "This must be the Theodore I know." With this thought, Yvonne unconsciously reached out to touch his cheek. Theodore was enchanted, about to speak Yvonne's true name. Yvonne startled, remembering the deadly curse. "No!" The protagonist covered his mouth with her hand. Yvonne's quick reaction caused an accident. She fell, lying on top of Theodore. But none of that mattered now. To activate Rudolph's spell, 2 conditions must be met. At this moment, Ivan's face was extremely tense. First, the person must recognize me as Ivan Senisha. Second, they must call out my true name. Even if they recognize me as Ivan Senisha, if they don't call out my name, the curse won't activate. Use this chance to attack and escape. Theodore remained still before Ivan could act. Suddenly, he grabbed her hands and flipped their positions, pinning the protagonist beneath him. "What a brave knight, I'm impressed. What's your name?" Hearing this question, Ivan felt somewhat disappointed. "Don't you remember me?" Theodore released Ivan's hands, and she sat up, consoling herself that in Theo's eyes, "I'm a man now. How could he recognize me?" Ivan knelt on one knee, assuming a swordsman's posture. "Please forgive me. My name is Ivan." The protagonist's expression stiffened slightly. Fortunately, he didn't recognize me. I must continue. Theodore rested his chin on his hand, smiling lightly at the person before him. "Eve, is it?" Ivan continued. "Your Majesty, I apologize for not recognizing you and for my rude behavior." Theodore still calmly watched the person before him. Ivan couldn't possibly not recognize him, but she fabricated another reason. "I saw the royal emblem on your brooch. I knew immediately, and according to rumors, Emperor Theodore has stunning black hair." Theodore seemed satisfied with her compliment. "Indeed. Well then, I have a request for Eve. I want to see the places you've been to. Could you show me?" Ivan was stunned by this proposal. "Why the places I've been to?" Theodore maintained his pleasant demeanor, urging her, "If you show me around, I'll overlook your attack on the emperor." He was referring to when Ivan tried to cover his mouth and pushed him to the ground. Ivan was speechless at this absurd reasoning. Theodore waited for the beauty's answer. Ivan had no choice but to comply. "I understand, Your Majesty." Ivan showed the emperor around. "This is the training ground. Strange, everyone should be training at this hour." The empty field left the protagonist confused. "Why is there no one here?" The answer was they had all gone to welcome the emperor. Ivan turned to Theodore. Well then, shall I show you where they live next? After turning around, Ivan secretly glanced at Theodore again, but Theodore had become even more handsome. Seeing her looking at him, Theodore asked, "What is it?" Ivan immediately straightened up. "Ah, nothing. I was just curious why you're doing this." Theodore began boasting again. Inspection is also an important duty of the emperor. Though not entirely true, he just wanted to know how the protagonists live. Ivan remained clueless. Does an emperor have to do such work? She wasn't quite sure. Theodore had become a good emperor, while Ivan was just an apprentice knight at the border. Being able to stand beside Theodore was already a miracle. "We're here." Ivan opened the door and walked in. "This is where Eve lives." Theodore looked around, narrow and damp. "Is this how Ferdinand treats you?" "How pitiful," Ivan replied. "For an apprentice knight, this is already preferential treatment." Hearing this, Theodore became more surprised. Apprentice knight. That was also Benjamin's suggestion, and Yvonne didn't want to draw attention, so she didn't accept the knight title. "I can't believe this." Theodore seemed angry. He pulled her hand, removed Ivan's white glove, revealing the calluses underneath. "It seems Ferdinand's knights are blind to talent." Theodore kissed those white hands, making Ivan flustered. "Your Majesty." He maintained his position, looking at the protagonist with passionate eyes. Ivan was stunned by this gesture. Why suddenly like this? Although she was pretending to be a man now, her heart was beating too fast. After that, Theodore suddenly sighed. Thank heavens, nothing has changed. Ivan didn't understand Theodore's meaning. "What did you just say?" Just as she asked this question, Ivan fell asleep. Theodore quickly supported the protagonist. "So, she's still alive." Anger made Theodore's hands tremble, and holding the sleeping girl, he couldn't help but tear up. "Everything's all right now, Ivan. Damn the Ferdinand family. I'll deal with all of them." In the small room, light shone through the door crack. Theodore worriedly carried Ivan into the room, gently laying her on the bed, tenderly stroking Ivan's hair, saying, "I missed you, Ivan." He kissed Ivan's forehead, whispering, "My treasure, not a day has passed in these 10 years without thinking of you. When I heard Senisha was burned down and you had disappeared, my heart almost stopped beating." He tightly held Ivan's hand. 10 years is a long time, but I'm truly happy to see you again." At this moment, Landon came looking for Theodore. "Your Majesty, so you were here." Everyone was panicked when you suddenly disappeared. Theodore turned with a fierce look to remind Landon, "Keep your voice down." This scared him into immediately apologizing. "Sorry." Seeing the person lying on the bed, Landon curiously asked, "Who is this boy?" From the attire, seems to be an apprentice knight. Landon then reported the main matters to Theodore. "Your Majesty, Lady Katarina is waiting for you. If we delay any longer," Theodore interrupted. "Never mind, I found Ivan." "Yes, this person is Senisha." Theodore immediately warned, "Be careful, the deadly curse still exists. Once the truth is spoken, there will be no peace." Landon hesitated. "So the fall of Senisha is related to Ferdinand?" Theodore continued. "But strangely, Queen Margarita and Rudolph Ferdinand planned Senisha's destruction." Theodore began analyzing. Then who exactly killed them? And the curse should have disappeared with Rudolph's death, but it still exists and remains hidden. He sighed, turning to look at Landon. "Landon, this is an order." Landon responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Investigate Ferdinand's apprentice knight, Roland." In her unconscious state, Theodore called out to Ivan, but half asleep Ivan thought it was her lover calling, sitting up with half-closed eyes. "Ah, it's a dream, a beautiful dream." She hugged Theodore tightly. Theodore called her name again, "Ivan." She opened her eyes wide and looked up at Theodore. Theodore leaned down, speaking sweet words. "I've always wanted to see you again." At this moment she panicked, suddenly awakening. What kind of dream was that? This is my room. When did I fall asleep? No, more importantly, what's dream and what's reality? Ivan pondered. Was seeing Theo also a dream? She remembered the figure she saw earlier was Theodore. No, that was definitely Theo. Ivan ran everywhere looking for Theodore. Where did he go? "Theo, where are you?" While searching for Theodore, she accidentally bumped into Benjamin, exclaiming, "Ah!" She squinted her eyes, seeing Benjamin before her. Benjamin asked. Ivan, where have you been? I've been looking for you. Sorry, but I have urgent business. Benjamin blocked Ivan. Now's not the time for that. Eve, come with me. You'd better hide for a while. Ivan didn't understand what Benjamin was saying. What are you suddenly talking about? Benjamin grabbed Ivan's hand. Listen to me, Eve. She pushed away Benjamin's hand. Just a moment, Benjamin. I'll look and come right back. With that, Ivan ran straight ahead. Suddenly, she stopped at her tracks, seeing everyone ahead kneeling before Theodore. Benjamin tried to catch up to stop her, but it was too late. Ivan stared at Theodore, Albrecht's young tyrant. I had heard rumors for a long time, though I still believed them to be nonsense. But Theodore turned around smiling and said, Ah, it's you, Eve. Hearing Theodore address her this way, she felt confused. Theodore walked up to Ivan saying, Roland, will you come with me? I want to recruit you into the Royal Knights. Ivan hesitated. Yes. Are you speaking to me? I'm good at discovering talent. I believe you'll become a fine sword to protect me. Ivan thought for a moment and said, But I belong to the Ferdinand family. Benjamin stepped forward saying, I'm sorry, but that might not be possible. Benjamin's words angered Theodore. Yvonne grabbed Benjamin's clothes from behind, whispering, Benjamin. Theodore regained composure, smiling. How unexpected. Aren't you the new master of Ferdinand? Hearing this, Benjamin clenched his fists and knelt. Benjamin Ferdinand requests an audience with the great Albrecht. Glory to Albrecht. Your Majesty, Eve Roland, is Ferdinand's knight. Even your Majesty cannot take Eve away. Theodore asked Benjamin, Hasn't he not been knighted yet? What's the problem? Besides, I've already obtained Roland's consent. Benjamin turned to ask Yvonne, Is this true, Eve? Yvonne denied. Your Majesty, you jest too much. Then let me issue a royal decree. Your Majesty, even with a royal decree, as Ferdinand's master, I cannot allow it. Then it's just a matter of paying the right price, isn't it? Suddenly, Katarina appeared saying, If it's about that matter, perhaps you should talk to me. Katarina, Ferdinand requests an audience with the great Emperor Albrecht. Glory to Albrecht. Theodore said coldly, This is no place for someone like you. Katarina replied, No, your Majesty, forgive me, but Eve was Lord Rudolph's gift to me, so as Eve's master, you must pay the price to me. Theodore chuckled, I see, then have it your way, Katarina. Katarina excitedly said, Then please grant me the position of queen. Before she finished speaking, Theodore's sword slashed across her neck. Ivan trembled at the sight, blood splashing onto the ground. Katarina screamed and fell, clutching her wound in pain. Theodore roared, Eve's price is your life, though of course, your life alone might be too cheap. Is this person really going to do it? Really going to kill me? Katarina took out papers, admitting her wrongs and begging for mercy. I will surrender Eve Roland's servant contract, so please. Seeing the contract, Yvonne realized it was her servant contract. She had always carried it with her. What will become of me now? Will I become Theodore's slave? When Ivan saw this scene, she was stunned. Theodore tore the contract to pieces. As the pieces fell, Ivan watched in shock. The chains that had always bound her, now all obstacles in her way, disappeared. Theodore approached Yvonne saying, I have no intention of making you a slave. I'll ask you once more, Roland, will you come with me? Yvonne smiled as she called his name. She took his hand saying, Yes, I will. Behind her, Benjamin tried to stop Yvonne from leaving. She turned to look at Benjamin. Benjamin tightly gripped Ivan's wrist. Don't go, Eve. I'm truly sorry, Benjamin. I want to follow His Majesty. Thank you for everything during those hellish days. You were the only light, my only friend. A selfish night of farewell. After walking a short distance, Theodore spoke, startling Ivan. I'm glad you chose me. After a brief walk, Theodore suddenly said to Ivan, I'm glad you picked me. Otherwise, I would arrest you for treason. Ivan frantically explained that it was just an accident. I didn't expect your Majesty to be alone. I absolutely had no intention of harming your Majesty. Suddenly, Theodore embraced Ivan tightly. I was moved by you from the first time I saw you. So, may I call your name? 10 years have passed. Meeting again with different names, different identities, your arms and physique have grown stronger, making you feel unfamiliar, but your essence hasn't changed at all. Ivan was moved to tears, yes. At that moment, I felt myself return to that day. After Ivan left, Benjamin remembered the moment he tried to stop Ivan. Eve, don't go, Eve, but only received a heartbreaking response. Benjamin, I'm truly sorry. I want to follow His Majesty. Regarding Katarina, A maid hurriedly went to support her. "Oh, Lady Katarina, please wake up. Call a doctor quickly." A servant reported to Benjamin, "Master, Lady Katarina." At this moment, Benjamin's face was filled with murderous intent, so frightening that he had to tear Leo Brand to pieces. Walking on the road, Theodore drew close and gently embraced Ivan, saying, "Eve, are you feeling unwell?" "No, Your Majesty. Thank you for your concern." Theodore smiled, saying, "Relax. You don't need to be so tense." Ivan thought, "How can I relax? He must be the most inconvenient person. I haven't even been granted a title yet. Am I qualified to share a carriage with Your Majesty?" Seeing Ivan's silence, Theodore asked, "Were you afraid of me?" Ivan hurriedly answered, "Yes, there was no other way. I thought that was the only way to get you out of that place." Ivan recalled the scene of Theodore cutting Katarina's throat. Does he think I'm afraid because of that? No, I'm not afraid. On the contrary, thinking about the frustrations and suppression I had to endure in that place, I feel relieved. Theodore gently placed his hand on Ivan's cheek, slowly peeling off the bandage on Ivan's cheek. "The wound had healed. Don't worry. From now on, I will protect you." Ivan shyly said, "Protecting Your Majesty is my duty." Theodore looked at Ivan with gentle eyes. "Is that so? Then won't you comfort me?" Ivan hurriedly avoided his gaze. "You are Your Majesty." She felt Theodore's hand trembling. She looked down at Theodore's trembling hand. Theodore rested his head on her shoulder. How ridiculous! An emperor afraid of blood. So he only pretended to be so violent for my sake. Suddenly, something made Theodore stop trembling. Ivan held Theodore's hand, saying, If you don't mind." Theodore interrupted, "Having you by my side is a blessing." Several days later, after arriving at the palace, everything progressed quickly. Theodore announced to everyone, "I appoint Roland as my personal guard knight." Due to many events at the palace, the inauguration ceremony was slightly delayed. Ivan officially became Theo's royal guard, joining his elite knight squad. Ivan hadn't held a sword for a long time, and the cavalry's atmosphere made Ivan somewhat worried. Suddenly, 3 masked people appeared, making Ivan a bit scared. "Are you Eve Roland?" The 3 spoke in unison. "Welcome, our savior." Not as bad as I imagined. Ivan also knew some people weren't happy about someone like her being chosen as a personal guard. The terrible 10 years gradually faded away, each day passing peacefully. Just one thing, standing like that all the time, aren't your legs tired, Eve? Ivan answered, "I'm fine." "Your Majesty, I was just thinking." Theodore pulled Ivan's hand. "That won't do. Sit down and have some sweets." Theodore took a piece of cake to feed Yvonne, but Yvonne politely refused, saying, "I must protect Your Majesty." Yvonne smiled, saying, "It's all right. Being a guard doesn't mean you have to stand all the time. The guards who protected me before were quite relaxed, right?" Seeing Theodore looking at him, the guard immediately answered, "Yes, Your Majesty." Ivan thought to herself, "Oh, so guards can sit down while on duty. But it's strange. Why am I the only one receiving such good treatment? Why is everyone so afraid of Theodore?" Suddenly, Theodore burst into laughter. "The finance department has extraordinary insight. I must reward you personally. You worked hard all this time. Now rest well. Of course, the stewards too. Did you make these pastries? Such rare skill. I must feed you myself. Open your mouth." The chef, thinking he had done something wrong, didn't dare open his mouth, only apologizing to Theodore. "I'm sorry, truly sorry. He's always so kind to the palace servants, even caring about the knight's welfare. From now on, I don't need any guards except Eve. You can all go home after your shifts end. Don't worry about anything. I already have an excellent night here." Seeing Theodore's unusual behavior, Ivan thought, is the burden of the throne weighing on him? Even as emperor, Theo is still Theo. When Theodore touched her mouth, Ivan startled. "Eve, you have something on your lips." Ivan blushed. Seeing this, all the guards ran to other places. "I'll excuse myself for a moment." Ivan muttered, "That scared me." Theodore sighed. Finally, some quiet. He rested his head on Ivan's lap. She frantically said, "Your Majesty." Theodore closed his eyes. "I need to rest for a while. The recent workload has exhausted me. I have things on my mind. Play with me for a while, Eve." Ivan's mind was in chaos. What should one do when an emperor acts spoiled? It was already afternoon. Ivan hesitantly said, "Your Majesty." "Shouldn't you get up now?" Theodore said childishly, still not wanting to rise. "Just a bit longer." Yvonne looked at the pile of documents. There was still much work to do. Yvonne thought, in this situation, what would a guard normally do? Let him sleep longer? or wake him. Theodore took Ivan's hand, gently placing it on his forehead. Play a little longer, Eve thought. Has Theo always been this spoiled? To avoid overthinking, Ivan asked Theodore, does your majesty act this way with everyone? Theodore sat up. Am I bothering you? Yvonne stammered. No, that's not what I meant. Only Eve can tolerate me. Theodore gently stroked Yvonne's hair. Everyone fears me, avoids me, but sometimes I want to be comforted too. His hand trembled again. Ivan held Theodore's hand, placing it against her cheek. Don't worry, your majesty. I'll always be by your side. Theodore silently looked at Yvonne for a long time. Theodore's face slowly drew closer, pinning Yvonne down. Yvonne didn't understand what was happening, crying out, Your Majesty. Theodore tightly held Yvonne's hand. Theodore's passionate gaze fixed on Yvonne. What are you thinking about now? I'm not thinking anything. Theodore whispered in Ivan's ear. What a shame. I wish you were always thinking of me here. Oh, that's quite a problem, because my mind is filled with thoughts of you. Theodore paused, looking at Yvonne, then continued, You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Hearing Theodore's sweet words, Yvonne's heart nearly exploded. Yvonne hurriedly pushed Theodore away. What are you saying? Beautiful doesn't suit me. I'm a man. Theodore held Yvonne's hand against his chest. That doesn't matter. This is my first time knowing that a man can be this beautiful. Theodore gently lifted Ivan's chin. Eve's eyes drew closer to Ivan's lips. Ivan shook off his hand and suddenly stood up. I'm sorry. Please allow me to leave for a moment. Before Theodore could stop him, Ivan had already run away. Outside the door, Ivan took a deep breath. What should I do? My heart is beating so fast. Could it be that Theo? Two guards passed by. Seeing Ivan's strange expression, they asked, Lord Eve, are you all right? Did something happen inside? Your face is all red. It's nothing. The two guards continued. Did you perhaps offend His Majesty? You can tell us the truth. That unpleasant fellow. Oh no, His Majesty's arrogant behavior is common. Ivan immediately objected. His Majesty isn't that kind of person. Don't talk nonsense. I'll go clear my head. I'll be back soon. That night, Ivan walked in the garden. Returning to the palace after 10 years, it's still the same summer as before. Just being near Theo brings back childhood memories. I thought these complicated feelings were because of that reason. Even though I try to deny it, this racing heartbeat must be because I've fallen in love with Theo. No, wake up, Ivan. Now is not the time to think about these things. I still have much to do. I need to find my family's whereabouts, to clear my family's name. But if I let emotions take over, I won't be able to do anything. Suddenly a strange sound came from the garden. Yvonne quickly wiped away her tears and looked in that direction. She called out, Who's there? When the person appeared, Yvonne's eyes widened. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. He thought Ivan looked familiar, asking, Ivan exclaimed in surprise. Ernest? At this moment, Ernest hadn't recognized Ivan yet. Looking carefully at Ivan's face, Ernest's memories flooded back. From now on, I will protect you. You promised to come for me, promised to protect me, and I foolishly believed that promise. Just as Ernest was about to call out Yvonne's name, Yvonne placed a sword against his throat. Yvonne warned Ernest, Be careful, call my name, and you'll die. Ernest felt guilty towards Yvonne. He apologized tearfully. I'm so sorry. Truly sorry, Yvonne. I didn't keep my promise. Ivan said to Ernest, Whether then or now, you're still such a crybaby. Ivan withdrew the sword, but the Ivan you're looking for no longer exists. Ivan quickly turned away. Eve Roland, that's my name now. Afterward, Ernest wept profusely, continuously apologizing to Ivan, until Ivan calmed Ernest down. Only then did she hear his story. He had tried many times to see Ivan, but was stopped by Queen Margarita and Rudolph Ferdinand. They promised to let Ernest see Ivan on the condition that he would become engaged to Katarina. Ernest confided in Ivan, I was always thinking of you, but suddenly my mother and Uncle Rudolph died simultaneously. The engagement was called off. Everything fell apart. What happened after that doesn't need to be said. When Ernest lost support, Theodore became crown prince, then emperor. Although Ernest had no desire for the throne, merely because of his existence, his every move was monitored. Ernest apologized to Ivan again. I'm sorry, Eve. Ivan replied, That's all in the past. It's fortunate you still recognize me, even though I've changed so much. Ernest immediately said, Of course, how could I not recognize you? Ivan felt sad, but Theodore doesn't recognize me at all. Suddenly Theodore spoke. Leave for a moment, and you make me worry to death. How lazy, Eve, chatting with men outside during work hours. Your Majesty. Before Ivan could explain, Theodore pulled her hand to leave. Come with me. Ernest stopped him. Brother, it's not what you think. But Theodore ignored him, simply pulling Ivan away. Ernest tried to follow, but it was too late. In the palace, Yvonne called out loudly, Your Majesty. Theodore's hand gripped her wrist tightly, making her feel uncomfortable and in pain. Theodore asked coldly, What were you doing with Ernest in such a dark place? You seemed quite intimate. Not being hit or having hot water thrown at you. Why does it hurt so much? I apologize for leaving my post, but why are you so angry? Ivan's sad expression was evident. You don't even remember me. Are you really asking because you don't know? If the person you love is with another man, of course you'd be angry. Ivan's tears fell. Why? Seeing Ivan's tears, Theodore fell silent. Ivan thought about how Theodore couldn't recognize who she was, yet claimed to love her, making her both sad and angry. Theodore approached Ivan gently saying, Don't cry, Eve. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry. Theodore kissed her hair. She felt such tenderness, a gentle and warm Theodore. Ivan hugged Theodore, clutching his clothes tightly. So I really do love Theo. The two lovers gazed at each other lovingly. Eve, do you love me? At this moment, Ivan didn't know how to answer. She stammered, Tell me, Eve. Ivan gathered her courage. I love, then clearly spoke those three words, I love you. Theodore's face slowly drew closer to Ivan. Then he kissed her lips. In the small room, the two were filled with passion. Then Ivan blurted out, Wait, Your Majesty, I'm actually not a man. Don't worry. I know you're a woman, and you're also the Ivan from my distant memories. Yvonne immediately said, No, don't call that name. Theodore smiled. I love you. Yvonne hurried to stop Theodore, but it was too late. He had already called her name, Yvonne Senisha. Yvonne remembered when that person called her Eve. Even as time passed, there remained memories that couldn't be erased. That woman called her over, then gave Ivan a bag of candy as a gift. Ivan cheered happily at the time. She patted her head, comforting her, sorry for always making things difficult for you. That was also the first day her mother gave her candy. There was a time when Yvonne curled up in fear. That's when her parents came to find her. Those were also the days when her beloved family dispelled her anxiety. And everything collapsed, all bad memories. When Ivan was dreaming, she woke up hearing someone call her name. Theodore's figure was before her. He gently held Ivan's hand, saying, I told you, from now on I will protect you. Ferdinand's soul has completely disappeared. Theodore comforted her, asking, So now I can love you, right? Yvonne was happy too, thinking she would never forget this day. The next morning, sunlight shone on the sleeping Yvonne. She opened her eyes and woke up. Yvonne sat up drowsily, wondering where this was. The room was truly beautiful. But this wasn't her room. Then she suddenly looked down at her clothes. Immediately, 1,000 screams rang through Ivan's mind. Theodore stood at the door, asking caringly if Ivan was awake, saying, This is my room. Are you still sleeping? Ivan was completely confused. Why am I in Your Majesty's room? Theodore asked her caringly again. Are you feeling all right? I was a bit excessive yesterday. These words made Ivan's face redder than a tomato. She asked Theodore in surprise. What did you just say? He just smiled, gently telling her not to worry. Nothing happened. Suddenly Theodore called Ivan, and she remembered he had called her real name yesterday. Why is Theo still okay? Seeing Ivan's attitude, Theodore said, You seem curious. I'll tell you everything. As he spoke, he draped a cloak over Ivan, including how much I've missed you these past 10 years. Theodore held Ivan's hand. She asked in surprise, When did you know I was Ivan? Theodore calmly replied, From the first moment I saw you, of course. I'm not foolish enough to not recognize the woman I love. Ivan's face burned red hearing Theodore express his feelings. She couldn't understand why he pretended not to know. Theodore said he was afraid she would run away then. Ivan remembered that scene, worriedly covering Theodore's mouth. He said that face was deeply etched in his mind. I actually wanted to approach you slowly, but the passion in your eyes made me unable to control myself. Ivan hadn't realized she was so obvious. She felt confused about the curse. Theodore explained it was because of holy power. This power confused Ivan. Suddenly, the teacup in Theodore's hand shattered, startling Ivan. Theodore continued explaining, Leo Brandt's holy power can heal everything. Illness, wounds, even curses. Ivan looked, the scars on my hand have healed. She was surprised to find the scars had indeed completely disappeared. Theodore revealed, Since hearing you were still alive, I've been training nonstop, so when we met again, I could heal you. I never believed you were dead. When she realized their reunion wasn't coincidental, she felt guilty. Theodore said, even when I thought you died 10 years ago, I never stopped searching for you. Ivan was overwhelmed because she was so happy, only knowing to thank Theodore. I'm truly grateful, Your Majesty. Just then, Theodore suddenly asked, how long will you keep addressing me so formally? She said, I'm used to calling you this way. I'm afraid I'll slip up in front of others. But Theodore moved closer, asking her to call his name. Theo. He gently caressed Ivan's face, knowing she was still shy. Before she could think, Theodore placed a kiss on her lips. At least when it's just the two of us, okay? Ivan, if love wants it. Ivan could only nod in agreement. I understand, Theo. As the two were sharing a passionate kiss, elsewhere, someone had seen everything, madly smashing a crystal ball. Benjamin shed tears of sorrow, saying to himself, no, Eve. At dusk, Armin walked through the palace, holding documents, feeling emotional. It's too peaceful. In contrast, rumors had been spreading in the palace about His Majesty's affair with a guard knight. Servants gossiped that this knight's background was unknown, not even titled yet, but received His Majesty's favor and was promoted to personal guard. There were even rumors they'd been caught in the bedroom. Honestly, Armin didn't care who His Majesty dated. He just thought, more importantly now, I don't have to worry about being beheaded at any moment. Armin arrived at the door, knocking and requesting to enter. As long as I can work safely, let the guard knight enjoy themselves. Long live love and peace. This made Armin happy. He said, Your Majesty, I brought the documents you requested. Armin saw Theodore embracing Yvonne and was stunned. Armin stood frozen in place, turning to stone. In the study, Yvonne said to Theodore with a red face, we can't. What will the Minister of Internal Affairs think? Theodore didn't care. That fellow will keep his mouth shut if he wants to live. In the distance, Armin suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Theodore said, you know that too. Rumors about His Majesty's secret romance spread throughout the palace, and the subject of these rumors was none other than you. Ivan couldn't help but know, and the entire night squad was thrown into chaos. They were even more surprised to learn that Ivan was a woman. She had to undergo rigorous training to be able to. Theodore also remembered the curse was lifted, so the magic hiding her gender had disappeared too, right? Fortunately, he had prepared for this in advance. How ridiculous! Who would covet something that doesn't belong to them? Theodore's attitude confused Ivan, and she asked again, what did you just say? Instead, Theodore just answered nothing, suddenly reaching out to wrap his arm around Ivan's waist. He said, I've recently discovered I'm a bit jealous. Ivan didn't complain, instead smiling at him gently, suddenly. She noticed the pile of documents on the desk. Are you busy? Are you tired? Ivan asked with concern. Although Theodore said it was nothing, she knew he was lying, because when she woke up at midnight, she couldn't see him. Then she found Theodore sitting there reviewing documents, too busy to even sleep. Ivan sadly wrapped her arms around Theodore's neck. He said again, sleeping is a waste of time. I couldn't see you for the past 10 years, so I want to keep your image in my eyes for as long as possible. These words made Ivan feel shy. After speaking, Theodore leaned in to kiss her. When they parted, a silver thread lingered between them. Theodore looked at Ivan lovingly. He suddenly spoke, I have something to give you. It was a hairpin adorned with an elegant sapphire. Ivan was somewhat curious. Then Theodore explained, this is a keepsake from my late mother, the hairpin she used when she married. You know, Eve, I'm currently preparing to restore Senisha's honor. It might take some more time. Until then, would you be my wife? Theodore lovingly kissed Ivan's hand. More precisely, he kissed her ring finger. Ivan hadn't expected him to propose to her. She excitedly jumped into Theodore's embrace. He asked her, could you try growing your hair long again? But whether or not you grow it as long as before, you'll always be beautiful to me. At this moment, Ivan felt so happy she wanted to cry. Too happy for words, which also made her afraid. Because misfortune always follows happiness, like the last straw that breaks the camel's back. After a while, someone called out Eve, and she immediately turned around. It was Ernest who had just arrived. From that day on, Ernest and Ivan continued to meet. Suddenly, he fumbled around looking for Theodore. Ivan comforted him. Don't worry, he's busy with some work. Of course, she had to secretly follow him to their meetings. Along the way, Ernest mentioned rumors about restoring Senisha's honor. Ivan also answered, now His Majesty Theo is doing his best. Clearing Senisha's name isn't as easy as imagined. Although it's clearly slander, there's no evidence. And since the charge is treason, the opposition is strong. Theodore could only tiredly apologize to Ivan, but who could blame him? Because she deliberately didn't show her worry in front of him, she could only silently wait by his side. Despite saying this, Ivan's expression carried sadness. Ernest noticed this. He pressed his lips together, then suddenly said to Ivan, "There's something I must tell you. I've been hesitating whether to say it, because I'm not certain. But I think you should know, there might be another survivor from Senisha." The news Ernest just delivered indeed surprised Ivan. She was curious who the survivor might be, whether it was Grandfather Gunther or Uncle Richard. Whoever it was, she wanted to find them right away. Ivan immediately became lost in her own thoughts. At this moment, Theodore appeared. Pulling her back to reality, he anxiously asked, "What's wrong? You look very pale." She had unconsciously walked to Theodore's side without even realizing it herself. She hurriedly answered that nothing was wrong. Because restoring Senisha was already troublesome enough, she couldn't add to his burden. But Theodore wasn't easily fooled. He dangerously glanced at the two knights behind her. The two immediately found excuses to leave, fleeing as if they'd seen a ghost. Theodore continued, "Has my gaze lost its effect on you? Tell me what's wrong. Don't make me worry." Seeing Theodore's determination, Ivan hesitated. She haltingly revealed the truth. "There are survivors from Senisha." After speaking, she pressed her lips together, waiting for Theodore's reaction. Instead, he seemed to have a weight lifted from him. He soothingly stroked Ivan's head. "Don't worry, I'll find them." Ivan immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Your Majesty!" Theodore immediately corrected her. "You promised to call me by my name when we're alone." "Thank you, Theo." Ivan responded with a smile. This made him suddenly freeze. He lowered his head, then completely embraced Ivan, making her confused. Theodore said Ferdinand's curse had been lifted, and other men's gazes toward her had changed. However, Ivan hadn't noticed anything. But in Theodore's eyes, it was completely different, so he reminded her to be more careful. "More careful? I was just thinking about things. It hasn't affected my duties at all." When Ivan misunderstood his meaning, Theodore was speechless. He thought, "This and that, you're too beautiful." Theodore was lost in his own thoughts, forgetting that Ivan was explaining things beside his ear. Theodore felt very uncomfortable, daring to covet his Eve. He was referring to Benjamin. A letter was delivered, reading, "To the great Sir Albrecht, I have confirmed that traces of the Abyss Shadow have been eradicated. There are important matters to report regarding this. Please allow me to enter the palace." Signed, Benjamin Ferdinand. Thinking of this, Theodore became more irritated. Loosening his collar, he had to ensure no one could have Ivan. She was his, therefore he bit Ivan's shoulder fiercely, as if marking his ownership on her neck. This made Ivan cry out in pain. When he released, it left a red mark and teeth marks there. Ivan felt confused, not understanding Theodore's behavior. On the other hand, Theodore was very satisfied. Then he leaned close to Ivan, giving her a passionate kiss, thinking he couldn't give his woman to anyone. The next morning, Ivan sneezed as soon as she woke up. Theodore came over worriedly asking how she felt. She answered she was feeling better, but he thought her temperature was still high. Ivan wondered, why is only Theo unaffected? Perhaps because someone had been holding her all along, so she hadn't caught cold. Theodore casually teased her. After speaking, he still said, "I'm sorry, I'm reflecting. When the weather gets warmer, I'll be more careful when working outside." He became increasingly confused as he spoke. Ivan immediately felt uncomfortable, politely asking Theodore to leave. "You can go now. There's still schedule to handle." He was reluctant to leave, asking if she would really be all right alone. Ivan reassured him she'd be fine, telling him not to worry. She thought, he must be tired, taking care of me all night. Theodore instructed, "Remember to take your medicine. If your fever gets worse later, I'll have guards stationed outside the door. Call them if you need anything." Ivan vaguely responded to Theodore. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed the corner of his coat. Theodore also stopped his steps. She quickly waved apologetically, only to see Theodore smile gently at Ivan. Then he kissed her forehead and said, "I'll be back soon. Rest well. I love you, Ivan." After saying this, he left the room. Theodore always expressed his love through actions and gentle words, which made Ivan think, "I feel flustered about this, so I never dare to say it out loud." On Theodore's side, his subordinates reported there would be heavy snow, asking if he wanted to rest first, but Theodore refused, wanting to act immediately. Unexpectedly, someone was manipulating everything from the shadows. Every move Theodore made was in their grasp. At this moment, they were controlling a horse, and suddenly an accident occurred. As for Ivan, she had just confessed to Theodore in her room when she noticed it was snowing, thinking that when Theo returns this time, she wants to be the first to say it. Unfortunately, Theodore had just met with an accident, falling from his horse in the snow, right when Ivan was embracing the thought of telling him she loved him more than anyone else. In the dark night, Ivan ran hurriedly, using all her strength, wanting to run to where the knights had gathered. One of them spotted her. He immediately called out to her. Then Ivan asked, trembling, "I heard His Majesty had an accident?" They tried to comfort her. "Please calm down, His Majesty is fine, but it's better not to see him now. You don't look well." Before they could finish speaking, Ivan impatiently shouted, "Move aside." She just wanted to see Theodore. So she rushed into the room, where Theodore was suffering from his injuries. He quickly realized someone had entered. Ivan was feeling relieved, seeing Theodore was okay, when suddenly something was thrown at her face. It was Theodore who did it. He threw a broken vase at Ivan. Unfortunately, it cut her face. Theodore said through gritted teeth, "Shut up, my head is ringing. Don't shout so loud. Get out of my sight." He yelled angrily, "What's with that expression? Haven't you seen someone injured before? What's going on?" Ivan couldn't understand, but Theodore told them to drive that little thing out. Armin had to persuade Ivan to leave first. But Ivan couldn't believe that was Theodore. Impossible. She believed Theodore wasn't someone who would say such crude words. Instead, in reality, he was shouting at her to get out. The doctor inside asked, "How do you feel, Your Majesty?" Theodore said, "My head hurts too much. Give me some painkillers." Then he irritably asked, "Why are you shrinking like that?" The doctor immediately fearfully begged for forgiveness. "It's just been so long since I heard you shout like this. I was a bit surprised." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Theodore wondered. Suddenly he realized something strange. Why is it snowing in summer? It turned out Theodore had lost his memory. Armin said, "It's been about half a year since summer when you visited Sir Ferdinand." Ivan couldn't believe it. Why would he lose the memories after meeting her? Armand watched the situation, not knowing what to say. When Theodore learned he had fallen from his horse, he shockingly held his head, muttering, "No, it can't be like this. Clearly, someone fell from above towards me. Yes, in the dazzling sunlight. I seemed to see the face I had always longed for." Ivan heard everything from Armin. "Please don't be too sad." Armin could only comfort Ivan, saying, "His Majesty has just returned to his original personality." She wondered, original personality? Suddenly Armin said, "Eve, I have a request. Please don't leave His Majesty. You're the only one who could endure being his guard for so long. Until now, since His Majesty met you, I've never seen him so gentle. Actually, I don't know why, but His Majesty ordered a search for new guards. So please be careful. If His Majesty decides to banish you, he will definitely use the most cruel methods to torment you." Ivan asked doubtfully, "Theo, have you really forgotten me? That gentle face that once called her name, saying, 'I love you, Ivan.'" She lowered her hand, making a decision. "I can't let things continue like this." The next morning, Ivan stood in front of Theodore's room, took a deep breath, then quickly composed herself. Upon entering, she said, "Your Majesty, I, Eve Roland, have completed my recovery and am ready to return to duty." Theodore's writing hand suddenly stopped, saying coldly, "I said yesterday I wanted to change guards." Armin covered up, saying it's difficult to find suitable guards in a short time. "Then find them quickly," Theodore ordered. Ivan also knew he really didn't remember her. "But it's okay. If you've forgotten, I'll make you remember. I'm the one you love. I'll make you know that." Ivan finally came before Theodore. Instead, Theodore's attitude wasn't friendly at all. Armin called out worriedly, "Your Majesty." Suddenly Theodore stood straight in front of Ivan. She remembered what Armin said yesterday. Ivan was very worried. Theodore raised his hand. Ivan fearfully closed her eyes tight. Unexpectedly, he put his hand on her hair, saying, "How ridiculous. You dare to wander in my place." Then Theodore grabbed Ivan's collar, roughly throwing her out of the room, and warned, "Leave here immediately. Never come back. If you do this again, you'll regret it." Leaving Ivan alone outside, this certainly hurt her. But she still thought, even speaking rudely, he's still the gentle Theo I know. It's okay. I can still endure it. 2 days later, Yvonne asked surprisingly, "Has a new guard been appointed? How is that possible?" Yvonne was disappointed. Armin beside her was also worried for her. But Yvonne started trembling. "What will happen to me now?" Armin told her not to worry too much, to treat this as extra vacation. These words confused Ivan. On the other side, when the sword stabbed between the brown-haired guard's legs, he was scared witless. This person hurriedly apologized, while Theodore gritted his teeth in anger. Armin sighed internally. One day, not even half a day, Theodore said helplessly, quickly dragged that useless one out. Armin hesitantly asked, "Do you really need to appoint a new guard for yourself?" "What did you say?" Theodore glared at Armin with a terrifying look. He quickly corrected himself. "I mean, we can't find anyone better than Eve. She's diligent and responsible. More importantly, isn't she someone your majesty personally brought back?" Theodore asked, puzzled. "I brought that woman back." "Yes, when you visited Ferdinand half a year ago. You brought her back?" Theodore asked with some doubt. "Where is Lyndon now?" Armin reported. "A few weeks ago, your majesty secretly assigned him a task and sent him away. The mission content is confidential, so I'm not quite sure." Theodore only remembered Ferdinand's place was where Ivan left her last trace. Using their engagement as cover, I did go there with Lyndon to search for Ivan, but I don't remember anything after that. Thinking of this, Theodore said, "I want to write a letter adding a message for Ferdinand, asking him to come to the palace as soon as possible." It had been a week since Theodore lost his memory. After recovering physically, Ivan safely returned to her night guard position. In fact, during that time, countless new night guards were appointed, but they all fled in less than half a day because they couldn't endure it. Ivan understood why they were like this. Even the slightest sound of breathing was enough to earn a frown and rebuke. All were harsh insults, constantly offending and degrading others' dignity, treating Ivan like an invisible person. But she still endured it. Even if this was just an image of the past, it proved how much he loved her. Ivan pondered, was there really no way out? If there were any clues to restore his memory. Ivan suddenly remembered that day. A thought flashed through her mind. Yes, there might still be hope. Ivan suddenly spoke. "Your Majesty, I have something to tell you privately. Could you spare some time? Even if I can't restore his memory in half a year, I just want him to remember I want to move forward." To her surprise, Theodore avoided the question, asking where the dog was barking. She frantically tried to grab Theodore. Although he wanted to leave quickly, Ivan said this was important. Theodore found this woman strange. Even though he deliberately treated her badly, she still persisted. Gently brushing away this small hand should be easy, but why? Eve Roland, why couldn't I do it to this woman? Then he asked other guards to leave temporarily. Theodore told Ivan if she continued talking nonsense, she would have to give up her position as night attendant Roland. Ivan heard this. She thought she had held on, but would he believe me? If I say I'm the person you've been looking for, would you return to being the gentle Theo from before? However, Ivan was too afraid and gradually let go. Theodore suddenly grabbed her wrist. "Speak, I command you. Do you know Yvonne Senisha?" She opened her mouth to immediately confess. "I am Yvonne." Theodore remained lost in thought. Is this really Yvonne? I understand why looking at this woman feels strange. Of course, I initially mistook her for Ivan, because you two look too similar, but I can't feel the power I planted in that person. This is just a mistake. He suddenly fell to his knees, making Ivan cry out in panic. Theo, what's wrong?" His inner voice still urged him. This woman is an imposter. Don't be fooled by appearances. He couldn't remember when it started. Deadly images appeared before his eyes, making Theodore constantly feel his life was threatened. He didn't know when the power of Lenorani gradually grew stronger within him. Grandmother would be furious if she knew, but even so nothing could change. Theodore's mother was originally the daughter of a concubine brought into the palace to become queen. As political tools, his mother and her son naturally had no one on their side. Monotonous life, only able to kill those maids who competed to mock Theodore. Black hair is so frightening, making him kill them without hesitation, even as they bowed begging, "Please spare my life." Such days repeated until one day he met Ivan. Her beauty made him feel greed for the first time in his life. "I want this girl. I want to cherish her, treasure her forever." They spent happy times together. Ivan gave meaning to his life. His mother burst in seeing that terrible scene. She kept asking what this was, then she immediately got her answer. I must seize the throne, but a major accident occurred, leaving Theodore in deep regret. Too careless. How dare you touch Senisha? Damn Ivan. Only because of Ivan's ambition, she was hurt, knowing it was cruel. He just wanted her to live. After searching for Theodore, finally finding Ivan, accompanied by a relieved sigh, "Thank goodness, you're alive, still alive." The mark he left on her wrist was the only hope. As long as she was alive, they would surely meet again. Then Theodore began implementing his plan. "We must eliminate all obstacles to avoid repeating past mistakes. More careful, more certain, I came all this way just for you." Unexpectedly, another challenge appeared. "Who are you really?" This thought made Theodore scream in agony. "My head hurts so much," his subordinate then announced. "Your Majesty, we found traces of Yvonne Sarnish, currently known as Evelyn. Your Majesty, your Majesty." Theodore kept thinking of his loved one's tearful gaze, heartbroken knowing she was in danger. Theodore's heart felt like it was breaking, accompanied by the thought, "Who are you really?" Ivan remained by Theodore's side, with panic calls. Your Majesty, are you all right?" Seeing Ivan made his heart tremble. Theodore always asked himself, was it really just because of that face? Ivan finally sighed in relief. "Thank goodness you're awake. I was so worried." Theodore raised his hand to stroke her hair, constantly thinking why that appearance, a face identical to Ivan's. "Don't let me waver." Even so, reason couldn't overcome his heart, making him quickly give her a deep kiss on the lips. "But if you really are Ivan." Unexpectedly, at that moment Theodore pushed her away, making Ivan cry out frantically, Your Majesty." But Theodore also secretly noticed, where was the scar on her wrist? Indeed, this woman wasn't Ivan. This filthy thing dared to impersonate Yvonne. Then Theodore pushed her further away, with a warning, "Don't touch me. I won't forgive you, you filthy thing. The sin of deceiving me won't be forgiven lightly." Evelyn. Early the next morning, Theodore was enjoying tea in a light mood. "Today's tea is truly fragrant. Is it because I'm enjoying it with a beautiful lady?" She smiled hearing these words. "It's my honor to be in your Majesty's presence." While Ivan observed from afar, her gaze showing extreme disappointment and sadness. Yesterday's words hurt her as she recalled, "Don't touch me, you filthy thing." Her heart kept asking, "Why? Why don't you recognize that I am Ivan? If only you would say you love me." That scene appeared in her mind again. Theodore clutched his head, crying, "No, who are you really?" Ivan stared blankly for a long time. While feeling afraid, his servant immediately appeared. Your Majesty, please wake up." After Theodore fell asleep, his servant kept questioning Ivan. "Did you accidentally touch His Majesty's memories?" To which she awkwardly replied, "Touch his memories? He then explained, "I don't know why, but whenever His Majesty tries to recall his lost memories, he cries out about headaches. More seriously, he falls into convulsions. This made Ivan feel guilty. His Majesty suffers because of me." Theodore's servant then calmly said, "From a medical perspective, this is somewhat difficult to understand, because I've never heard of or seen a case of losing only 6 months of memories. And coincidentally, Eve is someone His Majesty met during those 6 months. So he has strong reactions to Eve. In other words, if you don't touch the part of His Majesty's lost memories, there won't be any problems." This explanation made Yvonne understand the root of everything. She remembered Theodore's words, "I'm not stupid enough to not recognize the woman I love." Her heart filled with resentment. "You liar." In the hot afternoon, Yvonne saw water droplets on her hand as she turned off the faucet. She quickly wiped them away, then sighed dejectedly. "I never thought I'd witness the man I love flirting with other women." Theodore praised that woman, saying, "Her eyes shine like beautiful lakes, unconsciously drawing me in." That woman responded with a shy smile, "Your Majesty flatters me." This made Ivan unable to bear it any longer, and she hurriedly fled. She kept reminding herself, "If this continues, I'll be expelled from the royal guard." From that day on, Theodore frequently invited young ladies to the palace, which suddenly made Ivan feel somewhat disappointed. Thinking back to when he approached her before, he also had special gestures, praising her beauty, saying words of love, those words that had never made her shy before. While she was immersed in those chaotic feelings, she heard Ernest ask, "Eve, why are you crying?" She turned around flustered, saying, "Ernest." But he quickly gestured her to stay quiet. "It would be trouble if we're discovered sneaking out at night. I'm sorry. The palace atmosphere has been mysterious lately. Feels like everything's returned to how it was before I came." Hearing these words, she unexpectedly ran away, surprising Ernest. "Eve, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" Is there something making you sad? Ivan immediately covered her face and sobbed. Ernest quickly came to comfort her. Eve, if you want to cry, cry out loud. I'll always be by your side, because we're friends. His words made her feel more upset, crying even louder. After hearing the whole story, Ernest felt sad. I see. Honestly, I feel somewhat lucky. What would happen to me if normal Theo saw this scene? Thinking of this, Ivan smiled happily, though she felt confused, not understanding why she was smiling. Then she nodded in agreement. Yes. Ivan remembered asking Theodore, why were you so angry then? Why did you get angry when I was with Ernest? He admitted without hesitation, because I don't like you being alone with him. This made Ivan more curious. Ernest is his brother. Could he have suspected something between Ernest and me? Theodore explained, it's not suspicion. It's jealousy. I was very jealous. So be careful, Eve. The more she recalled the past, the more she thought to herself, when he remembers, will he regret what he did to me? No matter how you beg, I won't forgive you easily. But because you're the man I love, maybe I'll forgive you in a special way. So please recover your memories soon. Theo. She didn't know Theodore was also standing above, watching, witnessing all the intimate gestures between Ivan and Ernest. Jealousy made him hit the glass door hard, making the young lady behind him panic and say, Why, Your Majesty, I'll take my leave. Theodore, still not noticing this greeting, continued staring outside, his eyes remaining focused on Inova, accompanied by an angry statement. Damn it, since losing his memory. Theodore realized he was always being watched by an unfamiliar woman, her face identical to Ivan's, but named Eve. Damn it, why that gaze? That woman isn't Ivan, right? Impossible. Theodore angrily threw all the documents on the desk, startling everyone, including Ivan. She hurriedly went to pick up those documents, making Theodore see that sight. Constantly thinking, I can't decisively drive her away. Wake up, this heartbeat isn't for an imposter. Yes, I'm like this because of her. How dare she fall in love with me? Unclear that this is unforgivable. I must expose her true face. A sudden silence enveloped the entire room. Theodore's different behavior surprised Devon. A few days ago, he was ignoring me. Today, he suddenly looks at me with eyes that seem to want to devour me whole. I thought I knew Theodore well, but now I find I know nothing about him. Meanwhile, the announcement sounded again. Your Majesty, the guests have arrived. Shall we lead them to the parlor? This news made Ivan more curious. Guests? Could it be another woman? Theodore quickly glanced at her expression, then swiftly turned to leave, urging, Let's go. This raised a big question for Ivan. Why is it like this? All right, I need to go too. As soon as she stepped into the parlor, she saw a man bow. Benjamin Ferdinand requests an audience with His Majesty Albrecht. He also turned to look at Ivan, politely smiling, which made her curious about the boy before her. A woman in a flowing dress followed behind, also speaking up. It's been a long time, Your Majesty. Katarina, Ferdinand requests an audience with Your Majesty. Her sudden appearance secretly surprised everyone. Even Katarina has come. Why to the palace? Seeing Theodore's silence, she took the initiative. Your Majesty, I have a request. There are important matters to discuss with Your Majesty privately. Please dismiss the others. Katarina's request was immediately strongly opposed by Ivan. No, as the night guard, I cannot leave His Majesty alone. Theodore then placed his hand on her shoulder. With a command, leave. At this moment, Katarina was overjoyed. Thank you, Your Majesty. After the parlor door closed, the knights outside felt anxious. What should we do now? Leave a few people in the hallway. Others go guard. Then who stays? Ivan, standing guard outside, also felt extremely worried. What does she want to say? At this time, Benjamin suddenly appeared behind her. Eve, are you listening? She turned to look, eyes widening. Benjamin. Sorry, I was a bit distracted. It's been a while since we've seen each other, hasn't it? This distance is a bit too close. He also happily responded to her. It's fine. Suddenly becoming a guard. Have you gotten used to it? Your hair has grown quite a bit. This made Ivan feel very awkward. Does it look strange? She immediately received Benjamin's frank comment. It doesn't suit you. Ivan couldn't hide her disappointment, answering, thank you. She thought to herself, is it because we haven't seen each other for a long time? So, it's a bit awkward. Benjamin has become more distant. Then he continued the conversation, announcing, well, Eve, I have something to tell you. When he saw Ivan still looking toward the parlor direction, his gaze suddenly became confused. Looking worried, this made Benjamin end the conversation here, saying, but now is not the time. Several exquisite desserts were quickly served. Katarina promptly asked, "I heard you had an accident. Are you all right?" But she was immediately urged by Theodore. "Skip the empty pleasantries. Get to the point." This made her awkwardly reply, "I understand. Recently, I've heard rumors that your majesty is receiving young ladies, saying you're looking for a woman who could become queen." This news surprised him a bit. "I was just playing with her, but there are already rumors." Then Theodore directly asked, "Is that so? Perhaps you don't want that position of queen." Katarina then explained, "How could I not want it? Although I'm ambitious, lately I've realized I need to know what's appropriate. So this time, I want to discuss something else with your majesty. I want to get Ferdinand, and I hope you can help me consolidate my position." Theodore showed an indifferent attitude to this. "It sounds grandiose." Katarina hurriedly mentioned the key point. "Ivan Sergei, if you help me, I will find that girl who disappeared 10 years ago for you." The parlor remained silent, making Ivan lose patience. While waiting, she took the initiative to ask, "Hey, Benjamin, do you know what Katarina wants to say?" He quickly guessed, "Let me think. I'm the only one who applied to enter the palace. I don't understand why she suddenly insisted on coming." This information surprised Devon. Katarina voluntarily entered the palace after that incident. "I thought she was scared and wanted to run away." "No, if it's the Katarina I know, although arrogant and greedy, she never makes the same mistake twice. Because she's a clever woman, she must have some reason for coming here, perhaps to redeem past mistakes." Katarina, who was groomed to be queen since childhood, must have undergone years of strict training to reach her goal. She wouldn't give up easily. Shocked by Katarina's words, Theodore hurriedly asked, "How do you know that name?" She immediately answered confidently, "Although I'd like to say it's a secret, because I want your majesty to trust me, I'll tell you honestly. I happened to see it in the master bedroom of Ferdinand Mansion's tower. During inspection, I accidentally found a document containing her information. Simply put, I shouldn't trust Ferdinand now. There must be something mysterious hidden about Yvonne Senisha." Katarina thought to herself, how could a woman from a declining family have anything hidden and no trace of Yvonne could be found? Theodore looked at her, silently calculating that her reaction seemed to indicate this information had high value for leverage, then immediately asked, "Can you steal that document?" She hurriedly added, "The place storing the documents was originally tightly sealed by Ferdinand's magic. I myself could only enter that room once." Nevertheless, Theodore directly refused. "Fine, but I can't help you against the current master of Ferdinand Mansion." Katarina then agreed. "I don't want that either. If your majesty could provide some support, I'll handle it myself." Then he suddenly asked, "Regarding this matter, do you know a woman called Eve Roland?" She quickly answered, "About Eve, I know her better than anyone. You once said you would appoint Eve as night guard, right?" Theodore nodded without hesitation. "That's correct." He thought to himself, "Before losing my memory, I don't understand why I made such a choice." Katarina then deliberately emphasized, "Strange, isn't it? Such a mediocre knight apprentice doesn't deserve to be a guard." Facing his question, "What are you trying to say?" she suddenly asked, "I wonder if you felt your heart race when you're with Eve?" Theodore was silent for a long time, then stammered, "That thing." He quickly recalled the image of being with her, and that accidental kiss. Then Katarina offered a suggestion. "Could it be because Benjamin used black magic? I suspect she was suddenly brought to your side because she was someone Benjamin particularly liked." This made Theodore secretly question, "Benjamin Ferdinand used black magic to send Evelyn to my side?" Katarina continued her offensive. "Ferdinand is spreading rumors everywhere. Everyone is talking about that woman, a woman with a mysterious background by your side. There are rumors saying Eve is a bribe for an upcoming agreement. You can investigate freely if what I say is a lie. You can take my life anytime, but if this is the truth, then your majesty must repay my trust with action." Theodore coldly replied, "No need to say more." After pushing away her hand, he nodded in agreement. "I accept this proposal." This made Katarina secretly delighted. "I've finally taken back what belongs to me. This time I won't let him leave." Eve immediately opened the reception room door under Ivan's expectant gaze. She wanted to rush toward him directly, but suddenly stopped when she saw the scene before her, her face showing extreme disappointment. When she saw Theodore and Katarina holding hands, and Theodore showing no concern for Ivan's anxiety, Benjamin excitedly asked, "It seems the talk went well, but can someone explain to me what's going on?" Theodore glanced at both of them, then remembered Katarina's words, "Use me to prevent dirty insect from invading." After a flash of sinister smile, Theodore also decided to announce, I will hold a wedding with Ferdinand. This news left Eve standing there as if struck by lightning, while other knights confusedly asked, "What did you say?" With Lady Katarina, Ferdinand, Theodore quickly confirmed, "From now on, treat Katarina Ferdinand well." Katarina was displaying an extremely smug expression at this time. A scream immediately followed, as Ivan tried to pick up what she had just dropped. When she saw the ring between herself and Theodore, she cried in humiliation. Along with his proposal, "Will you be my wife?" She clutched the ring tightly to her chest, painfully asking herself, "Theodore, what should I do now?" At this time, the carriage quickly left the palace, carrying Katarina back to her residence. Benjamin, who accompanied her, was very happy. "Seems like good news," she quickly replied. "Is it? I just want to take back what originally belonged to me." But Benjamin warned, "Things aren't that simple. Don't get carried away if you don't want to see more blood." Katarina felt extremely disappointed in her heart. "No one supports me. Why does everyone speak ill of me? Eve was the one who stole what I work hard for." Then she politely answered, "I understand," secretly telling herself, "This time I won't make mistakes. I won't let anyone steal anything from me again." Then she pretended to kindly remind, "Mr. Benjamin should also be careful." She recalled the scene when Theodore announced, "I will hold a wedding with Ferdinand. From now on, treat Katarina Ferdinand well." Ivan felt humiliated and ran away, making Benjamin anxious, constantly looking in her direction. At that moment, Katarina secretly recognized his true feelings. Then Katarina bluntly commented, "Expose your true nature, didn't you?" Benjamin tried to stay calm, speaking casually. "Is that so?" She kept saying she was the winner. "I'll be very busy from now on. Starting tomorrow, I'll frequently visit the palace to prepare for the wedding." This tone made Benjamin feel disgusted, sarcastically saying, "Yes, must be very busy." Standing before neatly arranged, luxurious items, Katarina couldn't hide her joy as she exclaimed, "What's this?" Theodore deliberately answered, "Just say what you want. I'll fulfill everything. I'm willing to offer up all of Albrecht." These mushy words made the knights shake their heads and sigh. Katarina then tightly hugged Theodore. "I'm so happy. Thank you for preparing these things for me. But actually, just being able to stay by your Majesty's side like this, I already feel like I own the whole world. Do I really deserve these things?" Her coquettish words made everyone present uncomfortable, but Theodore instead gently replied, "Of course, you completely deserve the best things. Then go select the most magnificent dress to match this status." Katarina obediently agreed. "All right, I'll go and come right back." After she left, Armin tentatively asked, "Your Majesty, do you really intend to marry Lady Katarina?" He then happily answered, "Why not?" In Armin's mind, this thought quickly surfaced. She's the former queen's granddaughter, reportedly the emperor's recommended choice, a woman who once broke off an engagement. There were too many reasons to object, but he struggled to restrain himself from saying discouraging words. "As long as your Majesty is satisfied." Theodore then nodded in confirmation. "Good." In his heart, he tried to comfort himself. "I've always lived like this, Yvonne. Just to see you one more time, I'm willing to wear a mask, pretend to smile happily while wielding a sword." Yvonne suddenly appeared, making Armin quickly glance over. Even Theodore immediately looked at her, then reminded himself, "Yes, as long as it's not that woman." Unexpectedly, Ivan boldly said, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." When he saw the hairpin, he was startled. "Where did you get this from?" Old memories resurfaced in her mind. She always remembered Theodore's inquiring words. "You weren't wearing it then." She also explained, "My hairstyle was short, so it didn't suit me." Nevertheless, Theodore still tried to persuade. "It's still beautiful." "Why?" Ivan immediately gave the answer. "Because it's really precious, so I only wanted to wear it on special occasions." Then she boldly questioned him, "Don't you remember? This was a gift given to me by your Majesty personally." Theodore's headache suddenly returned, making him sigh helplessly. "My heart is racing. My head is about to explode. Is this all caused by black magic?" But Ivan continued to propose. "Even if I say anything now, you won't listen. In this letter, I wrote down the 6 months of memories your Majesty lost. If you want to know who I am, please read it, no matter how uncomfortable it makes you." Confused thoughts kept appearing in Theodore's mind. Who is she really? Why does she disturb my heart? I really want to know. Then he deliberately reached for the letter, but heard Katarina's urgent call, "Theodore." She also quickly noticed Ivan's presence, making Katarina hurry toward the two of them. "Oh, Eva's here too. Are you all gathered here chatting? I hope I'm not interrupting." "What a beautiful hairpin, Theo. I want that hairpin too." Give it to me. Unexpectedly, he suggested. Eve returned the hairpin to Katarina. She had another chance to be haughty as she urged, "Hey, did you hear that? Give it to me quickly." But received Yvonne's cold refusal. "I won't give it. Who do you think you are?" This made Katarina quickly call Theodore's name coquettishly, "Your Majesty." He suddenly grabbed Ivan's sword, then mercilessly cut Ivan's hair, causing the hairpin to lose its support and fall to the ground before Ivan's shocked expression. Then Theodore added another blow. "Now you don't need it anymore, because you no longer have hair." No longer wavering, after receiving Theodore's strike, Eve fell completely silent. When the sword pierced the floor, he abandoned Eve, never looking back, vowing never to return to his weak past self who couldn't protect Yvonne. Eve was still trembling, holding her injured face, while that cunning woman Katarina was happily screaming word by word because she had gotten Theodore. Theodore raised his eyebrows at Eve one last time, thinking to himself that there was only one path he must take, and if anyone dared to obstruct it, no matter who, he wouldn't forgive them. Other dukes ran to Eve's side to comfort her, but now she was like that lost soul in Eve's memory from that morning. In her garden, she and Theodore enjoyed the cool air together under the tree. Eve suddenly stroked Theodore's head, saying she must return inside. The man casually begged Eve to stay with him a little longer, their hands tightly intertwined. "But these days you keep finding excuses to escape. Work is piling up like mountains. Even when I'm not here, I can hear Armand complaining about the workload." Theodore put on a pitiful yet endearing expression, trying to tempt Eve. She was struck in the heart by Cupid's arrow shot from his beauty. Having to accept his request, she shyly answered, "Just a day, okay? Because you look tired, I'll let you rest a bit longer." Eve was still worried about how to explain to Armand later, but Theodore noticed the beads of sweat on her neck. Perhaps the air was too stuffy, even though they were in a cool place. Theodore wished winter would come quickly. "Why do you think so? Is it because it's too hot?" Eve asked him. "Eve, you hate summer, don't you? It's really hot, hard to breathe, even standing still, let alone moving around. But I really like summer." As soon as the words fell, Eve lovingly kissed Theodore's lips. This sudden action made him unable to control his emotions. Eve said the main reason was because she could meet Theodore in summer. The more she spoke, the more he became immersed in Eve's presence. "Is that how you feel? How touching." "Well, if I have to say whether I like it or not, I hate winter. Winter is cold. It's the season that took away my most precious thing." Theodore reached out to gently caress Eve's cheek. "I will make everything better, make autumn, winter, and even spring beautiful. I will stay by your side forever." Past sweet memories began to ignite. Everything was consumed by the incinerator. She watched those moments turn to ashes with a bitter, expressionless face. That man who seemed born only for me appeared like a dream in the hot summer. Now no one can teach me love as fierce as fire anymore. At this moment, Theodore and that damn Katarina were admiring the first snowflakes. Theodore looked up at the sky, as if wanting to pour out all his feelings. Then he closed his eyes, accepting surrender before Eve. The two were intimate again, like young lovers. Perhaps this was one of the worst reasons why Eve hated winter so much. Watching the couples return to their mansion, as soon as they entered the room, the servants were driven out by Theodore, leaving only him and Katarina. As usual, Katarina clung to Theodore, not leaving his side for a step. But once the door closed, he forcefully pushed her away. Then he left with a completely different mood. She sneered, "You become cold once out of sight, don't you? My fiancé. Wasn't this agreed upon from the start? Don't tell me you expected to have any feelings for me." Theodore harshly rebutted. The coldness in his words made Katarina want to bury her head in sand. Theodore took off his royal robe. However, she noticed something fall from Theodore's clothes. "This hairpin, you really won't give it to me? People will find it strange. You even ordered your confidant to draw swords for your fiancé. What will they think if they see I'm not wearing it?" A murderous aura quickly flashed toward Katarina. Theodore pressed her against the wall with an angry expression, his voice becoming extremely resentful. "Are you mad? Before you reach the position you want, all this help is just a facade of fake engagement. If you dare to think of yourself as my real fiancé, watch out for your head." The wall was punched by Theodore, but she stubbornly mentioned Eve's name before him. He boldly said that even while kissing his fiancée, he still couldn't stop caring about Eve. "You think I don't know?" Theodore froze for a few seconds, withdrawing his murderous aura, feeling somewhat unwell. Perhaps Katarina was right just now. Theodore did have special feelings for Eve. He couldn't forget his childhood love. Katarina added, "Your Majesty, please don't forget the purpose of this agreement. I'm searching for traces of a von Nisha. Eve is a cunning woman planted by Benjamin." Theodore replied, "We haven't found any evidence of them using black magic." She hadn't expected such prejudice still existed in Theodore's mind, so she said he wavered when Eve was near him. She knew they couldn't be together because it would affect the plan. After flirting with Theodore, Katarina made a suggestion. She wanted Theodore to give her complete control over Eve. The next morning, Eve was summoned to Theodore's place. Here, she received his special request. Theodore wanted Eve to become Katarina's exclusive guard. Eve refused, saying her duty was to protect Theodore, not anyone else. This made Theodore extremely angry. He even slammed the documents on the desk heavily, roughly making Eve pale. "Must I draw my sword to make you obey?" Before night Eve, Theodore emphasized this was an order, remembering last night when Katarina asked Theodore to hand Eve over to her. She promised to quickly find evidence proving someone was using black magic. Eve soon moved to Katarina's residence, and as the door opened, she saw her waiting in the room. The atmosphere gradually became oppressive. Katarina approached Eve, not only praising her beautiful hair, but also admitting it suited her style. For a knight, having long hair is a luxury, isn't it, Knight Eve? Eve couldn't speak. She could only endure listening to her insults. Then, the maids prepared a place for the two to handle work handover. Katarina invited Eve to sit down, wanting an opportunity to talk privately with her. Eve clenched her fists, fearing this cunning woman would play tricks. Helplessly, she couldn't resist the order. Eve sat down with Katarina with a heavy heart. Why did she suddenly choose her as her personal knight? She began speaking. "It seems you still have many questions. I also have some things I want to ask you. Please share your thoughts honestly." Eve questioned Katarina, "Why choose me as your personal knight?" "Of course, because I need Eve's help. As you know, I just arrived at the palace in this strange place. I also need someone to rely on." When I made the request to His Majesty, he immediately agreed. He was somewhat dissatisfied but helpless. Katarina then mentioned a more important issue. She spoke about how Eve had changed greatly after leaving Ferdinand, from a training knight to becoming His Majesty's personal guard. "What methods did you use to reach this position?" "What methods?" Katarina said everyone was curious. Eve suddenly revealing herself as a woman also made many people suspicious. "Did you seduce His Majesty with your female body?" "That's it." The two maids' gazes became more frightening. Eve felt insulted and jumped up shouting, "What are you saying?" The teacup consequently fell from the table, spilling entirely on Katarina. The maids quickly came forward asking and comforting constantly. Only Eve stood dumbfounded, feeling confused. She saw the slight burn and questioned Eve. "What is this? What will you do if I'm injured?" Eve couldn't be bothered to respond, as it was just a red mark on the skin. But this woman was making a deafening fuss over nothing. It seems you don't understand the current situation. Theodore has given me all authority over you. From now on, I am your master." Eve ordered Katarina not to mention Theodore's name with her dirty mouth, but she didn't back down at all. "Are you mad? Just because you're by Theodore's side, you think you've become important? But what can you do? Theodore doesn't care about someone like you at all. Theodore is so gentle. Even when he's busy, he makes time to see me, whispering sweet nothings in my ear every day. Do you understand? That's the difference between you and me." After speaking, she signaled to the two maids. They immediately came forward, tightly binding Eve's hands. Despite her desperate struggles, their movements were too quick. "If you want to complain, go complain to Theodore. He's the one who said any method is fine as long as we can find clues about black magic. Whether you fly or crawl, your body will remember, right?" When Katarina raised the steaming teapot, Eve became a bit scared. The steam wafting past her made Eve even more fearful. "It's training time, Eve. I'm going to correct that dirty mouth of yours again." The door was locked, desperate, miserable sounds echoing inside. Somewhere in the palace, two patrolling guards were discussing the tense situation in the palace. They didn't notice Ernest monitoring the situation behind them. According to the two guards, he's been like a different person lately, suddenly reverting to being a tyrant again. "I don't know who to follow. I heard his fiancée is not easy to deal with either." "You mean the young lady from Ferdinand? Every time I pass by her room, I can hear screaming. What are they doing in there? What will this empire become?" Ernest felt disillusioned because he didn't know what was happening. But one thing he knew was that Katarina and Theodore were engaged. What was happening in the palace? After hesitating, Ernest decided he couldn't let this go, so before the two guards checked the place, he waited for them hiding on the roof tiles. Then he successfully slipped past from behind. Ernest's primary task was to prevent Katarina from becoming queen, so his first planned step was to find Eve and understand the details of the situation. Just then, Ernest saw Eve's familiar silhouette flash by. She was also carrying out duties. Ernest hurried over. "Thank goodness I was just looking for you." But when he grabbed Eve's hand, Ernest was shocked because he saw something. Eve's face was covered in wounds, her swollen cheeks only temporarily bandaged. Ernest immediately questioned what happened. "What is this? Who did this? You're covered in injuries." Eve painfully replied, "It's useless to say anything, even if he knows I'm Yvonne. Theodore won't come back." As she spoke, Eve couldn't control her emotions, speaking word by word. Ernest immediately angrily called out Eve's name. Then he demanded they leave the palace together. "I can't let you stay here anymore. At least try to escape. Why endure this when you become like this?" Eve didn't know where she could go. In his dark bed, Theodore was experiencing a terrible nightmare. In the dream, he saw Ivan's figure being consumed by flames. She kept calling Theodore's name as the flames burned her skin. "Save me, Theodore, save me." The young man immediately rushed into the sea of fire. Unfortunately, Ivan was overwhelmed by that red thing and disappeared. "No matter what happens, I will save you." Just as the two were about to touch each other, Ivan completely vanished. "It's too late, Theodore. This is all your fault. Why did you anger Queen Margaret? Causing this disaster. It's all because of you. I won't forgive you because of you. My whole family died. Unforgivable." Theodore woke from the nightmare, his pillow wet with tears and sweat. The young man quickly sat up, thinking about that dream. Damn it, this dream again. Perhaps Theodore needed to clear his head. He drank a full glass of water placed beside him. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Anyway, this is a dream I haven't had in a long time. Don't worry." Theodore believed Ivan was still alive, so a strange energy emanated from him until Theodore realized something was wrong. His entire body was enveloped in purple light, his hands trembling uncontrollably as if something was about to appear. Suddenly, Armin's voice came. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Only at this moment did Theodore truly wake up, realizing he had experienced a dream within a nightmare. "Thank you for your hard work, but I'm worried you're about to break down. You haven't been sleeping at night lately." Theodore didn't want to answer this question, so he turned to another topic, asking Armin about the past tragedy. According to what was known, Armin still couldn't find any clues. The only survivor was the concubine Lady Grancy, who is currently in her hometown Leo, Brant mourning her husband, but she herself was also gravely ill and unable to speak clearly. Armin added that the fourth child Brian was missing, and the fifth child Yvonne's whereabouts were still unknown. Theodore had paid special attention to Yvonne last night. Despite searching multiple times, he still couldn't sense any traces left by Yvonne. Theodore was confused because he could feel it not long ago, but now he couldn't feel anything at all. Once he concentrated his thoughts, Eve's image appeared again. That woman again. Whenever I think of Yvonne, that woman's image always appears last, a mysterious woman who looks so similar to Yvonne. It's unbelievable. Theodore tried to push Eve from his mind. The headache eased slightly, but the young man couldn't suppress his curiosity, so he asked Armin about Eve's situation. Unfortunately, since Eve became Katarina's guard, Armin hadn't heard any news about her. Hearing this, Theodore also found it a bit strange, because she had previously insisted on controlling Eve and promised to find evidence of black magic, but a long time had passed without any movement from her. To find answers, Theodore decided to personally go ask Katarina for clarity. Armin asked if he wanted to send a message. Theodore refused, saying he wanted to give his fake fiancée a surprise from time to time. Katarina's room was always busy with maids, some cleaning, some wiping, while she sat leisurely sipping tea. "Finally, I'm satisfied. These jewels, this magnificent dress, and the Emperor's throne all rightfully belong to me. Eve used to be a happy woman. I just need to let her know she can never rise again. Daring to covet what belongs to others comes with a heavy price." At this time, the maid beside Katarina said, "My lady, is this really all right?" After all, she was His Majesty's personal guard if it's discovered. She comforted the maid, saying not to worry about that. She knew he wouldn't dare say anything to anyone because she already knew. That night in the Ferdinand house, Katarina discovered documents related to magic. She seemed panicked because she didn't know why these things would be in the Ferdinand mansion. Moreover, Katarina saw Eve and Theodore's signatures on that document. Although she hadn't decoded all the contents, it was clearly evidence of Eve and Benjamin using black magic on Theodore. Thinking of this, Katarina chuckled, daring to seduce the Emperor with black magic. Even though I torture her like this, she still hasn't revealed any information about black magic. It's unexpected. But with His Majesty's trust, everything is fine. Katarina told the maid, "It doesn't matter if Theodore knows about this. He won't care about what happens to Eve." Suddenly, someone shouted loudly outside her room, "What's happening?" Before Katarina, Theodore and Armand appeared, leaving her stunned. Theodore sternly demanded Katarina explain everything that happened that afternoon. Theodore suddenly came to Eve's room. She was still groggy due to wounds covering her entire body. Theodore approached the bedside. He didn't intend to say anything, just quietly observed. Suddenly Ernest appeared, telling Theodore not to wake Eve, as she had only just fallen asleep. "What are you doing here, Ernest?" The Emperor's questioning didn't trouble Ernest. Instead, he looked directly at Theodore, as if challenging him. Ernest gave a rather convincing reason, saying he saw Eve appeared to be in danger, so he brought her to this place. However, Theodore noticed the way Ernest addressed her, not knowing since when he dared to so disrespectfully call the Emperor's guard by name. Ernest feared no one. He answered, "You're the Emperor, yet you don't know what's happening to your guard?" There isn't a single unharmed spot on her body, from small scratches to countless burns. "Do you know what she's been through?" "How would I know if you don't tell me?" Theodore shouted. He believed Eve's endurance was a choice, which infuriated Ernest to hear. "Do you really think anyone could help her when the future Empress punishes her in the Emperor's name? Weren't you the one who made her endure blindly?" Theodore froze, his eyes showing obvious shock. Then, his gaze fell heavily. Ernest added, "Sorry for saying irrelevant things, but please don't do anything you'll regret," he said as he left the room. "This is my last request." The corridor grew increasingly empty, with only Ernest's lonely footsteps remaining. He just wanted to take Eve away from this dark dungeon. Ernest had said the same to Eve before, but she refused with an absurd reason. Theodore waited for her for 10 years, so she wanted to try a little harder. Ernest had always worried about everything Eve endured. In the silence, he shed tears, sobbing because Eve's endurance had exceeded the limits of a royal guard. Eve was too foolish. As darkness fell, Theodore still guarded Eve's bedside, perhaps blaming himself for his wrong decision. How did things turn out like this? Theodore gently held her scarred hand. His eyes were filled with thoughts. Before coming here, Theodore had to listen to Katarina's fabrications. She falsely accused Eve of attacking first. She kept saying Eve deliberately spilled hot tea on her, mocked and slandered her, seemingly seeking Theodore's trust. He half doubted Eve was the aggressor, then denied it. Impossible, though she has courage and daring, she wouldn't do something so foolish. Katarina said through gritted teeth, "Are you saying you trust a lowly guard more than your own fiancé? You should have told me earlier that ignoring rules in court when you're treated unfairly is unforgivable." Katarina no longer maintained pretenses, immediately abandoning her victim role, accusing Theodore of being the one who allowed her to do everything to find evidence. She blurted out, "Court rules? Your Majesty talks about rules? Wasn't it by breaking rules that your Majesty ascended to the throne? Isn't that right? And I'm willing to do anything to protect you, anything." The fragments on the ground acted like a catalyst, making Theodore understand everything. "So the bandages on Eve are because of that," he murmured. "I told you to leave here, even threatened to drive you away if you kept interfering with my affairs, yet you still linger here. Why? Why do this?" Speaking, Theodore gently kissed Eve's hand. He wondered if these lingering feelings were also because of black magic. Eve. After caressing her cheek, Theodore did something unexpected. He shared a sweet kiss with Eve in the empty room. The strange movement quickly awakened Eve, and she groggily woke up, unconsciously seeing a familiar face when there was some light. Only when fully awake did Eve realize Theodore was passionately kissing her. Eve couldn't resist. Due to her many wounds, she had no strength to push him away. Theodore also realized Eve was awake, but he didn't stop. Instead, gently lifting her head. They were both immersed in love, but Eve remembered Katarina's previous words about her using magic on Theodore. She suddenly came to her senses. Wait. Eve pushed Theodore away, creating distance between them. Eve murmured, "What's happening?" Did he remember? Theodore gripped the bed frame, not angry. "Why reject me? Isn't this what you wanted? You even wanted to become queen, willing to do anything to be with me." Then Theodore roughly grabbed Eve's hand. He pinned her hand to the bed. "So I'll fulfill all your wishes." Theodore continued forcefully kissing Eve, despite her repeated refusals. "Don't go. You were the one who pursued me first, or did you mistake someone else?" Eve pressed her lips tightly together. She suddenly sat up and grabbed Theodore's collar. "I didn't mistake anyone. Never. For me, there's only you." Afterwards, they exchanged a sincere kiss. When the door fully opened, Katarina witnessed everything, including their sweet conversation. She felt suffocated because she no longer had a place in Theodore's heart. Later, Theodore returned to his busy work schedule, and while he was busy, Armin was overjoyed at Eve's return. He quickly ran to Eve's side. "Long time no see. You must have suffered a lot lately." "Ah, yes. How's your body?" Eve glanced at Theodore, feeling somewhat emotional. "He knows everything about how Katarina tortured me." Theodore also secretly looked at Eve. Their eyes met awkwardly. He pretended nothing happened, ignoring that fateful night. Eve confided, "After we went too far, somehow he suddenly desired me, and I couldn't resist because I hadn't felt his warmth for so long." Eve sweetly called Theodore's name. "Don't call my name so casually." Although Theodore still couldn't remember, when he embraced me, he blamed himself. "These days we only knew how to hurt each other. I think it's time to end everything." Armin was still chattering about Theodore and Katarina's wedding, and Eve's recovery time was more relaxed, but Eve wasn't worried about the time for her wounds to heal. She only had a short week to make a choice. Either continue with Theodore, though they would both suffer, or it was time to let go. At this time, Theodore gave her a request. "Eve, go to the Ferdinand house immediately." Theodore said Katarina had something to tell her. Eve was somewhat reluctant, but she decided not to avoid it anymore. After a long journey, the carriage escorting Eve stopped in front of the Ferdinand house. "We've arrived, miss." Just after getting off the carriage, Eve felt nauseous, making the butler worry if his driving was too rough. Eve actually said this was just because she hadn't been feeling well lately. Snow was falling heavily outside. Eve stood before the huge door, feeling a sense of familiarity. "I'm here again." After knocking, the Ferdinand house butler welcomed Eve. "I'm here to see Lady Katarina. Please wait a moment." The butler returned inside, leaving Eve alone in the harsh weather. She felt so empty. Even after 30 minutes, Eve still wasn't allowed to enter. She hated Katarina because she called her here, yet treated her like a vagrant. It felt just like that fateful night. Eve saw Katarina's skirt through the door crack. Suddenly, she couldn't feel the snowflakes falling on her anymore. Someone was shielding her with an umbrella. It was Benjamin, who said, "Your lips are white. Your face is frozen stiff." "I'm fine. If you need anything, feel free to use Ferdinand House's resources. Whatever choice you make, I'll support you." Speaking, Benjamin handed her a strange liquid. This made Eve feel warm. Was this Ferdinand's magic? Benjamin noticed Eve's hand was bleeding again. "You've endured enough. This time make a choice for yourself." Just then, the butler returned to invite Eve in. "Please enter, Miss Eve. Lady Katarina is waiting for you." It was time to bid farewell to Benjamin. "You promised to return to thank him." "No need to thank me, Eve. For you, I can do anything." "Yes, anything." Deep in his words, black magic was gathering, returning to Eve. Katarina was very excited upon seeing her. "You came, Eve, or should I call you Yvonne Senisha? How do you know that name?" "It's not strange. I just found out recently." Who would have thought a trader's son would dare impersonate a government official? "Did you get what you wanted?" "I heard he wants to restore Senisha." Eve was confused by Katarina's vague words. "What are you talking about?" She sneered. "How shameless. The restoration matter has already caused an uproar in the palace. Come, regardless of your past, I don't care what relationship you have with Theodore. Let's talk properly, then leave here. Or do you really want to lose your honor and dignity? I believe you know how irresponsible your actions are." Katarina immediately emphasized, "I am Theodore's fiancée. I will be the one to help Theodore achieve his wishes." Eve pressed her lips together. I know. Unlike Katarina's dignity, Eve could neither reveal her true identity nor openly say she loved Theodore. Eve gently raised her sword, although Katarina kept mocking that Eve's presence would only bring trouble to Theodore. She was startled when she heard the sound of the sword being drawn. "What are you doing?" Eve's gaze hardened. Now is the time for a choice. This time make a choice for yourself. Ivan drew her sword, frightening Katarina. She stammered, Are you mad? Put down the sword." The protagonist stared at her, approaching step by step. Katarina, usually eloquent, was speechless facing Ivan's sword. "If you don't put it down, I'll tell Theodore." Hearing that dirty mouth speak that man's name made Ivan more determined. The protagonist charged forward. Accompanied by Katarina's scream, the blade grazed her hair. She dared not make a sound, trembling with fear. Ivan became bolder, pressing her advantage. "Why so panicked? Don't you know who I am? You have ears. Surely you've heard. This Yvonne Senisha has been practicing swordsmanship since age 3. Katarina's face was pale, but she still provoked to make herself feel better. "What do you think you're doing? If you hurt me, you won't escape either." Hearing this, Yvonne gripped her sword handle tightly. "Is that so? Let's see about that." The protagonist raised her sword and struck down heavily. After that incident, the palace gates opened. The coachman was still there waiting for Ivan. "I've been waiting for you, madam. It's cold. Please get in the carriage quickly." He noticed several bloodstains on the protagonist's clothes. Ivan walked straight past him into the carriage. "Please take me to the palace quickly." Sitting in the carriage, Ivan's emotions were complex. She clasped her hands tightly, thinking, "I finally did it, but I don't regret it." Katarina's cut hair lay scattered on the ground. "I had to avenge the suffering of this time. How could I possibly kill someone? But hurting the emperor's fiancée would surely cause an uproar, being rumored as a cold-blooded person. I don't care." Then Ivan loudly mocked her own fate. She laughed, but somehow tears flowed down. "If I am such a cold-blooded person, then I can't blame Theodore anymore either. Theodore, you always appear so innocent before me, gentle Theodore. Now I understand those images were all fake, but if under that false appearance, there was even one moment when you truly loved me, how could I give you up, Theodore?" Suddenly, the protagonist felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Ivan clutched her stomach. "What's happening? Is it because I haven't held a sword for so long? It will take some time to reach the palace. I should rest at the Ferdinand house." Katarina's sobbing could be heard. She covered her face in humiliation. Benjamin walked in mocking her. "How pitiful, Katarina." Katarina complained with tears all over her face. "You witnessed everything yet didn't help me." Benjamin slowly walked towards her. "Why should I help you? You've been torturing me all along. Eve has also suffered greatly. Do you really need to gasp like that?" She looked at him with cold eyes. "Benjamin Ferdinand." Benjamin looked at her contemptuously. "Am I wrong?" After Ivan left, Katarina fell into despair. "This man came to my side." She screamed like a madwoman. Benjamin came, opening another path for her. "How long will you make a scene?" Our deal continues. Katarina was at a loss. The master-servant contract has been burned. Eve is left too. What else is there? There's another way. Benjamin pulled something from his pocket. When Katarina saw it, her face turned pale. It was black magic. Benjamin would use it to erase Emperor Theodore's memories from the moment he changed. He would tell Katarina the specific method later. Katarina still hesitated. But if using black magic on royalty is discovered, Benjamin persuaded her. "Are you willing to lose the position of empress?" Hearing this, Katarina agreed. "I'll do it. I have nothing left to lose anyway." She picked up the magic orb. Benjamin asked Katarina, "Did you complete the task I gave you?" She handed him the ball. "This is the crystal containing Eve's sword energy. Just take it to Theodore and falsely accuse Eve of using black magic." Benjamin approved of this method. "With such obvious evidence, that foolish emperor will surely waver. How dare he seduce my Eve with that pitiful emotion? I will never forgive him. You should head to the palace soon too." Katarina was surprised at these words. "Now?" But Eve has already left. Benjamin arranged for Eve's carriage to have problems, so Katarina could arrive first. He would arrive after her, disturbing Theodore's mind. Katarina followed Benjamin's words and left immediately. Meanwhile, Ernest was riding at full speed, very worried. Damn Theodore, knowing full well how Katarina tortured Eve, yet still having the heart to send her to Ferdinand house. I must hurry. Just then, he noticed a court carriage ahead, the driver anxiously fiddling with something. Ernest immediately inquired about the situation. What's wrong? The driver reported. The carriage suddenly had problems, so I requested to open the door to explain to her. Ernest looked carefully inside the carriage. Ivan seemed to have lost consciousness due to severe abdominal pain. In the protagonist's mind at that moment, she only wanted Theodore to come save her. Katarina did arrive first, and she brought the crystal ball to Theodore. Look at this. This crystal is evidence of Eve using black magic. Theodore looked at the crystal ball, somewhat dazed. Did Eve Roland really use black magic on me? Katarina urged. It's time to admit it. Eve using black magic to seduce your majesty is equivalent to contempt and deception of the royal family. Theodore hesitated, thinking there was no reason for this. Katarina even provoked. This must be because of your lover. Theodore was stunned hearing these words. Katarina seemed to have achieved her goal, secretly smiling. Didn't I tell you earlier? Eve is Benjamin's beloved woman, especially when visiting Ferdinand on your majesty's orders. She rushed to find Benjamin as soon as she arrived there. Katarina spoke to Theodore with feigned sympathy. I never thought she would be such a person, willing to use anyone for her own benefit, just hoping to gain men's sympathy. She secretly sighed. Aren't I the same? Katarina smoothly told lies, pretending to inquire about Ivan. Why hasn't she returned to the palace yet? She left earlier than me. She must be without remorse, thanks to you, Theodore. Katarina was secretly pleased. If Eve receives even a word of comfort from you, even the smallest, the entire kingdom would shake. When Theodore felt confused, Katarina added, or perhaps she's spending quality time with Benjamin? Theodore irritably called the guards to inquire. The guard reported. She's said to be staying in a small town near Ferdinand. For some reason, Ernest and Benjamin are there too. Katarina, standing nearby, also heard this news and added fuel to the fire. Didn't I say so? Ernest too. Theodore indeed sent people there. She pretended to be confused. Were the three of them plotting? Are they planning to overthrow your majesty and put Ernest on the throne? This is such a worrying situation. Therefore, I have a proposal to make. Would your majesty allow me? Katarina's face showed an extremely dangerous expression. On the protagonist's side, Ivan learned important news. Pregnant, Ernest was more excited than his friend. How is that possible? Could it be some illness again? The doctor was dizzy from these people. She is indeed pregnant, still in early stages. No abnormal signs in the body. But this is the first time I've seen a patient cry so painfully. Ivan held her stomach, still feeling as if in the clouds. Could the protagonist have guessed that using swordsmanship sometimes has side effects? Mr. Gunther also told Ivan. For instance, during pregnancy, the fetus might be startled and react negatively in self-defense, causing physical discomfort. But having a new family member will be joyful. Ivan still couldn't believe it. Really, Theodore and I are going to have a baby. Ernest saw the protagonist's silence and asked worriedly, Eve, are you all right? Ivan cried tears of joy. I'm not crying because I'm sad, but because I'm scared and confused. I can't believe I'm going to have a family. I'm even ecstatic about it. Just then another person entered. Benjamin, why are you here? Benjamin said naturally. I heard your carriage had trouble. Sorry for hearing everything. Perhaps I chose the wrong timing. Ivan politely replied, It's all right. It's nothing. Benjamin, with a smile that could be either sincere or false, congratulated Ivan on having a child. But the protagonist still felt happy about it. Thank you, Benjamin. But Eve, I actually came to tell you something important. Benjamin said to the protagonist, Listen carefully. Don't be too surprised. In Theodore's castle, empty wine bottles scattered on the ground. Theodore leaned by the window, drinking bottle after bottle. He was already drunk. Theodore spoke to Ivan in a heartless tone. So you're willing to come back? If you like wandering around as you please, then resign from your night guard position. Eve Roland. Looking at the pile of wine bottles on the floor, Eve said sarcastically, I never thought you loved drinking so much. Theodore coldly turned his face away and answered, It's none of your concern. You never cared from the beginning. Stop acting. Ivan's heart shattered hearing these words. Your Majesty, is that all you want to say? Theodore couldn't understand the person before him, and Katarina's word from the afternoon made him even colder. What do you want me to say? Do you want me to complain about you? How is that different from loving you and getting hurt because of it? Ivan suddenly burst into tears, unable to suppress the sadness in her heart. Is it true, the rumor that Katarina is carrying your child? Theodore suddenly fell silent, then confirmed, yes. Why are you making that expression? It's all an act. Weren't you also pretending to love me? Don't you also have things you've hidden from me? I'm the same. Don't be sad. It's all pretense. Just a temporary strategy to solve problems. This afternoon, Katarina made a suggestion, asking Theodore to pretend she was pregnant. As someone carrying the royal heir, Katarina would gain leadership, and Theodore could consolidate his throne. Theodore approached the protagonist, saying in his heart, "She will use me and then abandon me." Ivan was still crying, sobbing. "Then I'll resign from this night guard position. My presence here only makes everyone uncomfortable, Katarina and you both." But then Theodore made a strange move. He reached out and embraced the protagonist, pleading, "No, don't go." He couldn't let go. Theodore held Ivan tightly, softly begging, "Don't go, please." Ivan couldn't understand this person who was sometimes distant, sometimes close. She always had to follow. Ivan asked him again, "If I don't leave, what will change? You can't suddenly remember everything, nor can you break off the engagement with Katarina because of her pregnancy. How much longer must I endure in this place?" Theodore fell silent. "Aren't you coveting her position?" Ivan was surprised by his thoughts. "That's why you went to Benjamin Ferdinand, right?" Theodore turned to make the protagonist face him. Ivan immediately interrupted. "Wait, your majesty, you're drunk, so you're not thinking clearly." Theodore continued, "If you really want me by your side, then kill her. If you love me, prove it by killing her." Ivan was frightened by that inhuman face and voice. "You want me to kill someone?" Theodore answered, "Yes, that's true love." He didn't know what to do. To prove love to the person he loved, all Theodore could do was show his determination to sacrifice everything for that person. He pressed his lips against the protagonist. Ivan couldn't accept it. She refused. "You're mad. Your majesty has gone mad." But life had taught Theodore to live cruelly. Precisely because Ivan had brought him light, and now memories were forgotten, Theodore only said what he thought was right. "Yes, perhaps so." Then he gradually fell, both kneeling on the ground. Ivan supported Theodore's head with her knees, her hands trembling, wanting to touch this person she loved to death. But reason wouldn't allow the protagonist to do so. "Theodore, Ivan resolutely sat up straight. Perhaps the protagonist gave herself one last chance. That night, the protagonist gathered her most trusted people. "Benjamin, Ernest, I have a favor to ask. Please help me." The day of the century's wedding arrived. Early in the morning, drums echoed through the Ferdinand palace. Servants ran frantically back and forth. "Bring more flowers here. Decorate it as magnificently as possible." Flags of all colors flew everywhere. Theodore sat in his palace, with little joy on his face. Armin clearly saw this. "Your Majesty, today is a joyous day. Why is your expression so gloomy? This is an engagement ceremony. You must show joy." Theodore didn't need this advice. He suddenly turned and left, always speaking empty words. "How's that matter going?" Armin was startled by the question. "You mean Eve? All submitted resignations have been cancelled as per your Majesty's orders." Armin felt sorry for the protagonist. "I heard she's preparing to leave Ferdinand." Theodore pondered for a moment. "Everything is ready. I don't know what she'll choose. I'm really looking forward to it." So he was waiting for Ivan's action. Since the previous night, Ivan here was assigned to escort the bride. Miss Katarina Ferdinand appeared. She wore magnificent attire adorned with sparkling diamonds. Ivan found it blinding. "Are you well? If you're not sick, why wear such heavy makeup?" Katarina laughed sarcastically. "Just say if you're jealous. Are you jealous of what I have that you don't?" The protagonist didn't want to argue with this venomous woman. She turned to the guard saying, "Everything is ready for the bride. Let's go." Katarina pouted thoughtfully. Her expression hadn't changed at all, surely planning something. The procession traveled through forest roads, the path rough with mud and stones everywhere. The wheels caused the carriage to shake from the bumps. Katarina leaned out to scold. "Hey, is this the right direction?" The guard answered awkwardly. "Sorry, We haven't had time to repair the road due to wedding preparations. She threatened fiercely. Be careful. I'm about to become a royal member, or are you deliberately taking me on dangerous roads to harm me? Is that it? Eve. Ivan led the procession on horseback. She observed and assessed. This place is about right. Katarina couldn't understand. What are you mumbling about? Suddenly, a shout rang out. We're under attack. Katarina immediately panicked. A group of people dressed entirely in black, faces covered, each carrying weapons. The guards reminded each other, focus on protecting Lady Katarina. An assassin had already reached her carriage. In the palace, guards also notified Theodore. Your Majesty, terrible news. He was initially calm. If there's anything, report it. It's like this. After hearing the report, Theodore's expression changed. Armin was also shocked, speechless. Ivan had left a handwritten letter on the table. I'm sorry I must say goodbye, Your Majesty. Thanks to you, these past months were filled with emotion. Sometimes laughing heartily, sometimes crying bitterly. Although I once swore to sacrifice everything for love, as a knight holding the sacred sword, I cannot betray my family's noble teachings. Please forgive this helplessness. This is my engagement gift to you. I'm just a foolish woman who caused you trouble. An assassin was pursuing Katarina. She was so frightened her legs went weak. Just as the sword was about to strike, Ivan appeared, taking the blow to protect Theodore's bride. Katarina froze in shock. Blood began flowing endlessly. The sword pierced directly through Ivan's heart, where Theodore's image had always resided. Please allow me to bid farewell until we meet again. It was my honor to meet you. May you stay healthy forever. Goodbye. When the guard reported this shocking news to Theodore, Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. What is it? It's like this. Eve sacrificed herself while on duty. This news struck Theodore like a bolt from the blue. What? Armin was also extremely confused. Eve is dead? The guard wiped sweat from his forehead, reporting in more detail. I heard she was attacked by assassins on the way here and sacrificed herself protecting Lady Katarina. Theodore walked toward him, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up. If you dare lie to me, I'll gouge out your eyes, cut off your tongue, and throw you to the beasts. The terrified guard immediately confirmed. It's true. She sacrificed herself to protect Lady Katarina. Theodore's expression changed. He had something in mind. The guard was released, falling to the ground. Theodore turned to leave. Armin anxiously called out, Your Majesty, where are you going? The engagement ceremony is about to begin, but Theodore coldly said just 2 words, cancel it. Order the knights to capture all assassins alive. Don't touch Eve's body. I must get to the scene immediately. I need to see it with my own eyes to believe it. Ernest was also deeply worried about Ivan. Just then the butler came in to report. Lord Ernest, Emperor Theodore is heading to the scene. Hearing this news, Ernest sighed. Very well. I expected my brother would do this. His eyes were filled with concern, as if something had happened. Eve, is this all right? All assassins at the scene were captured alive. The swordsmen were also wounded. Ivan's body was laid on white cloth, the swordsmen all grieving at this sight. She lay there, eyes closed as if merely sleeping. Theodore, if one day you recover your memories, I hope you won't be sad seeing me like this. My deeply loved one, please don't let your heart break over my repeated deaths. Saying I don't resent you for not recognizing me would be a lie. But thank you for not forgetting, for always searching for me. I'm truly content. The white cloth covered Ivan's face, final tears floating silently on her face. After the horrific attack, Katarina huddled in a corner. Her face brightened seeing Theodore, who came galloping on horseback. Not for Katarina, of course, but for that girl. Theodore pushed her aside carelessly as he rushed past. Katarina sat on the ground resentfully, cracks suddenly appearing on her face. She covered her face in confusion. Why is my face suddenly cracking? Has the dark curse been broken? No, if I recover my memories. Theodore's face was covered in exhaustion and nervous sweat. Seeing Ivan lying there, white silk covering her face, he couldn't believe it. Impossible. Open your eyes, please, Eve. Finally, Theodore cried out. No, Eve. At that moment, the memory of her introducing herself as Ivan flashed in his mind. I am Ivan. Don't touch my filthy things. If you really want to be with me, kill that woman. The chess pieces are set. Which move will you choose? Holding Ivan's pale face, Theodore was filled with regret. It's all my fault. It was my order. I hurt her with cruel words. I wasn't foolish enough to not recognize the woman I love. I love you, Eve. What use is remembering everything now? Theodore mocked his own fate. The swordsman stood in the corner. No one dared speak. Theodore laughed and cried. It was me. I killed you, Ivan. My beloved, the one who returned. I killed you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Eve, please come back. In the inner city, people gathered to watch the commotion. Lyndon was there too. Seeing everyone talking, he asked what happened. She told Lyndon as well. Everything's in chaos. Heard the Emperor's private knight died. Something must have happened on the engagement day. Hearing this news, he was shocked. What? Lord Brian? I must go to the scene immediately. It won't take long. Please wait. Brian agreed. Before leaving, Lyndon instructed, during this time, you must not run away. Brian looked at his face, guessing something major must have happened. Brian looked toward the forest's edge, discovering something, as if someone had just passed through the dense undergrowth. Yvonne wore a cloak, standing with Benjamin. This way we can hide our identities until we reach the border. Hang in there, Eve. So she hadn't died in that mansion. Ivan placed her hand on the glass, muttering to herself. Once we cross this mountain, we'll reach the border. The weather's warm too. Following Benjamin's advice to go south was right. If we find a chance to slip into another country, we can escape safely. The protagonist leisurely sipped her tea. I wonder if news of my death has reached Theodore's ears. Going back to Ivan's plan, when she met Ernest and Benjamin, she proposed this crazy idea. Ernest was very confused at first. What? Create a fake Eve corpse? Yes, with Benjamin's magic, it's possible, right? Benjamin pondered. If it's a puppet similar to the person, it's doable. With some convincing details, the Emperor will surely panic, unable to distinguish true from false. Then on the wedding day, I'll play Katarina's guard, and the plot will be that I sacrifice myself protecting Katarina. This plan was too cruel for Theodore. Ernest worried about both his brother and Ivan. Do we really have to do this, Eve? The protagonist had thought long and hard before making this decision. His obsession is unusually deep. Theodore spent 10 years searching for Ivan without giving up. If he knows I'm alive, even if that place is the end of the world, no matter how long, he won't give up. For my sake, and for Theodore's, I believe this is the best way. Ernest gently patted her head. Stop frowning. For the child in your womb, you need to be happy now. I'll stay here to stop Theodore. Ivan was surprised by Ernest's words. What? What? Honestly, I'm not very confident, but I want to do what I can for my brother in this troubled empire. I'm sorry I can't keep our promise to escape together. Yvonne was speechless, silently watching Ernest. Ernest turned to Benjamin, saying, so please take good care of Eve. This handshake was like entrusting all trust to Benjamin. Ernest had finally grown up. Ivan felt very sad about the situation before her. He shouldn't go too far either. After everything was decided, Ivan continued drinking tea, but she noticed Benjamin's expression was strange. Something terrible has happened, Eve. What is it? What happened? She stood up involuntarily. I heard Emperor Theodore has taken your fake corpse into the palace. This news worried Ivan. Her hands trembled. What should we do? What if we're caught like this? Benjamin placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort the protagonist. Calm down, Eve. I told you, no matter what happens, I'll protect you and the child. In this urgent moment, Benjamin's words moved Ivan. She hugged him tightly. Don't worry too much. I'll solve everything. Just trust me. Benjamin seemed to have achieved his wish, showing an extremely cunning expression. In Theodore's palace, it was now midnight. Theodore still sat quietly in his chair. He thoughtfully stared at Ivan's body. She lay there, motionless. How ridiculous. How could I not recognize you? What should I do? I only did wrong by you. I'm truly sorry. I'm sorry, Ivan. When he was at his most painful, someone entered from outside. Armin appeared, softly saying, Your Majesty, please forgive me. I found a letter in the study. This seems to be a letter left for you. After Theodore read the letter, he laughed self-mockingly. How lovely. You let me suffer all the torment after losing my memories, yet only left behind a letter full of abuse. If I forgot and mistreated you, even hit your head, you should have killed me and run away. Foolish Ivan, why do you lie there so cold? I'm truly a murderer, no different from those who killed Eve. Look, Armin, after healing the wounds, she looks like she's just sleeping. Theodore painfully bent down close to Ivan, his hand wanting to touch the protagonist's cold hand. I would do anything to bring you back to life. In desperation, people do the most foolish things, and Theodore was no exception. He thought of black magic. Could black magic resurrect the dead? Theodore immediately ordered Armin to contact the kingdom of Kerbel. Armin was surprised by this. Why so sudden? Isn't that the place with the famous national treasure? Tell him I want it. Armin seemed to guess His Majesty's intentions, his face turning pale. Your Majesty, that's impossible. They would never easily give up their national treasure from start. Theodore cared nothing about this. He would do anything to bring Eve back to life, even if it meant war or destroying the world. Theodore's eyes became extremely cold. So wait a moment, my love. Armin quickly ran to Theodore, anxiously saying, "Please wait, Your Majesty." War? Are you joking? How could you think of something so crazy? If war breaks out because of Eve, how much would she suffer? Theodore thought heartbrokenly. Would Eve suffer? Yes, Your Majesty. Eve is a kind and gentle person. She would be very sad if anyone had to sacrifice themselves. The prince turned his face, saying in a low voice, "Yes, that's the kind of person Eve is." Armin sighed in relief, saying, "Finally, although Your Majesty cherishes Eve, how could you think this method would work? You want to know what exactly was the relationship between you two?" Suddenly, someone entered the palace, startling Armin, who vaguely recognized the person as. He said he was Guardian Knight Linden. "Sorry I'm late. I just returned from completing Your Majesty's task." Theodore was surprised. "What order of mine?" Armin suddenly realized. "Our Lord Linden was entrusted with a secret mission by Your Majesty." I don't know the specifics, but Theodore couldn't remember what he had told him. Linden lowered his head and whispered, "So you really lost your memories?" Your Majesty asked again what the mission was. Knight Linden hesitated. "Speak quickly, don't dawdle." Linden honestly revealed the secret, his expression sad, his heart pained. "I found the surviving Senisha people." Armin couldn't believe this had happened. One of the 3 rebel families eliminated 10 years ago. Theodore thought to himself, "This is absurd. I actually forgot the order I gave to Yvonne." Knight Linden promised, "I will correct my mistakes myself." Your Majesty walked closer, saying, "Plans have changed. Even if we must overthrow the Empire, we must find a way to resurrect Yvonne at any cost." Armin and Linden were surprised. "Your Majesty, have you recovered your memories?" Theodore said firmly, "I'm going to Ferdinand. Perhaps Ferdinand's magic can save Ivan." Katarina, sitting in her room, covered her face sobbing. She screamed, "No, this can't be." She angrily smashed the mirror. "Why have I become like this now?" She dare not look at her face in the mirror anymore. Her face was no longer as beautiful as before. She said, "I am the one who should become the Empire's Empress." Suddenly Theodore violently pushed open the door. She was terrified. He stared at her, gesturing for her to follow him. "Following that person who came specially to see me." He immediately grabbed her collar. "If you dare call me by that title again, I'll cut out your tongue. Or perhaps you don't need this life anymore. Ivan died because of you." Katarina was stunned, her face turning cold, wanting to say, "So you remember, the black magic really failed." She was completely at a loss. Would she die here? Katarina furrowed her brows, sincerely begging Theodore to spare her life. "I don't want to die yet." At that moment, only one thought occupied her mind. "I don't want to die." Katarina suddenly remembered the image of an ancient tree. She cried out, "In the kingdom of Ferdinand, there's an ancient tree with special powers. Perhaps it could save Ivan." Hearing this, Theodore gradually released her. Katarina, still shaken, breathed a sigh of relief. Theodore asked skeptically, "Ferdinand has such a thing?" Katarina wept, sobbing. "Your Majesty, please spare my life." Theodore sneered, threatening in a low voice, "Don't worry, I won't easily destroy useful things. Now I'll make full use of it. Take me there." The scene shifts to Katarina's mansion, where servants stood in shock. Seeing their lady's condition, they could only say in surprise, "Lady Katarina." Theodore grabbed Katarina's hair, dragging her inside, coldly asking, "Where are we going?" Katarina trembled. Pointing ahead, she said, "In the greenhouse, you'll see it there." Theodore looked in that direction, seeing a glass door emanating an eerie purple light. Theodore dragged Katarina by her hair as they approached, and when they got close, Theodore was stunned. He stammered, guessing he had hidden this thing here. Indeed, it was a tree containing extraordinary power. Theodore was ecstatic. "With this power, I can save Ivan." But when he reached out to touch it, suddenly a bolt of lightning shot out. Theodore immediately recognized it as a barrier. Katarina said through her pain, "This is Ferdinand Kingdom's forbidden ground. No one can approach without the family head's permission." Theodore angrily cursed. Damn it! Theodore tried with all his might to break the barrier. He couldn't accept this. He had to break it at all costs. no matter what. Katarina tried to stop him. Stop, this will kill you. But Theodore remained stubborn, with only one strong will. I'd rather die if it means saving Ivan. Katarina spoke bluntly. Isn't it pathetic to be so obsessed with a girl who's already gone? Hearing this, Theodore froze. At that moment, Benjamin suddenly appeared. He asked Theodore, "What are you doing here?" Theodore shouted angrily, "What are you doing here, you bastard Benjamin?" Benjamin still calmly replied, "That's a strange question. This is Ferdinand's estate. What's wrong with me being here as its master?" Theodore worried to himself. "I specifically chose to come when he wouldn't be here." Then Theodore directly stated his intention. "Since you're here, we might as well talk face to face. I need this ancient tree to resurrect Eve." But Benjamin sneered mockingly. Poor Eve, not finding peace even after death. Hearing this, Theodore became furious, shouting, "Shut up!" Theodore exerted all his strength, determined to break the barrier. "I know well the mistakes I've made. Even with lost memories, the harm I caused Eve will never disappear." Eve's image remained constant in Theodore's mind. He was very determined. "So I must bring Eve back to life, to tell her I love her as many times as needed, to hold her as tightly as the pain she endured, to beg for her forgiveness." Benjamin provoked. "Eve came to me, saying she couldn't take it anymore, asking me to help her leave you." Theodore didn't believe it. "Don't lie. Eve would never want to leave me." Benjamin continued. "She wanted to protect the child in her womb." At this moment, Theodore was stunned, not believing what Benjamin was saying was true. Theodore asked himself, "Child? What child?" He looked at his blood-stained hands, saying remorsefully, "Eve, and I had a child." Theodore didn't want to hear anymore. He seemed to have lost his sanity. "A child? What does this mean?" "Eve was carrying my child." Benjamin stood quietly watching him. Benjamin thought to himself, "He's broken down, hasn't he? Theodore Albrecht, you will suffer more pain than I did when you took Eve from my hands." Theodore asked himself in breakdown, "What have I done?" Benjamin said, "Your Majesty, you destroyed everything, even the child in her womb. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have died so painfully." Theodore covered his face, hating himself. He looked at the ancient tree, still clinging to one belief. No, Eve is still alive. Tears began rolling down Theodore's cheeks as he swore. "I must bring her back to life." Benjamin mocked. "You couldn't even protect her, yet you still won't give up?" Then Benjamin burned the ancient tree with powerful flames, provoking Theodore. "Go ahead, then." Theodore stared blankly as the ancient tree burned before his eyes, stunned. Benjamin said, "If you don't mind being burned to ashes, go take it." Theodore rushed forward, but he was quickly blocked by the flames. Benjamin letting out a mocking laugh. How foolish. He must be delighted to see Theodore suffer like this. The flames burned more intensely. Theodore lay on the ground gasping. Benjamin cursed. "Theodore is too weak, so irrational. Katarina has fled, but she doesn't matter anyway." Benjamin summoned a small dove, having it spread news to neighboring countries. Now is the best time to attack the Albrecht Empire. Emperor Theodore is finished. Benjamin walked out, leaving Theodore lying on the ground, tears of regret rolling down his face. The scene changes. Eve is still alive in her room. When the door is knocked, she's surprised to see Benjamin arrive. She looks at his injured state, asking confusedly, "What happened? What blood is this?" Benjamin says, "Eve, now nothing can stop us." Eve is shocked by these words. Benjamin approaches Eve, his face full of joy, saying, "Let's go together. Where should we raise the child? A place with a big garden would be better." She still doesn't understand, pushing him away, saying, "Benjamin, wait." But Benjamin tells her, "Don't pull away. You know why I'm so obsessed with you, right?" Benjamin tightly grips Eve's hand. Eve is confused, unable to look Benjamin in the eyes. She thinks, "I know Benjamin, who never cares about anyone, particularly cares about me, not just because we're friends." Then she tells Benjamin, "I need more time to think about this." Benjamin looks at Eve with devoted eyes, sincerely saying, "I know, now you only need to rely on me." Then he gently embraces her, whispering, "Your child is my child too. I can adopt it. It will surely be as lovely as you." Eve is still sad, thinking, there really is no turning back now. She remembers the times at the clock tower, all such beautiful memories. Every day at 2 o'clock, we would meet here secretly. Just the two of us. She decides to make a painful decision, bidding farewell to those worst memories. The scene shifts to Theodore's location, where guards rush in, terrified at His Majesty's condition. They say frantically, "Thankfully he's just fainted. Quickly bring medical supplies." Though Theodore has no strength left to persist, he still thinks of his love with Eve. "That was my first love, bringing me beautiful moments." Outside, heavy rain falls as Katarina runs barefoot in the rain. Katarina is frightened. "I must escape. Emperor Theodore too. I must disappear from Benjamin's sight." Katarina suddenly stops because she sees something. A person completely covered in a cloak from head to toe slowly walks toward Katarina saying, "I can sense black magic." Katarina looks at this person, seeing they have black hair. But isn't that Emperor Theodore? The mysterious person smiles, eerily saying. Katarina was stunned, trying to understand. "Are you calling me? Who else in this empire has black hair besides Emperor Theodore?" The mysterious person said, "I clearly sense black magic here. How strange. How could a commoner like you resurrect me?" His eyes suddenly turned bright red, terrifyingly so. Katarina was frightened. She was at a loss, completely unable to understand what was happening, feeling breathless. What did resurrection mean? What was this monster? He asked her, "What's your name?" She stammered, "Katarina Ferdinand." He said, "Ferdinand, haven't heard that name in a long time." "Oh, should I introduce myself?" Katarina fearfully shouted, "Don't come near me. I'm the future empress." But before she could finish, he was already standing in front of her, pointing at her forehead, saying, "I am Tenebrous. You must become my vessel." Suddenly, a horrifying purple flame erupted, burning toward Katarina. She screamed helplessly. Tenebrous laughed maniacally. "I've missed Ferdinand so much, and Leo, Brandt, and Senisha." The scene shifts to the next morning at Albrecht Palace. Theodore just opened his eyes, servants bustling anxiously. "Your Majesty, you're awake." Theodore slowly sat up. Steward Armstrong worriedly said, "You shouldn't move." Theodore tried to remember what happened, his head aching. Then he asked, "That bastard Benjamin, what about the head of the Ferdinand family?" Armstrong said confusedly, "Head of the Ferdinand family? Who are you talking about?" Theodore was surprised that even Armand didn't know who that was. Armand continued, "Sorry, but why do I have no recollection of such a family head among the Empire's 3 great families?" Theodore suddenly jumped from the bed, rushing away. He remembered Benjamin's words. "You couldn't even recognize the woman you love. You brought her nothing but pain. You don't deserve Yvonne." Theodore angrily recalled that bastard's face, rushing to check Eve's room. But she was gone, the bed empty, no one in the room. Theodore froze, not knowing what to do. He collapsed to the ground in pain. Armin worriedly asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Theodore covered his face, crying, "She's disappeared again. That bastard Benjamin must have kidnapped Yvonne. He erased all memories and traces of Eve, just like he erased my memories." Suddenly, Landon rushed in reporting, "Your Majesty, something's happened." Landon said breathlessly, "An alliance of neighboring countries, having received information from somewhere, has suddenly declared war on us." Armand asked, puzzled, "Why would they suddenly do this?" Theodore heard this news and suddenly started laughing. Tears rolled down his face as Theodore said wearily, "Did she think I would let go? A world without you means nothing to me." Afterward, Theodore ordered Lyndon, "Tell those foolish countries plotting against us, whether national treasures or sacred artifacts, they must all be offered to me." Theodore's eyes filled with hatred. "I will find every way to obtain them, to bring her back." That year, the Albrecht Empire began an unprecedented war. Everyone said the emperor had gone mad from losing his beloved fiancée. But in truth, Emperor Theodore had been mad long before. Only when he was with Yvonne Sarnish was he a complete person. The scene shifts to the kingdom of Caligor 4 years later. Laura skipped along carrying a basket when suddenly a shopkeeper called out to her, "Hey, little girl, the fruits are very fresh today." Hearing this, Laura's eyes brightened, her face beaming with joy as she said, "Really?" Suddenly an old man came out scolding the shopkeeper. "You're really picky about your customers, aren't you?" The shopkeeper angrily said, "Hey, what's your problem?" The old man pointed at Laura's face, shouting, "Don't you know that dress belongs to the maid of which Bella, who just moved nearby?" The surrounding crowd gathered, whispering. "They say every full moon she seduces people and eats them, dances with corpses in the graveyard. She's truly the witch by the lake." Laura could no longer bear these words. She exploded in anger. That's not true. My mistress is beautiful and kind. When I was cheated out of all my money and had nowhere to go, she saved me, letting me work as a maid in her mansion. It's only because my mistress is too beautiful and outstanding that people slander her as a witch. I understand rumors will always exist, but my mistress isn't that kind of person at all. Do you hear me? Then Laura walked to the fruit stand, taking out handfuls of coins from her basket, confidently saying, "Wrap up all the fruits from here to there. My mistress is very wealthy." The vendor's eyes lit up at the sight of money, smiling like a flower and repeatedly saying, "I'll wrap them up right away." Soon Laura's carriage was filled with fruit. She tiredly wanted to take these fruits back, thinking sadly on the way, "My mistress is too kind. Sometimes it worries me." Laura recalled what her mistress had said. "It's all right, Laura. It doesn't matter what others say. I just want to live a peaceful life for myself and this child." As soon as Laura returned to the mansion, she heard children playing. Young Master Irwin and little Miss Odelia ran out to greet Laura. Laura hugged both children, saying, "You're both as lovely as ever today." Then Laura asked them, "Where is the mistress?" Young Master Irwin and little Miss Odelia both gestured for Laura to speak quietly. Under the blue sky with gentle breeze, the mistress was sleeping sweetly. She had fallen asleep while enjoying the breeze in her chair. The scene shifts back for years ago. The maids at Ferdinand Palace were still discussing Eve. "Is this true?" "Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. The master and that guest called Eve have an unusual relationship." Eve was saddened hearing these words. They must be new maids. What shocked Eve more was when they said, "Such an evil person will become the new mistress of the entire mansion." The maids continued, "Looks like she's carrying someone else's child." "What? I can't believe it. If it's true, the master's reputation will be severely damaged." Eve clearly understood what they were saying. So during dinner with Benjamin, she voluntarily expressed her wish to go to the kingdom of Caligor. "I want to find a small village by the lake. I've always wanted to live in such a peaceful place by the lake." Benjamin asked surprisingly, "Why are you suddenly saying this? How could you go anywhere alone in your current condition?" Eve answered, "I have plenty of money. Don't worry, Benjamin. I secretly took some jewelry when I left the palace." Eve felt somewhat guilty saying this, as these jewels were all gifts from Theodore when they were in love, but it should be fine for the child's sake. Benjamin sadly asked Eve, "Is it because you don't like this mansion? I'll find another place. Please don't leave." Eve was both sad and troubled. Not knowing what to say, she softly said, "I'm sorry, Benjamin, my dear friend, I don't want to be your burden anymore. You've always cared for and protected me more than anyone, but can I return your love? I've experienced passionate love, and I've experienced painful heartbreak. I understand how much love can hurt someone. I think I can never love anyone again." Eve smiled, saying, "This is my answer. I'm sorry." A week later, Eve quietly left the Ferdinand mansion. The scene returns to the present, Eve feeling tired and troubled. Seeing this scene, Laura immediately asked, "Madam, you were so energetic this morning. It must have been tiring." Eve smiled, saying, "Playing with the children has exhausted me." Then Eve curiously looked at the carriage, asking Laura, "What fruits are loaded in the carriage?" Laura was startled, not knowing how to answer. She stammered, "I heard it's fruit season and thought you might like some." Eve guessed there must be strange rumors in the village again. Eve sighed sadly. "They call me the Witch of Arbella," Eve thought. The kingdom of Caligor was small, located in a remote rural area. A woman suddenly appeared in Arbella. She bought a secluded lakeside villa at high price, and after moving in, decided not to go out. Of course, everyone would pay attention. For me, it's a helpful rumor that keeps me from interacting with villagers, but not so for Laura. Laura cried, saying, "I'm sorry, madam." But Eve wasn't angry at all, saying gently, "It's all right, the fruits look very nice. I'm joking, but be moderate with shopping next time." Laura cried, complaining that they were always speaking ill of her mistress. In Eve's heart, Laura had always been a kind and grateful girl. Finding servants was actually very difficult. Fortunately, Eve received a lot of help when giving birth to the twins. From their first meeting, Laura frankly said her mistress seemed pregnant and her mother was a midwife. Though somewhat tiring, Eve's life was peaceful. Suddenly someone shouted, "Eve! My angel Eve!" Laura and the two children were startled, feeling confused. It was Derek, the second son of Arbella's lord. As soon as he arrived, he displayed a bright smile, enthusiastically saying, "You're still radiant today." Eve looked at Derek, sighing, feeling troubled. She wished such people wouldn't appear. Eve covered her face, trying to calm down, saying, "I told you not to come here anymore." Derek shamelessly said, "Even when you're angry, your voice is like a fairy's fairies whisper. Eve wondered why she only met strange men in her life. Derek also brought gifts for Eve's children, saying, "I brought you gifts. It's the latest limited edition Squirrel Hero Jerica." Eve's children were initially shy, standing beside their mother, but when they saw the toy gifts, their eyes lit up, running toward Derek to accept the gifts. Eve sighed, saying, "Derek, I told you not to bring any useless gifts here." Derek answered, "What's useless about this?" The children loved them. Eve had heard that single mothers often encounter strange men. She troubledly confessed to Derek that rumors about the Lord's son frequently visiting a witch's house wouldn't be good, but Derek cheerfully said, "How could that be? Arbella's domain has no such immoral people. Thank you for your concern, but you also need a man to protect you. Don't the children need a guardian?" Eve retorted, "I'm enough. Why would they need another guardian?" Derek said, "As they grow up, they'll feel their father's absence more." Hearing this, Eve became sad. She choked up, saying, "Having a man to protect you would be very helpful, like playing Squirrel Hero Jerica with the children." Suddenly, Eve stepped on Derek's foot. Eve's children were also very understanding, shouting, "Uncle Derek, don't bother our mom. You're so annoying. We don't need a dad. We have mom." Eve was surprised to hear the children say these things. Prince Erwin innocently asked, "But what is a dad?" Princess Odelia said, "I don't know, but it doesn't matter. If you bother mom, Squirrel Hero Jerica won't forgive you." Eve suddenly laughed. Derek and the two children were confused, not understanding what happened. Eve said, "That's right, Derek. Me too. I'm happy just having the children. You have no chance." Eve hugged her two children. Derek could only scratch his head, dejectedly saying, "All right, I have nothing more to say. Then can I ask for one more favor? You coldly say anything except wanting to be a father." Derek revealed his thoughts. "There's something I want to request of you, which of Arbella, please. Save the kingdom of Caligor from a devastating war." Eve was very surprised by Derek's request. Prince Erwin and Princess Odelia's eyes lit up. They remembered that line. It was from Jerica's Adventures that Laura read to us. Laura had said, "Everyone says, 'Oh, great squirrel hero Jerica, please save the future of the kingdom.'" The two children suddenly thought, could our mother be Squirrel Hero Jerica? But Eve's answer made both children freeze. Eve responded bluntly, "No." Eve stood up and left with the children. Derek shouted, "Wait, please hear me out." Eve ordered Laura, "Take the children inside first." Eve said to Derek, "I don't know why such rumors spread, but I'm not a witch. If you need help, why don't you try finding someone else?" Derek shook his head, saying, "The kingdom of Caligor, especially the Arbelia region, is a remote and little-known place. Because it's in a hidden corner, this place often suffers severe damage from magical creatures. For years ago, before Eve came here, though the villagers feared and avoided her, Eve anxiously thought, have they discovered that I've been secretly eliminating monsters?" Derek happily continued, "You must have used some kind of magic to eliminate those magical creatures." Then he knelt down, making an absurd request. "Please, curse that hateful Emperor Albrecht." Eve angrily walked inside, slamming the door shut. She found it absurd. Curse? As if I were really a witch. I absolutely cannot get involved with Albrecht again. What would happen if he knew that I and the children carrying his blood were still alive? Just then Eve was surprised to see her two children lying on the ground throwing tantrums. She rushed over anxiously asking, "What's going on?" The two children cried, demanding to see Jerica. Eve was helpless. Then she hugged both children, gently saying, "What should we do? We can't go to the cinema with crying children." Hearing the word cinema, the two children immediately stopped crying, their eyes sparkling. Eve smiled, saying, "We haven't been to town in a while, right? Let's go see Squirrel Hero Jerica's adventure, defeating the dragon." The scene shifts to the bustling town, where Prince Erwin and Princess Odelia walked along happily singing. They held toy wooden swords, excitedly saying, "The dragon attacks. Squirrel Hero Jerica appears." Seeing the two children walking so fast, Eve said helplessly, "Erwin, Odelia, stay with mother." Laura smiled, saying, "The children haven't been out in a long time, so they're excited." Eve felt pressured by them, as they seemed to like making their own decisions lately, so it was a bit tiring. Before going out, Eve spent a lot of time reminding the two children to wear cloaks. Finally, they put on cloaks the same color as Jerica's. Eve told Laura, "Just morning preparations take 2 hours." Laura curiously asked her mistress, "When the prince and princess grow up, do you plan to hire another servant? The housework will become more demanding, and their education should begin too. If there were another nanny or teacher, it would be much easier for you." Hearing this, Eve pondered, not knowing how to answer Laura. Laura happily said to Eve. Let me take the prince and princess shopping. Eve felt relieved seeing Laura and the two children so close. She bid them farewell. She thought to herself, I worry about being recognized, so I must hide my identity with a cloak. It's too dangerous to hire more strangers now. Walking into the house, Eve thought, but education is now the time? Erwin and Odelia haven't shown their abilities yet. Because they are my and Theodore's children, they will either inherit Theodore's divine power or my swordsmanship. Supposing that, when the time comes to reveal their abilities, what should I do then? Eve was suddenly disturbed by an argument between a customer and shopkeeper. Why is it so expensive? The shopkeeper kept explaining. What can I do? I heard the carriage was attacked by monsters on the way here, so this is all we have left to sell. Hearing this, Eve was worried. Monsters appearing nearby, their numbers have increased recently. Although I made preparations in advance, I hope nothing happens. The scene shifts to the movie ticket counter. Laura sighs in relief, finally getting the tickets. But when she emerges from the crowd, Laura asks breathlessly, Prince Erwin, Princess Odelia, have you been waiting long? Suddenly Laura was stunned, startled, her mouth agape, because both children were gone. She called out, Your Highness, Princess Leia, where did you go? The scene shifts to an interesting toy performance at a market stall. In attractive food stalls, Prince Erwin and Princess Odelia were excited and happy seeing all the wonderful things around them, making them marvel that this was Jericho's world. Odelia discovered a teddy bear shop, standing there watching for a long time. Next to her, another child asked their father, I want to buy this. The child's father gently said, Let me see, my princess. You want a Jericho mask? Then you have to keep it secret from Mom. The girl happily smiled, answering, Dad's the best. Let's play hero games together when we get home. That father was also happy, smiling at his daughter, saying, Of course we can. Odelia stood there quietly watching their father-daughter life, feeling somewhat sad when thinking about her own father. The scene shifts to evening in the kingdom of Kerbal. An old general kept kowtowing, begging, Your Majesty, please spare my life. Theodore had now become a different person, very cold-blooded. He cursed, You coward, you were so enthusiastic when invading the Empire before. Now you're here begging for your life. The old man looked at Emperor Theodore's black hair and demonic aura, trembling, thinking, Is he really human? Then he kept crying and pleading, Please spare my life. If you spare me, I will offer you the tenebrous sacred relic. He offered up a precious crown, but Theodore coldly said, You think you can fool me? The old general was terrified, hurriedly explaining, No, this really is the tenebrous relic. Theodore didn't want to hear more, ordering the liar's tongue to be cut out and thrown into the dungeon. Theodore then inquired about Lincoln's situation. Lincoln reported, I've identified the next target. He showed Theodore the map, beginning to explain, It's the kingdom of Caligor, territory too small. We should consider absorbing it. If we conquer this kingdom, this entire region will belong to Albrecht. Theodore asked, tiredly sighing, Really? Then Lincoln said, Should we rest here a while before advancing? Theodore shook his head, ordering, Continue forward. The next target is the kingdom of Caligor. We depart tomorrow morning. Actually, there was a girl eavesdropping outside at this time. She heard this news and was too shocked to make sound. The kingdom of Caligor was a place with year-round warm climate and beautiful scenery. Though its territory was small, it survived tenaciously between larger countries. And I, Frederick, am that kingdom's crown prince. But the kingdom of Caligor has become Emperor Theodore's target. They're departing tomorrow morning. Frederick was panicked after overhearing that conversation. What? What did I just hear? He's going to invade the kingdom of Caligor? Why won't he spare even such a small, ordinary kingdom? If only I had listened to Father before. Why am I suffering like this here? I want to go home immediately. But his father scolded him because his fiancée was a commoner girl, saying such a thing could never happen unless I die. However, Frederick still believed that if he could accomplish something, his father might reconsider. So he dared to go to the battlefield, and he had Louise's support and encouragement. Derek, be brave. Frederick thought, Isn't this an opportunity to achieve merit? Emperor Theodore had just conquered Kirby and was in a state of carelessness. He hadn't even noticed me hiding here, focused only on that conversation. So if Frederick suddenly attacked and succeeded, he would become the conqueror of the continent, a great achievement. This way, not just my father, but the whole world would admire me. Now there's only one thing left to do, that is to advance and attack. Frederick bravely shouted, "Take this, Emperor Theodore." On the other hand, villagers were discussing the huge footprints nearby. These don't look like ordinary beast tracks. Could magical creatures have come here? At this moment, Eve suddenly interrupted. Has anyone seen a 3 to 4-year-old child wearing a Jericho cloak? She couldn't help worrying. Where could they have gone at this time? Then Eve and Laura quickly split up to search, as it was difficult to observe with so many people around. At this rate, I won't be able to find them. Thinking back to when Eve left before, Benjamin had asked her, "Won't you regret it?" Eve confidently answered, "The decision has been made. Thank you for everything, Benjamin." He added, "Emperor Theodore has started a war. It's said he went mad after losing his fiancée and started this war." Hearing this, Eve sneered. "So what? That has nothing to do with me anymore." But Benjamin said, "No, it's not like that. Katarina disappeared carrying the emperor's child, so it's difficult to cancel the engagement or welcome a new empress." He reminded Eve, "If you give birth to those children, it means they will be the emperor's only heirs. If he discovers this, he surely won't let us go. Perhaps we'll be controlled by the emperor again. Do you really not regret it?" Eve didn't remember how she had answered then. Back to the present, she was still frantically searching for Odelia. Suddenly she heard a voice. "Let go." The girl was struggling with a stranger over a doll. Hearing Leah being called, the girl happily responded, "Mama." Eve rushed over, thanking the person for watching over the child. She anxiously asked Odelia if she was all right. Eve felt relieved that she was safe. But seeing the girl looking gloomy, Eve asked, "What's wrong, Leah? Why doesn't Leah have a papa? Leah wants a papa too." Eve was shocked hearing these words. Just then, Laura ran over. "Madam, I found the young master, found the young miss. I was so worried." Then someone announced, "The performance of Jericho's adventure is about to begin. Please maintain order and take your seats." Laura lined up with the 2 children. Eve nodded, "Let's go." But when she recalled the earlier question, why doesn't Leah have a papa? Leah wants a papa too. Eve was still shocked. The following performance was excellent. Everyone applauded in praise. Eve was startled by Leah suddenly mentioning a father. Now she was focusing on watching the performance. But she knew that someday these 2 children would ask again. Eve thought, how should I answer? Your father is a mad emperor, and I ran away because I feared he would harm or threaten your lives. No, I can't say these words. These words would hurt them. Eve had been thinking she could do everything alone until Laura asked, Madam, do you plan to hire another servant? Others asked, don't the children need a guardian? Even Benjamin asked, won't you regret it? Eve pondered everything, wondering if caring for the children alone was enough, while Odelia and Erwin were very excited about the play. Jericho was the protagonist. Jericho was over there fighting the evil dragon. The play was going smoothly when suddenly Odelia thought of something. Are all black things bad? Suddenly, something strange happened, making Laura worry. Is this part of the play? But Eve knew. No, this was a monster, causing people to panic and scatter. Eve told Laura, take the children and run. I'll handle it. Don't worry about me. Before leaving, Laura reminded, please be careful, madam. Eve couldn't help thinking, why would a monster appear here? What are the palace guards doing? I haven't used a sword in so long, so it's hard to control. The monster below was rampaging everywhere. When Eve swung her sword, the monster suddenly disappeared. Eve was shocked. Is this a monster that can turn invisible? If so, it must still be nearby. Where did it go? On the other hand, that monster actually chased in the direction Laura fled. The 2 children were surprised to see the monster suddenly roar in anger. Laura stumbled in panic, causing all 3 to fall. The 2 children quickly stood up, anxiously asking if Laura was all right. Erwin kept calling Laura's name, but she didn't respond. Finally, Erwin decided to stand up and fight the monster. He even said, it's okay. Squirrel Knight Jericho is invincible. Erwin struck down with his blade. The monster roared in anger. Erwin suddenly frantically called for Mama, and Eve ran over. Erwin, Leah, get down. The children immediately obeyed. The monster heard the sound too, glancing over. They saw Eve completely destroy the monster with just 1 strike. Meanwhile, the theater had collapsed, causing everyone to panic. Back at the scene, Eve sighed in relief, then hugged her children. That was close. Suddenly voices rang out. They exclaimed, she destroyed the monster. Who is she? It's the silver-haired one. That's the witch of Arbella. This time Eve sensed trouble. Oh no, I need to escape. But different from what she imagined, everyone cheered. The witch helped us destroy the monster. They kept cheering for the witch. Meanwhile, in Caligore Castle, His Majesty shouted angrily, "What is the meaning of this, Frederick?" The servant answered, "My son has become Albrecht's prisoner. Yes, he was captured while trying to attack the Emperor." His Majesty then asked what Albrecht's demands were. The servant hurriedly said, "They demand we leave the palace as a vassal state." This is absurd, making His Majesty furious. Is there no one brave enough to assassinate the Emperor and rescue the Prince of Caligore? Just then, a hand raised. Has anyone heard of the Witch of Arbella? Who knows? She might be able to fight against the Emperor. Meanwhile, Theodore asked Lyndon about the prince, who said, "He's locked in a room." "Your Majesty, may I ask why you're keeping the Prince of Caligore as a prisoner? Sparing such an assassin isn't like your Majesty's usual way." Theodore thought about it, then hesitated, but before he finished speaking, suddenly there was a loud noise. Theodore glared over, seeing someone lying on the ground. "What is this? You worthless thing! Are you seeking death?" He then begged, "I am the Prince of Caligore." Hearing this, Theodore coldly said, "Then cut off his head and hang it on the palace wall." The prince trembled in fear, begging His Majesty, "Before I die, please grant me one wish. Please convey my last words to my fiancée. Louise, I'm sorry I'm leaving first. How I wish I could see you one last time, my love." Theodore shook his head thinking, what a waste, watching him cry out his lover's name. Perhaps I see a reflection of myself in some ways. Then Theodore suddenly spoke, "I'm a bit tired." Hearing this, Lyndon wasn't surprised. Later he suggested continuing negotiations with Caligore for a while, with more details to be presented at tomorrow's meeting. "Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. Go rest." Back in bed, Theodore couldn't stop thinking, "It's only been 4 years, Eve. Whenever I close my eyes, I can clearly see your figure." Tears kept flowing down his face. "Eve, I miss you so much." It seemed Leah heard it, which shocked her. Eve asked Leah what was wrong. The little girl suddenly said it seemed someone was calling for Mama, which surprised her. Meanwhile, Erwin kept shaking his head randomly, which made her angry. "All right, now it's Leah's turn to bathe. Come here." Eve looked at her, forcing a smile. "After the bath, we need to dye your hair the same color as Mama's." Hearing this, Leah asked sadly, "Mama, is black a bad color?" Eve felt confused at this moment. Leah continued, "Jericho said black is a bad color. Leah has to dye her hair every day, and every time Mama sees my hair, you become very sad. Is it because Leah is a bad child?" Hearing this, Eve's eyes widened in shock. She remembered that boy from the past. "Be careful. Ivan, you look beautiful today." Then Eve stroked Leah's head. "How could you be a bad child? You have an angel's heart." She hadn't expected to say the same words as back then. "Mama thinks your hair that shines like the night sky is very beautiful, beautiful and precious. Mama worries someone might steal you away. So, can Mama hide Arlia's beautiful hair?" The little girl happily agreed. Just then, Laura suddenly burst through the door. "Madam, something terrible has happened." The villagers outside startled all 3 of them. When a monster appeared again, all villagers came seeking help. After pulling the curtains, Laura said, "This morning's events seem to have spread throughout the village." Eve suddenly remembered Gunther's words. "Remember this, Ivan, we must protect the innocent people of Senisha." "I understand, Grandfather Gunther." Yet she still hesitated. Meanwhile, Erwin asked Leah, "You saw it too, right?" "It's strange. It seemed like Jericho just used magic." The sword emitted light. Eve understood this better than anyone. If common people produced sword energy, they would be sold as slaves or raised by nobles as mercenaries, living lives without human rights protection. I knew that boy had talent, but I didn't expect it to develop so quickly. But now there's no bloodline to protect me and the children anymore. What should I do? Meanwhile, in the Albrecht Palace conference room, today's meeting finally ended. Suddenly someone said, "Wait, why do we always have to bring up the issue of restoring Sunitha?" He suggested considering those who were called daily to discuss this absurd issue. Armin answered on behalf of the Emperor. "If you're dissatisfied, please petition directly to His Majesty who raised this issue. What I mean is, should we let an unenforceable issue continue like this? The Senisha survivor that Mr. Landon found is Brian Senisha, right? He can't even use sword energy. He's not worthy to be the family head. Why does His Majesty value him so much? Moreover, during the war, didn't he deceive and run away with his fiancée? During the discussion, due to differences in opinion, Benjamin also attended this meeting, arguing heatedly with Armin. Just then, someone rushed in shouting, "Representative, something terrible has happened. I just received news from His Majesty. He hasn't stopped the attack, but continues advancing toward the kingdom of Caligor." Benjamin felt confused at this moment. Why Caligor? Does he really not choose me? Benjamin couldn't help but clench his fists in anger. "Eve, I've been waiting for you." Meanwhile, Leah was suddenly awakened by noises outside while sleeping soundly. When she opened her eyes, Leah didn't know where this was. Where had everyone gone? The scene shifts to Caligor Palace. Theodore said sarcastically, "Indeed a small kingdom, so the palace is small too. Compared to such a hasty escape, this place looks a bit messy. Black could have been attacked by dark creatures? Unbelievable. How could this place have Tenebris's sacred relic? It's the mirror of time. Looks like something used for curse rituals." After his death, Theodore had been searching for Tenebris's sacred relics. The Dark Executor Tenebris was the Empire's greatest supreme mage, possessing power enough to reverse natural laws. He was also the one who made darkness an uglier part of the world. After his death, his soul was torn into pieces. Unable to find peace, they became sacred relics scattered across various countries. The day these relics gather in one place, legend says ancient darkness will revive and the world will be destroyed. But even if it collapsed, Theodore didn't care. His world ended the day you left. Even if it's black magic, if I could see you again. Suddenly, light shone. Meanwhile, Eve walked into the room, waking the children. Time to eat. She called for Erwin and Leah. Scene changes. Leah slowly walks over asking, "Who are you? Why do you keep calling me Mama?" Seeing the little girl, Theodore was shocked. He mistook her for Ivan. Meanwhile, in a dark place, Tenebris sat there pondering. With evil intentions, he indulged in sin, then smiled satisfactorily. "Found it. About 3 years ago in Albrecht Palace." Ernest didn't understand. Why does Theodore collect these black magic items? With the war causing public unrest, exposing his involvement in strange rituals would bring immeasurable consequences. Just as the words fell, suddenly Tenebris's figure appeared from behind, saying, "Unexpected that the cup shattered with such little force in that war. But fortunately, right before me is a perfect cup." Ernest shouted, "Who are you? If you don't leave immediately, I'll call the guards." Then he was suddenly attacked. Back to the present, Tenebris felt. That was fortunate. Luckily, the most suitable cup appeared. Someone helped me collect the items carrying my soul. Thanks to this, I could accumulate power. The day of my complete revival isn't far. Finally, after such a long time, I can fulfill my promise. Tenebris, promise me, when you wake from your long dream, you must recognize me. Don't worry, Senisha, I'll come find you soon. Meanwhile, Theodore was shocked to mistake the little girl for Ivan. He couldn't help but feel happy. "You've finally come to see me. I always believed you were still alive. But why have you become a child? Have I returned to the past? Or have you been reborn? It doesn't matter, as long as I can see you again." Suddenly Theodore came to his senses. "So you're not Ivan." Then, Leah slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Theodore fall, the little girl couldn't help but worry. "Are you all right?" Then suddenly, Theodore drove her away. "And you're afraid of me too, because I have black hair that brings misfortune. I'm a monster who can't even let lovers be happy." "No, you're not a monster. My mother told me that your hair is as beautiful as the night sky." This reminded Theodore of his memories with Eve. "I love it because it's as beautiful as the night sky." Theodore asked in surprise, "Did you just—" Suddenly, Leah's body began to glow, shocking Theodore. The little girl quickly said, "Uncle, this is my favorite Jericho doll. I'll lend it to you, so please don't cry anymore." "Wait, your mother." "Oh no, what's your name?" "I'm Odelia." Later, Leah also woke up, found by Eve in the closet. Leah kept talking nonsense about a very handsome uncle, leaving Eve speechless. "Come on, let's wash up and have breakfast." Meanwhile, Theodore also woke up. Lyndon ran over worriedly. "You suddenly disappeared. I've been looking for you." "You're too loud, Lyndon. Was it just a dream?" But Theodore recognized the teddy bear in his hand. He immediately asked Lyndon, "Have you seen this strange doll?" and ordered him to investigate immediately. Find out which region these dolls are popular in, and anything related to a 3 to 4-year-old girl named Leah. Theodore still believed his child with Eve was alive. Back to the present. The villagers couldn't help but cheer. She defeated the monster in an instant. "Thank you so much, witch." A week had passed since the monster caused chaos. and Eve often went down to the village to help eliminate monsters. She worried that news of her existence would reach Theodore's ears, but as a member of the Senisha family, she couldn't ignore it. Since discovering the rare spiritual energy in Erwin, she thought directly showing children how to use the sword would be a good lesson. Meanwhile, the two children were playing happily. However, Eve still had one concern. Staying in this village long-term would be difficult. The issue was money. After dealing with the monsters, she would need to move to another place. To protect her child, Eve needed more money to obtain at least one title. She had to find a high-paying job. While the children were playing, she suddenly saw a carriage approaching. Everyone bowed. Laura was also shocked. Why would a royal carriage be in this suburb? They then announced that the king of Caligor was looking for a hero who could be entrusted with the nation's fate. Which Bella, please come forward and bow. Eve's new assignment was to eliminate the emperor and rescue the prince being held hostage. Moreover, this was Eve's chance to become a world hero and win rewards. But Eve angrily pursed her lips and said, "I'll pretend I didn't hear any of this." He hurriedly said, "Hey, wait, I'll give you anything you want." Currently, Caligor's knights are being attacked by monsters and are about to be completely destroyed. Your only hope. Please understand the feelings of father about to lose his son. Eve couldn't help but think with a headache. You want me to find Theodore myself and then harm him? Eve confirmed to him that no matter how much money he offered, she couldn't do that job. Just as she finished speaking, the crown prince's fiancée Louise unexpectedly came before Eve and pleaded, "Could you save him for the sake of the child in my womb? Please save its father. He's all I have left. Without him, I'll..." This made Eve hesitate. She had heard about Crown Prince Frederick having a commoner lover. Seeing a woman in a similar situation to herself, Eve felt some sympathy as someone who had endured alone. Several days later, holding a letter, they finally reached their destination. The head of the Benjamin family stepped down from the carriage, sighing, "It's been about 4 years now. I miss you, Eve, but suddenly calling me like this, did something happen just now?" Eve appeared. "Long time no see, Benjamin." He didn't even have time to call out her name in delight before he noticed her attire with surprise. She even apologized to Benjamin, saying she had a favor to ask. Having just arrived and heard everything, Benjamin panicked. What? You're saying you're going to the emperor to rescue the crown prince?" She said distractedly, "I couldn't refuse." The fear of raising her children alone welled up inside her. She couldn't bear the thought of her children growing up without a father. At least, for that woman, that person was indispensable. Benjamin asked, "Then why did you call me here?" Eve answered without hesitation, "I want to ask you to look after my children while I'm gone." Then she called over Erwin and Odelia. "These are my precious children. I couldn't think of anyone else I could trust besides you." Seeing them, Benjamin couldn't help but marvel. They looked exactly like Eve when she was little. Eve continued, "No matter what happens, I will definitely come back. Can you please watch over my children?" Hearing this, Benjamin thought for a moment. Finally, he reluctantly agreed. "All right, but you have to promise to come back safely." "Thank you, Benjamin." "Children, listen to Uncle Benjamin." "Okay." With that, Eve left happily, leaving Benjamin standing there bewildered. He wanted to call out to her, but it was too late. Eve smiled to herself. "I'm sorry, Benjamin. I'll be back soon. Please wait for me." After a while, Eve finally arrived at Caligor Castle. "The route here ends now. Please save our crown prince." But Eve hesitated slightly. Theodore was there. Recalling the past, he had pleaded with her, "Don't go." About 4 years ago, that was the last day. Theodore believed he was dead and absolutely couldn't let anyone know he was still alive for the sake of his children. On the other hand, Theodore was surprised. He discovered the plush toy was the brave Squirrel Jericho, the character's name, which had been popular with children since this spring. Theodore thought, since it was from this spring, it couldn't be a return to the past. So cute, just like Eve when she was little. No, maybe the eyes are more like mine. A voice as clear as jade. I wish I could hear that voice call me daddy. If that child is really my daughter, that would mean Eve is still alive. Afterward, he asked Lyndon about a girl named Leah. But it was difficult to find her with just the name Leah, as Leah might be a nickname. Theodore also felt that was true. Although I don't know if I'm allowed to imagine this, but if there's a second chance, I want to spend my life loving you and our family. He clenched his fists and told Lyndon, no matter how long it takes, no matter how much manpower is needed, use every possible means to find that child. If there's a woman who looks like her mother with her, report immediately. Lyndon immediately obeyed. Meanwhile, Eve had successfully infiltrated, but strangely, she didn't see a single guard. Could this be a trap? After searching for a while, Eve unexpectedly saw a light filtering through a window frame. She quietly walked over. Crown Prince Frederick also heard the sound. Seeing someone coming to rescue him, Frederick couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Eve said, "I'm here to help at the request of your fiancé." Hearing this, Frederick thought of Louise. Soon after, Eve found a way to rescue the Crown Prince. "It's okay to jump from here," but Frederick firmly refused. "No, I might die in the end. You must find another way. You really need a lot of help throughout this journey." Frederick kept asking various questions. Eve had to admit he was indeed talkative. "It's a miracle you haven't been discovered yet." Then Eve slowly answered, "Yes, she's fine. Louise and the baby in her womb are both doing well." Upon hearing this news, Frederick couldn't contain his excitement. "You mean Louise is carrying my child? I'm now the happiest man in the world." Eve was stunned by this scene. Frederick excitedly said, "You're so happy to hear about having a child." Of course, what man wouldn't be happy to hear that the woman he loves is carrying his child? He was also thinking, if I had told the truth, would things be different now? Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Who's there?" They both panicked. Eve suddenly recognized this voice. Unfortunately, they were discovered by Theodore. Rats have entered. Eve recognized the person who appeared was Theodore. She hurriedly pulled down her hood. "I can't let him see my face." Theodore coldly looked at the two thieves before him and said, "There's a rat here. He created dangerous blades with his divine power in his hands." "Ah, no, there are two rats lurking here." Eve grabbed her sword and stood in front, ordering Frederick, "Quick, get behind me." The Emperor shot out dark blades, and Eve deflected most of the dark weapons with her sword. She never imagined her reunion with her loved one would be like this. Theodore was also surprised by the thief before him, thinking, "This person can actually resist my divine power?" A thought flashed through his mind. This swordsmanship, could it be? Eve scolded the person hiding behind her loudly. "Wake up! Do you want to die before seeing your fiancé and child?" Suddenly, she heard the Emperor shout. "Eve!" Theodore, uncertain, reached out his hand and called to the person before him. "No, it's Vian." The Emperor, though incredulous, still tried to ask, "You're alive." Just as Vian was about to answer, Frederick behind her grabbed her shoulder and pulled her away. "What are you doing? Now is the time to escape." Despite Eve shouting wait, Frederick forcibly pulled her away. He picked up Eve and jumped out through the window. Emperor Theodore cried out in horror. "Eve!" His heart kept pounding, his face gradually turning red. "It must be Eve. Eve is still alive." The loud noise attracted guards outside who entered the room asking, "Your Majesty, what happened?" Theodore didn't explain, only ordered, "Quickly find the people who just jumped down. They must be brought back safely. Absolutely no injuries allowed." The soldiers immediately responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Eve and Frederick rolled several times after falling to the ground. Seeing the Emperor's expression earlier, Eve secretly hoped. Could he have recovered his memories? After standing up, Frederick immediately asked Eve, "You saw clearly just now?" Ignoring his swollen head, he boasted, "I bravely jumped down to escape. Louise must see this brave side of me. So when you see Louise, you must tell her about this." When he turned to look at Eve, he found her hesitating. "HM, what's wrong?" Eve hesitantly said, "I think I need to go back to the castle." Frederick completely disagreed with her action. "No way. We just escaped. Why do you want to go back now?" He anxiously asked, "Did you forget to bring something? If we go back, we'll definitely be caught by the Emperor," Frederick emphasized to Eve. In fact, Eve also understood that if Theodore was still suffering from amnesia, such a thing would happen. But that expression just now, that was the expression of the man she once loved. This is why Eve wanted to change the plan. She thought to herself, "I need to go back immediately to confirm if he has recovered his memories." At that moment, Ivan suddenly remembered the sound of her two children crying at home. Before she left, the children had said to her, "Mommy, come back soon." Ivan reconsidered. What would happen to the children if something happened to her? After weighing the pros and cons, Ivan decided to stick to the original plan. "I'm sorry, but it seems escaping is still the better choice." Frederick sighed in relief and replied, "The witch thinks things through thoroughly." He led the way, saying, "Come on, quickly." Ivan followed him, her heart full of regret. "Right now, I should only think about getting back safely to my children," she thought. Suddenly, there was a noise from nearby. Frederick immediately hid behind Ivan, complaining. Have the pursuers caught up already? Ivan gestured for him to be quiet. Frederick closed his mouth, trembling behind her, while Ivan gripped the handle of her sword. A figure emerged from behind the bushes, and Ivan swiftly swung her sword to attack. Though her movement was slightly slow, Ivan noticed the other person could block her sword. Looking carefully, Ivan discovered this person had silver hair. In the moonlight, she was shocked. Could it be? Ivan's guess was right. The person who appeared was Brian. Brian was also surprised to recognize that his attacker was Ivan, and he couldn't contain his joy as he rushed forward. It really is Ivan. You're alive, Brian asked excitedly. Is this not a dream? Ivan asked emotionally. How did you find me? Brian looked at his sister lovingly and said, I've missed you so much, sister. He gave her a warm embrace. Ivan couldn't hold back her tears. She burst into tears. Frederick stood there dumbfounded, watching the emotional family reunion. The witch is crying. No one noticed a young girl appear beside them. Only when this person came closer did Frederick notice her presence and ask, Who are you? After hearing Brian's explanation, Ivan asked in surprise, You say you've been by Theodore's side all this time? Brian scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Theodore had me restore Senisha, but for some reason he kept me locked in the castle for 4 years, so I got angry and ran away. Hearing her brother's story, Ivan's heart trembled in her chest. So Theodore had Brian restore Senisha. Theodore had kept his promise all along. That year, Theodore had told Ivan, I'm preparing to restore Senisha. Brian continued, but I have no talent for swordsmanship, so I'm not worthy to be the head of the family. Thanks to Celine, I've managed to survive until now. He introduced the young girl who had appeared with him. Celine smiled kindly at Ivan and greeted her. Hello, I'm Celine Leobrandt. Ivan found the name familiar. Before she could ask, Brian proudly said, That's right, she's Emperor Theodore's cousin and my future fiancée. Brian looked at his sister and asked, What about you, Ivan? Oh no, your name is Ivan, right? Where have you been living lately? How have you been? Frederick wondered if he was allowed to hear all this. Ivan painfully told her brother everything. After hearing everything clearly, Brian blurted out, What? He looked at his sister again to confirm. So you mean I have 2 nephews? Beside them, Celine couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim, Oh my goodness! And their father is Emperor Theodore? Ivan nodded without denying it. Yes. Now Frederick's mouth was also open in surprise. Brian curiously asked her, I thought you and Prince Ernest liked each other. Weren't you two engaged? Ivan sighed and answered, That was something the adults decided, brother. Suddenly Celine interrupted the siblings. But this is strange. A fall from a horse might cause memory confusion, but it can't make you forget just one specific person. Her words made everyone look at her in surprise. Celine narrowed her eyes and added, Because I know there are powers that can control people's memories and emotions. She asked Ivan directly, Have you heard of black magic? The question about magic made Eve freeze instantly. She asked herself in confusion, What should I do? At home, Laura was lying unconscious on the floor. She thought of her 2 children who might be sleeping at home. Why is Benjamin's face appearing in my mind right now? After hearing Eve's story, Celine asked, Have you heard of black magic? Or do you know anyone around you who's skilled in magic? This question suddenly made Eve feel uneasy. What should I do now? Eve remembered Benjamin's declaration. I said I would protect everyone if anything happened to you and the children. This friend had also complained to Eve, I really don't understand why I'm so attached to you. Eve's heart sank into confused coldness. Why is Benjamin's face appearing in my mind right now? A thought flashed through her mind. Could all this have been arranged by Benjamin? Eve immediately denied it. Impossible. Brian looked at his sister's strong reaction, asking in surprise, What's wrong? Eve muttered to herself, It couldn't be like that. He's my only trustworthy friend. Eve smiled, choosing to believe her friend. That's right. Just as he respects my choices, I want to trust Benjamin too. Brian unconditionally agreed with his sister's words. Well, if you say so, he must be a good person. We should thank him later. Then he worriedly reminded Eve, Anyway, you should be careful of those involved with black magic, because their thinking isn't clear. Frederick silently thought to himself. In fact, Emperor Theodore also keeps relics related to black magic around him. Eve quickly answered her brother, Yes, I understand. Brian belatedly pointed at Frederick asking, But who's that person over there? Frederick cowered and stammered, Are you talking about me? Eve explained simply, He's my source of income. I accepted a commission to rescue him, so I planned to take him to the king of Caligor. Not even mentioning his name, Frederick painfully called out the witch's name. Brian volunteered to do this for his sister. I'm good at this. Finally, Frederick was confusedly tied up on the ground. Hey, wait. Brian gestured to his sister. Then I'll sell him cheap? Oh, I mean take it back to the king. You go to the mansion first. Celine stood beside him, teasing Frederick. You're tied up pretty tight. He whimpered, crying. I can't move at all. Eve asked her brother hesitantly. Is this okay? But Brian reassured her. Of course it's fine. Aren't you worried about the children? I'll handle this quickly and come see you all. Knowing Brian was doing this for her, Eve sincerely told him, Brother, thank you. Then Brian left with his future wife and prize. Come on, shall we go make some big money? Celine immediately agreed excitedly. Good idea. Only Eve looked back. The shadow of the Emperor's castle faded behind the trees. Eve had to bite her lip, choosing between going home to the children and going back to see Theodore. Though somewhat reluctant, she knew now wasn't the time. Eve turned and stepped forward, saying, Let's go home to the children. At this moment, Benjamin stood before the children's bed with a stern expression. The entire mansion was shrouded in darkness. Benjamin reached out his hand toward Eve's two children. Unexpectedly, that hand only grabbed the blanket, tucking them in again. He had nearly broken down earlier. The children were so energetic. Benjamin had to play horseback riding games, act as the villain, play sword fighting, and then the children climbed all over him. Looking at the two little ones who had finally fallen asleep after turning the house upside down, Benjamin sighed. I never thought I'd have to use magic to make the children sleep. He continued using magic to put the room in order, thinking while working. Of all the help Eve has requested, this was the most difficult. Laura lay on the floor, covered with a thin blanket. Benjamin muttered, If possible, I wouldn't want to use magic, but now there's no choice. This is all your fault, Eve. He narrowed his eyes and thought, I've been honing my abilities and staying by your side all this time, just because I believed you would depend on me, even if it's a hell of my own making. Suddenly, Benjamin's thoughts began to spiral into chaos. But why did you leave me? Past images flooded his mind. Because you left me first, because you didn't care about me. His expression gradually turned fierce. As his emotions fluctuated abnormally, he continued watching Ivan's two children, accusingly saying, Eve, you made me become like this. During these 4 years since you left the manor, I've been thinking about you constantly. His withered hand gently stroked little Erwin's forehead as Benjamin whispered, I'd rather worry about everything than not have your affection. He declared ruthlessly, even if this mind is being controlled, I still want to have you. At this moment, Benjamin's gaze turned truly strange and cruel as he stared fixedly at Ivan's sleeping infant son Erwin, muttering, How convenient, here's a sacrifice. The sound of hoofbeats and soldiers' shouts echoed through the forest. Your Majesty. 2 soldiers spurred their horses to maximum speed, but still couldn't catch up to Theodore. Your Majesty, please wait. At this moment, their emperor was riding frantically, holding a teddy bear, his mind focused solely on his wife Eve. The emperor was extremely anxious because this wasn't a dream. I know Eve is here. Just then, a servant reported their findings. There's a household that matches the conditions your Majesty mentioned. Theodore asked in surprise. In our Barbara? The servant firmly replied, Yes, a boy named Erwin and a girl named Odelia. They're twins. The lady's name is. Finally, after a swift ride, the emperor stopped and dismounted, carefully cradling the teddy bear gift. Theodore walked toward the manor's door, his trembling hand touching the doorknob. This was the manor where Eve and the children were. Theo unhesitatingly opened the door and looked inside. The manor was pitch black. Theodore called out, Eve. He climbed the stairs, calling one after another. Odelia, Erwin. But there was no response. Theodore looked around and asked, Where is everyone? Suddenly, an ominous feeling washed over him. Theodore anxiously called out, Eve. Benjamin's hand, which was drawing a magic circle, stopped. He looked up toward the outside. That's Emperor Theodore's voice. Why would the emperor be here? Theodore desperately called everyone's names, running to check each room. Delia was awakened by the emperor's loud calls, opening her eyes. She rubbed her eyes as she sat up, murmuring, That's the handsome uncle's voice. Benjamin roughly covered her mouth with his hand. When the emperor passed by a room, he stopped. He noticed a girl lying asleep on the floor and turned her over to check. Theodore found it wasn't who he was looking for. This isn't Eve. From her clothing, she must be the manor's maid. The emperor frowned, thinking the children must be nearby. After searching for a while, Theodore discovered the little girl tied up on the floor. Theodore, Realizing something, he hurried to untie the girl's ropes, scolding, "Damn it, who dared to do this to you? Wait, I'll untie you right away." After removing the gag, Delia cried while trying to warn him, "Uncle, watch out behind you." But it was too late. Theodore fell into the trap, knocked down and bleeding. Delia witnessed everything, crying out, "Uncle, wake up!" Benjamin slowly walked toward the young emperor, lying on the ground. How did he know Delia's name? Benjamin's thoughts became increasingly twisted as he muttered to himself. Has she been meeting with the emperor all along? She said she wouldn't see the emperor again. Was it all lies? Amidst the children's cries, hurried footsteps approached. Eve rushed in following the calls of Mama. Arriving breathlessly at their location, she asked the only adult in the room, what exactly happened? Benjamin looked at her tearfully, saying with disappointment, "Eve, I trusted you so much." Minutes earlier, Ivan had said to Frederick, "No matter what, I think I must return to the capital again. I need to go back to confirm some things, to verify if Theo has regained his memories, or why he's acting this way, saying those hurtful things, wanting to curse me. Or am I going to cry and ask him if he truly loves me?" Her legs suddenly trembled as Ivan asked herself, "Or is it that he still doesn't love me? Is that what I want to ask?" Ivan shook her head, dispersing the chaotic thoughts in her mind. Stop thinking about it. Even so, when she arrived at the manor this time, she noticed something unusual. Ivan looked confusedly at the unexpected sight. "Why is that horse in front of my house? I've never seen it before." Upon closer inspection, Ivan realized, isn't this the royal insignia? Has Theo already followed me here? Just then, a cry broke through the night's silence, and Ivan immediately recognized it as Leah's voice. Ivan rushed into the house, constantly telling herself, "No, if anything happened to the children, I couldn't go on living." When she entered the room, Ivan first saw Leah bound and crying for her mother, and Emperor Theodore lying unconscious on the floor with a bleeding head wound. Ivan told herself, "Whoever did this, I won't let them get away with it." Then she looked at the only person holding a weapon in the room, the person she least expected. Ivan tried to stay calm and asked, "What exactly happened, Benjamin?" Benjamin's voice was like that of a madman. "Eve, I trusted you so much." He asked in return, "Why are we growing further apart?" Ivan was shocked by his question, struggling to find her voice as she shouted, "What are you talking about? Why did you tie up Leah? Did you really attack Theo?" Ignoring his abnormal, tearful expression, Ivan asked, "Where is Orwin? Where is he?" Ivan looked at this friend she had trusted, asking incomprehensibly, "Why did you do this?" Benjamin moved slowly, answering, "Why not? Isn't he the man who treated you cruelly?" He looked at Ivan with a mocking expression and asked, "Since when could you two speak freely? How can you protect a man who abandoned you after losing his memories? Wasn't taking away all memories not enough?" Ivan barely heard his last words, asking in shock, "What did you say?" Benjamin admitted directly, "That's right, I did it." He confessed in a low voice, "I erased Emperor Theo's memories, poisoned your aunt and my father." He raised his blood-stained hands, because they were all despicable people who deserved to die. He had heard his aunt ask, "What about the sacrifice needed for Rudolph's resurrection ritual?" His father replied, "Don't worry, Margaret. That's why I brought Ivan Sonish here." Benjamin witnessed it all, so he couldn't deny it. "My father and aunt wanted to harm you, to turn you into a sacrifice." Afterward, Ivan herself rejected him. "I'm sorry, Benjamin, but I want to follow His Majesty. Even the Emperor seduced and took you away." Benjamin was completely powerless. "So I will take you back from him." Benjamin looked at Ivan and said, "How dare he?" Benjamin's negative emotions spiraled out of control, and now he could only think about that uncast spell, wanting to erase all of Ivan's memories, covering up the conspiracy without any remorse. Ivan's sword pointed directly at him. Ivan coldly warned, "Don't come near me." Tears falling, she struggled to maintain her composure. "Benjamin, I'm truly disappointed. I thought you were my best friend." Benjamin was about to continue manipulating Ivan with his words when a hand grabbed his ankle. Theo, struggling to support himself, warned, "Get away from Eve right now." Even with a head injury and clouded consciousness, the emperor still knew to protect his wife. "You bastard, Benjamin Ferdinand." Surprised to hear the emperor protecting her, Ivan blurted out, "Theo." This only made Benjamin more uncomfortable. He gritted his teeth as he uttered the emperor's name, Theodore Leon Albright. Then he viciously kicked Theo in the jaw. At the same time, he used magic to bind Ivan. In that moment of distraction, the sword fell from her hand. She struggled in vain. "What are you doing?" Let me go. Ignoring Ivan, Benjamin coldly addressed the man he had just attacked. I should have killed you back then. As Theo struggled to look up at him, Benjamin snapped his fingers, summoning a massive blaze that engulfed the entire room. The flames quickly approached the bound Leah, who could only cry out, "It's hot." This cry startled Theodore, and he turned around. The Emperor first used his divine power to untie the little girl, then gently took Leah in his arms to comfort her. "Come here." At that moment, Ivan called out both their names, making Theo turn. Amidst the flames, Benjamin was controlling Ivan, preparing to escape. Most importantly, the Emperor noticed what Benjamin held in his hand, a black magic book. Benjamin looked at them and said, "Eve is mine. You two can just die." Suddenly, Ivan heard a noise downstairs. Emperor Theo also noticed the sound. A few minutes earlier, perhaps, Brian urged Frederick, hurry up, what are you doing?" Frederick replied helplessly, "I'm walking. What else can I do?" Brian complained, "At this rate, we'll be old and still won't get the money." Frederick felt an unspeakable pain and could only curse inwardly. Suddenly, Celine pulled Brian. "What is it, Celine?" She pointed in the opposite direction. "Brother, over there." Brian turned to look. "What's that?" Celine looked worriedly at the firelight in the night sky. "A fire. Isn't that where Eve lives?" But Brian noticed something even more terrifying. Celine also pointed at the dark shadows flying across the sky. "What the hell are those things?" The next morning, a resident woke up because of the noise outside. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the door to check. "Who is it? This early?" He was shocked by the scene of the entire town being attacked by monsters. People were fleeing in panic everywhere. "Run! Monsters have appeared." Dozens of various types of monsters invaded the town, and people were pulling each other as they ran for their lives. "Monsters are here." Huge monsters suddenly appeared, attacking the town everywhere. A large goblin poked its head through a window. It stared at the two people in the flames. Ivan angrily asked Benjamin, "You're the one controlling the monsters to harm everyone, aren't you?" Ivan shouted, "Answer me, Benjamin." Benjamin looked at her coldly and replied, "Yes, I did it." "What's the problem?" Ivan's anger was beyond words. She roared at him, "Do you really not know? Because of the monsters, many people are injured and suffer every day. They have to live in fear." Benjamin yelled back at her, "I did this to stop Emperor Theo from seeing you." He listed a series of reasons. "When the war broke out, you gradually approached me, as if it were destiny. I couldn't stand it anymore, because I felt uneasy." Benjamin couldn't hold back any longer and roared, "I thought I needed more time to persuade you, and then take you away, but you—" Under his agitation, the flames burned more intensely, separating Theodore. The Emperor held Leah protectively, his vision completely blocked by the flames, helplessly calling out Eve's name. Benjamin sighed and said to Ivan, "I'm so tired, Eve." Then he raised his hand and cast a sleep spell on her. When she stopped resisting, Benjamin carried her away. The Emperor was blocked by the great fire on the other side of the room. Benjamin held Eve tightly in his arms, whispering, "If I don't make you mine right now, I'll go mad." He gently cradled her against himself. "From now on, we'll be together forever." Watching Benjamin take away his wife, the Emperor could only curse. "Damn it, stop right there." Theo tried to shout. Leah also looked worriedly at Ivan, crying out, "Mama." Just then, they both heard coughing. It was the maid Laura, choking on smoke. Leah cried out for Laura. Faced with his daughter, Theo couldn't leave without saving people. He angrily cursed in his heart, "Damn it, Eve, wait for me." Although I wanted to run immediately to save Eve who had been taken away, Leah in my arms was crying loudly, calling for Laura. The little girl was still clutching the Emperor's collar and shouting. Theo had to save Laura first. He grabbed her hand and pulled her up. Laura coughed and asked who he was. Theo carried Laura on his shoulder and said to his daughter, "Don't worry, Leah." The Emperor gently comforted her. "I will definitely save your mother. Even if it takes a while, I will protect you. No one can hurt you." Leah was amazed by this handsome uncle's words. Her eyes lit up, thinking how cool Uncle was, just like the hero Jericho. In her mind, Leah automatically added a filter and crown to the handsome uncle, like a majestic king. At this moment, Theodore was only worried about the monsters outside, hoping they could escape safely. Leah completely trusted him, clutching the Emperor's clothes. She rested her head against Theodore's chest, thinking, "How wonderful. I really wish you could become Leah's father." At this time, Ivan's body seemed to sink into darkness. The only thought in her mind was what had happened to her two children. Ivan sank deeper and deeper, becoming increasingly blurry. Until she opened her eyes again, she was already another identity. Someone suddenly patted her shoulder. "Senisha, wake up. What are you spacing out about?" She looked blankly at the unfamiliar scene before her. "Where is this?" The person who woke her continued to joke. "Are you tired from facing the magical beasts? Who are these two people?" Surprisingly, Senisha's body automatically answered, "No, Albrecht." Ivan panicked internally. Why is my mouth saying these words by itself? A gentle hand caressed her cheek. The long-haired man beside her asked worriedly, "If you're tired, you need to say so, okay?" Similarly, Ivan's body automatically responded, Thank you, Ferdinand." Ivan thought, this person looks like Benjamin. The other person covered his mouth and laughed mischievously. "So passionate early in the morning. I know you're lovers, but you should control yourselves in public." Ferdinand blushed and scolded. "Stop joking, Albrecht." Their conversation shocked Ivan. "What lovers? Me and this Ferdinand?" She looked at the man beside her who was both strange and familiar. Suddenly this person reached out his hand and said, "The king is waiting for us. Let's go." Ivan stared blankly at the hand in front of her. Her lover called again, "Senisha." She snapped back and replied, "Okay." She felt very uncomfortable inside. What is this strange feeling? On the way to the palace, Senisha thought, it feels like she had forgotten something very important. Senisha caught a glimpse of something. Huh? That person over there has black hair. Among the crowd entering the city, there was a figure she couldn't take her eyes off. Who was this black-haired person? The person seemed to be trying to tell Senisha something, and from his lip movements, Senisha realized he was saying to her, "Wake up." Ivan suddenly opened her eyes, and when she looked up, she saw Erwin bound there by Benjamin, crying loudly. "Mama!" Ivan pleaded. "Benjamin, release Erwin." Benjamin responded, "It's me." He released the child from the chair, then walked toward her and demanded, "Every time you were in trouble, I was the one who helped you. But why won't you forgive me, Eve?" Benjamin asked with wide eyes. "If I had met you before him, or if I had killed him." Benjamin gently knelt before her, asking, "Eve, would things have been different between us?" Benjamin confessed desperately, I love you so much, Eve." Unexpectedly, Ivan stopped him. "Benjamin," Ivan said firmly, "the answer is, even if you had done that, we could never be together." Despite Benjamin's trembling hand on her thigh and tears streaming down his cheeks, Ivan remained resolute. "Even if I lost my memories or time turned back, it would probably still be the same. The one I've always loved is Theo." This answer made Benjamin show a maniacal smile. "So that's how it really is." He reached out to Ivan. "But could you still say that if you were tainted by black magic?" Benjamin began activating his carefully prepared formation. "Erwin is the sacrifice. I must verify this." A terrible power immediately erupted. Before being struck by the black magic, Ivan had confirmed that the one she loved was only Theo. This was truly what her heart felt. Although there were painful and exhausting moments, more than happy memories, her choice would still not change. Ivan mouthed to her son across from her, "It's all right, son. So that's really how it is." Benjamin angrily gripped her knee, frantically activating the formation. "But could you still say that if you were tainted by black magic?" Benjamin attacked her mercilessly. "I must verify immediately." Evil energy began surging through Giloven. Back in the small town, the Emperor's sword was stained red with blood, a giant serpentine monster cut in half by the Emperor. "Is everything taken care of?" Theodore wiped blood from his face, reproaching himself. "Damn, I spent too much time dealing with the monster. Where has he taken Eve? I must find her quickly." At this moment, Theo looked toward his daughter, standing near a maid. The little girl was worried because Laura was still unconscious. Theo approached to check. It seemed she inhaled smoke. He immediately used holy power to heal her. Laura's state changed from unconscious to peaceful sleep. Theodore told her, "She's fine now." Leo looked at him admiringly. Uncle is like a magician. Leo wants to learn magic too. In his mind, he thought this wasn't magic but holy power, yet he went along with his daughter's words. "If you want to learn, I'll teach you everything." Now the Emperor finally had time to check on his daughter. "Leah, are you hurt anywhere?" Leah answered honestly, "I'm fine." Theodore stroked her head and praised her. "You're brave. Were you scared?" At this mention, the little girl began crying again. "What about Mama and Erwin?" Leah sobbed. Maybe they're worried about Leah. At this point, the Emperor began to consider that taking Leah along wasn't safe. She might be kidnapped again, or this time she might be seriously injured. But this place was filled with suffocating black magic energy, making it difficult even for Leah to be alone. Suddenly, the Emperor realized something. Wait, thinking carefully, how could Leah be so calm? She had stopped crying, no longer panicking as expected. Leah grabbed the Emperor's clothes, pointing in a direction saying, "Uncle, please save Mama and brother. They're screaming." The Emperor could hardly believe it. "What's going on?" Leah tried to plead with him. "Uncle, please save them." She looked at Theodore with puppy eyes, begging, "Please save Mama and brother." Theo immediately asked, "Do you know where your brother is?" Leah nodded firmly. The Emperor began reconsidering his plan. If Leah gets in danger again, Eve will be angry with me, but now's not the time to think about that. He picked her up saying, "Thank you, Leah. Please take me to where Eve and your brother are." In the city, Brian was desperately swinging his sword, violently tearing a monster to pieces. Brian cursed loudly. "Damn it, no matter how many I cut down, they keep coming. Where are these monsters coming from?" After saying this, he angrily shouted at Frederick, "Stop hiding! Come out and fight!" While speaking, he lost his vigilance, and the female mage beside him frantically shouted, "Brian, watch out!" A huge mouth full of sharp teeth viciously snapped at Brian. Just then, a sword slashed toward the monster's head. When Brian opened his eyes, he found himself unharmed. Theodore stood on the monster's body, appearing before them. "You're alive, Sir Brian," Theodore thought. Seeing silver hair from afar, he had thought it was Eve. Brian shouted in surprise, "Emperor Theodore!" The soldiers behind rushed to the scene. "Your Majesty, wait for us," Theodore complained. "Your royal knights, yet so slow." These guys, before he could finish, Leah peeked out from behind him. She blinked curiously at Theodore. Under his daughter's gaze, the Emperor became rigid, placing his hand on the soldier's shoulder. The man turned pale with fear. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I deserve death." Unexpectedly, the Emperor smiled politely at him, saying, "Sir Lyndon, you've worked hard, but saving people is most important now. So please try a bit harder." Lyndon hesitantly replied, "Yes," thinking to himself, "What's this déjà vu?" Before that person could escape, Theodore managed to say something to stop him. "Hey, Sir Brian." Theodore changed his tone. "Oh, I mean Brother Brian." Brian said harshly, "Your Majesty, what are you saying? I heard everything from Eve. I absolutely won't acknowledge someone like you." The Emperor interrupted him. "Long time no see. Won't you look at your niece?" Brian asked, confused. "Niece?" The little girl in Theodore's arms shyly raised her hand. "I'm Leah." Brian's heart melted. "How cute. So you're Eve's daughter." Mentioning this, Brian remembered the main issue. He said to the Emperor, "I heard Eve's mansion caught fire. I'm worried. Where is Eve? What about Erwin?" Little Leah pointed forward, saying, "We need to go a bit further to get there." Brian looked at the little girl, asking, "Weren't you with Eve?" The Emperor briefly explained to him that Benjamin had taken her away. And Erwin, too. It seems he kidnapped them to use as sacrifices for dark magic beasts. This news shocked the entire Night Squad. Heavens, that Benjamin, the head of the Ferdinand family. Brian muttered to himself. Even Erwin was kidnapped. He frowned angrily, saying, "I won't let this slide. How dare he?" Emperor Theodore also announced to everyone, "Using black magic is considered a serious imperial crime, but I don't have enough authority to arrest the head of one of the three great families, so I want to request your help, Brian, Senisha." Brian immediately agreed, not needing to know anything. "Your Majesty, please speak. For Eve, I'll do anything." Theodore nodded satisfactorily. The first step of the plan was complete. In a dark room, Benjamin called out her name himself. "Eve." Erwin had already lost consciousness in the chair. Ivan had completely lost her spirit, sitting there lifelessly like a doll. Benjamin said softly, "Finally." He gently lifted her face with his hand. Benjamin embraced Ivan. "Finally, you belong to me." He stroked her hair, asking, "How does it feel?" "Eve, say something to me." The girl in his arms unexpectedly moved suddenly, violently pushing Benjamin away. He looked at his Eve in disbelief, seeing her extreme aversion to intimate contact with him. Even with her blurred gaze, she still called out the name of the one she loved, Theodore, as someone reached out to push another person down. Brian was pushed to the ground, feeling confused. A stranger stood before Brian's eyes. He recognized her and gasped. "Eve." That person was none other than the calm and powerful Eve. She said quietly and seriously, "Theo." He remained shocked and afraid. How could it be that name? Brian fell to his knees before Eve, shouting loudly, the person standing before you is me. In a garden somewhere, a little girl's voice rang out. Uncle, Mama is nearby. A man carried the little girl on his back, running desperately, thinking if she was nearby. He shouted, "Is it that place, a small wooden cabin in the vast fields?" The two quickly broke through the door. They quickened their pace. The little girl's voice rang loud. "Mama, Leah has come to save you." The boy was sweating and tired. Leah's voice grew weak, as if witnessing something terrible. Brian collapsed before Eve. Air was tied in the corner, ropes binding his body tightly, making him unable to move or resist. Leah ran quickly, asking with a panicked, worried expression, "Air, are you all right?" The boy still couldn't believe his eyes. He stood there frozen, mumbling, "Eve." Eve seemed to have taken her last breath, bidding farewell to the world. Returning to a place of rest, she showed no signs of life anymore. The boy approached, pleading, "Eve, can you hear me?" His voice trembled with pain. Looking at the unconscious girl's face, he shouted, "I've come to save you, Eve." Eve was still convulsing, but she was exhausted, unable to breathe or say more words. Her last words were tired and desperate. "It's useless." Brian stood up, explaining to everyone, "I've erased her memories and consciousness. Eve doesn't love you anymore." The boy angrily grabbed Brian, cursing at him, "Don't mess with me." That decisive and harsh action showed his extreme hatred. He continued attacking violently. "What exactly did you do to Eve?" Meanwhile, Leo was untying Air's ropes. Yet we still haven't seen Air wake up. The two were face to face, very close. One mentally insane, the other indifferently ignoring everything. "Return her to normal," Brian answered. "Try other methods." The boy's veins bulged with anger. "Impossible! Dark magic cannot be undone. How did Emperor Theodore break dark magic?" Leah sadly walked toward the two men. She asked softly, "Can't Mama come back?" They stopped arguing. Looking at the little girl, Leah shed tears, perhaps tears of pity, pain, and longing. When her mother couldn't respond, her voice was small, but her love for her mother was great. That call of Mama made us feel sympathy and emotion. Then Leah's tears fell like rain, flowing like a waterfall. Perhaps only those who have lost their mothers can understand this feeling. No words could describe it, each tear falling on the floor. Suddenly, the circles on the floor lit up. A power was gradually being reborn, appearing, looking mysterious and powerful. Brian carrying the little girl, and the boy also felt confused, wondering if this might be Eve. Slowly standing up, power radiating from her. She slowly closed her eyes. That power engulfed Eve in the forest. Someone cried while criticizing that terrible name. Eve said tearfully, "The worst personality in the world. You have to be by Katarina's side. Right in front of me?" The boy standing outside watched Eve. The boy moved to the magnificent castle, feeling confused. Why is he in the palace? Did Benjamin use tricks? Unfortunately, it wasn't me. At this moment, Benjamin approached from behind and said, "This is Eve's past, seemingly a space expressing her inner thoughts. I don't know how to enter this place." He continued, "Look carefully, see what kind of person you are to Eve." Theo used holy power to erase the scars, but the scars reappeared. Eve, lonely and sad, said she was too tired, her body covered in wounds and scratches. But Theo had also been searching for her for 10 years. "I have to endure even this much," the young man pleaded to his loved one. But Eve seemed to feel nothing. "No, Eve, you should have killed me and run away. I brought you to the palace, not wanting you to suffer like this." Tears flowed down the young man's cheeks. Benjamin approached and said, "You're already crying." "What's wrong?" he continued. "When you were preparing to get engaged to Katarina, Eve was already carrying a child." Benjamin said angrily, "How much pain did she have to endure to fake her death and leave you? I really look forward to seeing how much Eve hates you." Meanwhile, Eve struggled in pain on the hospital bed, crying out in vain. The young man and Benjamin entered like two invisible people, as if no one could see them. The girl was still crying, while the maid encouraged and comforted her. "Hold on a little longer, my lady." The young man now knew nothing else to do but apologize. He shed tears, regretful and sorry. "I should have been by your side." Eve's eyes were weary, exhausted, with no strength left. As if sensing Theodore beside her, she murmured, "Theo." Seeing this, the young man panicked. "Eve, can you see me?" Theodore reached out to hold Eve's trembling hand. Perhaps both felt each other's warmth and belief. A shout rang out in the room. "My lady, wake up, my lady." Theodore berated himself. "I'm such a bastard." Benjamin added fuel to the fire. Even so, in her moment between life and death, the person she seeks is trash like you. Those words awakened the ignorant soul, awakened Theodore's conscience. Benjamin continued, if I were the existence Eve needed, I thought one day Eve would look at me. What I always wanted, Theodore isn't the person she needs, but the person she loves. Theodore held Eve tightly, comforting her with words of love. Don't worry, even if you lose your memory or consciousness. I will never give up on you. I will definitely make you fall in love with me again. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. Sorry for leaving you alone. I will love you forever, Eve. Suddenly, Eve woke up calling for Theo, hesitating, her cheeks flushed, eyes bright. This was the real Theo. The young man kept saying, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. Sorry for leaving you alone. A phrase that seemed would never be heard again. I will love you forever, Eve. Hearing this, she was moved to tears. Those words told me that this endless nightmare was finally over. The two embraced tightly. The dark magic was lifted. We had no time to stabilize our emotions, as the night squad, following Theo, quickly handled the situation. Benjamin submissively accepted being bound, as if giving up everything. Everyone said that even if he returned to the Albrecht Empire, his punishment would be decided through trial. Eve looked at Benjamin for a long time, seemingly thinking about something important. For a moment, she turned away, feeling relieved that the children were safe. At the same time, Leah and came running, crying and calling for Mama, a moment that moved me. She thought, I worry these events will leave terrible memories for the children, but they hugged her. Where's Mama? Is Mama better now? From this, I could see the two children's love and filial piety for her. Eve answered, yes, Mama is fine. Don't worry, were you scared? Leah replied, yes, a little. Cheerfully said, I'm not scared at all. Leah echoed, me neither. Eve sighed in relief. Thank goodness, the children are all right. I wonder who they take after being so strong. Leah teased, is a scaredy cat. The innocent girl replied, is not a scaredy cat. Stroking both her daughters' heads, Eve said, there are still a lot of issues to resolve. Eve said to the children, put this on for now. Suddenly, Theodore approached, startling Leah. Uncle, revealing the fact that the Emperor has illegitimate children isn't appropriate here, and this incident might give people a negative impression of black magic. How will I protect Leah in the future? Theodore gently stroked Eve's head, leaving her both surprised and confused. Theo softly reassured her of his concern, telling her not to worry too much. He promised to arrange a place for them to talk properly about what to do next. For now, just relax with the children. Eve replied, okay. Asked in confusion, who is that? Theo continued, after we've dealt with things here, we'll go to Caligore City. The children exclaimed happily, Uncle Brian, oh, so you're Erwin. Eve was lost in thought, oblivious to her surroundings. Her eyes were filled with sadness, her mood seemingly low. Night had fallen, and the castle had extinguished all its lights in preparation for rest. After a long day, everyone was getting ready for bed. Laura said cheerfully, I think Emperor Theodore is a man of deep affection and loyalty. Eve looked puzzled, not understanding what she meant. Many days had passed since the kidnapping, but the Emperor remained in Caligore City. He was very concerned about the meals and young Miss Laura's treatment. While with Laura, Eve remarked, it seems he's not as terrifying as the rumors say. I never thought I'd hear someone say Theo is a good person. I really didn't know anything in the past. Everyone showed embarrassed expressions after learning Theo's true nature. I had a similar reaction to everyone else. His personality is indeed quite awful. Only when he was dating Madame was I certain he was a flirt. I didn't expect such a relationship between you two. Eve froze awkwardly. Laura had finished combing Eve's hair. The maids praised her beauty. Eve's blue eyes and long hair made her look like a true princess. Eve felt happy. Thank you, Laura, for trusting me, a person of unknown identity, and for protecting the children. Laura replied, I only did what I should. Eve encouraged her. You've worked hard, dressing me up so carefully. What should I do if you cry? Laura said happily, even so, I'm happy to hear Madame's thoughts. It's been a long time since you've happily interacted with your husband. Please be honest with your heart tonight. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. A voice called out, Suri Roland, Emperor Theodore is waiting for you. Hearing this, she felt even more anxious, nervous, and somewhat apprehensive. Honestly, is this really okay? His Majesty Theodore, handsome, luxurious, elegant, and masculine, was waiting for his princess. Haven't you and the children been apart for a long time? Theodore said with a lowered head, okay. With a serious expression, he continued, I won't change my choice. What are you thinking? When you heard the news of Eve's death, you sent soldiers to search the entire continent. Are you changing your mind now? Knock, knock. The sound came from Eve's room. The man was waiting. Miss Eve Rowland has arrived. Perhaps Theodore was stunned by her beauty. Eve was surprised. Mr. Landon. Lyndon greeted her politely. It's been a while, Mr. Eve. No, I should call you Miss Eve now. You can call me whatever you like. Lyndon was pleased. This person is becoming more and more beautiful. Suddenly, they turned and saw Theodore. Lyndon was displeased by Theo's cold demeanor. Theo walked to the table and said, Eve, sit here. Landon hurried out. Excuse me, goodbye. Enjoy your time together. Eve thought, what's going on? If this were the past, he would, how dare you covet Eve? Do you want to die, Lyndon or Eve? I thought you were an angel descended from heaven. Seeing this reaction, Theodore poured tea into the cup. The warm tea fragrance permeated this luxurious gathering, and the two sat in silence. Theo took a sip of the warm tea. He sighed and said, all along. Eve asked puzzledly, He replied somewhat awkwardly, nothing. Are you comfortable living in the city? How are the children? Eve answered, Uncle Brian is taking care of the children. I'm not sure how they're getting along, but the uncle and nephews are having so much fun that they just roll over and fall asleep at night. Brian and the children look just like father and sons. Theo exclaimed, I see, looking somewhat regretful. How have you been concealing Odelia's hair all this time? You've been using dye to cover the child's hair since the incident. For some reason, the dye no longer works. Theo explained, because of black magic. Black magic? When you were trapped by Benjamin's black magic, I saw Adelia activate the black magic circle again. The child kept crying. Perhaps Adelia was born with the power of black magic. Eve trembled involuntarily. Adelia. So Eve, I plan to return to the Albrecht Empire. Will you stay in Caligore City? Laura thought happily. I bet the lady and the emperor are getting along well now. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the young master and miss had new siblings? Suddenly, Laura was startled. She looked confusedly at the newly arrived person, only to see Ivan with a gloomy expression. Laura couldn't understand why she returned so early, but Ivan just walked past her irritably. When Laura was saying, you should be spending intimate time with the emperor, Ivan retorted, I don't understand that person. He insists on going to Albrecht alone. It's unbelievable. Laura didn't know how to handle her lady's attitude. She just wanted to know what had happened. A few days later, in the Albrecht Palace, a loud voice shouted, No, why would you say such things? Are you really going to leave Lady Eve and the children in Caligore? Theodore answered, Armin, you're too noisy. Armin protested. When Lady Eve disappeared, you searched the entire continent. But now, you finally found Lady Eve, yet you act like this. Why? Why am I in such pain? Lyndon saw Armin's outburst and tried to calm him, but Armin continued criticizing Theodore. You should at least confess your feelings before leaving. Theodore had intended to do so, but he said he needed to return to the Albrecht Empire first. Then he hesitantly asked Ivan, Can you stay here? Because I think this is the best solution. Although I rule as emperor in Ernest City, there are still opposing forces. If the children were recognized as Theodore's illegitimate children coming to the city, I don't know what would happen. Theodore believed he couldn't call it a city until these forces were completely eliminated. Moreover, he thought that because Leon must become a perfect, sacred monarch, Theodore needed time for the prejudice against black hair to disappear. But when he said he would leave alone, Ivan suddenly asked, Is that all? Theodore felt confused. Then Ivan disappointedly said, So this is all we're worth to you. Theodore hurriedly tried to grab Ivan's hand, but she shook off his hand, scolding, Don't touch me. It was his shortcoming that made Yvonne angry, but Theodore found her anger cute. Like a fierce cat, Lyndon then spoke up. If your majesty explains the truth, Lady Eve will surely understand. I know because Eve is a strong and intelligent woman. Obviously, having her by my side gives me strength, Theodore said. Although I can't be by her side when she's tired from now on, I want to handle this matter personally. I will become a reliable husband, and I want to become someone she can be proud of. Lyndon was deeply moved by these words. At this moment, someone came looking for Theodore. When Armin and Lyndon saw that golden hair, they were both very surprised. Theodore's expression turned cold. The person who appeared was Ernest. Brother, I heard you returned safely, so I came to see you, but I don't see Eve. Theodore asked, What business do you have with Eve? Eve won't come here. She will stay in Caligore to live a peaceful life. Theodore silently said in his heart, Until I drive you 4 bastards out of the city. Ernest suddenly froze. Eve won't be coming here. She'll stay in Caligore and live a quiet life, Theodore thought to himself. Not until I get rid of the 4 bastards like you. At that moment, Ernest suddenly froze. Then he suddenly burst into laughter, and Ethan laughed along with him. This attitude confused Theodore. Ernest then said, I was too rude. But Ivan will definitely come here in the near future, because these are orders from Ivan's side. How long are you going to stay angry? Hearing this, Ivan retorted, Angry? I'm not Brian. Brian, holding Erwin, responded, Oh, aren't you? You're angry because you can't go to the Empire together, right? If you're so angry, why don't you hit that guy on the back of his head? Ivan suddenly asked, Am I the only one who's been looking forward to this? Past misunderstandings have been cleared up. This is the first family reunion. I thought there would only be happiness from now on. But that guy didn't even ask how the children were doing. How much I've suffered during this time. Apparently the children and I don't matter at all. This made Ivan very disappointed. But Brian spoke up. That's not actually the case. Ivan immediately asked in confusion, What do you mean? Then he explained, Actually, that guy came to see me before leaving. He asked me to take care of Eve and the children. Theodore entrusted them to Brian. I will definitely come back for her and our 2 children. Until then, I ask for your help. I will create a safe environment where the children and everyone can live happily. Hearing these words was enough to make Ivan's ears turn red, and she asked again in disbelief. Really? Brian casually replied, I don't know how long it will take. Benjamin has been arrested, and the positions of high nobility are vacant. Even if he is the emperor, it will take a long time to quell the chaos alone. How can this be? Ivan refused to believe it. Brian just smiled lightly and said, This brother has a good idea. Would you like to hear it? Meanwhile, at the palace, the servants were chatting when they saw Prince Ernest, and they were very surprised by his presence there. That arrogant attitude in the palace, it's just like before. The maid agreed. Yes, since Lord Theo became emperor, the prince has been living quietly in the shadows. But now he seems like a different person. Someone questioned, could his highness be possessed by a demon? Come to think of it, indeed, before the emperor returned, someone saw his highness talking to himself in the palace warehouse. At that time, Ernest said, Someone come out. Damn it, you still maintain consciousness. This speculation frightened the 3 maids, so they consoled themselves, saying, It must be our imagination. They decided to stop gossiping and return to work. They didn't know. Behind the wall stood someone. It was Armin, who had heard everything. That night, Armin reported these circulating rumors to Theodore. He pondered, a demon? This is indeed concerning. How could someone's personality change so quickly? Does he truly have ill intentions? Theodore pondered. Then, thinking about the sacred artifacts of Tenebris stored in the palace warehouse, he wondered, could it be? He immediately ordered Lyndon to investigate Ernest's movements after leaving the palace, whom he met, where he went, everything in detail. Lyndon swiftly accepted the command, while Armin was tasked with checking the inventory of sacred artifacts in the palace warehouse, with orders to report immediately if anything was missing. Theodore hoped this was just his imagination. Meanwhile, the 2 children played happily in the carriage, excitedly describing the scenery outside to Ivan. It filled her with nostalgia. It had been 4 years since she'd returned to her homeland. Brian was now busy watching over the 2 children. Ivan suddenly asked, Brother Brian, are you really okay? Why are you being so timid? You're the one who dared to strike the emperor on the back of his neck. Ivan was at a loss for words. Brian spoke up. What matters is how you feel. As long as you're okay, that's what's important. But Ivan began to worry again. Can I really do it? That day, Brian's suggestion was, she recalled days earlier, when she had asked Brian if he had any good ideas. He had said, you should become the head of the Sarnish family. Ivan had never considered this possibility. Ivan asked Brian in confusion, how could I possibly? But he calmly replied, Cernica has already recovered. No, it was about to be complete. Actually, when Benjamin kidnapped you, Emperor Theo came to see me. Theodore had told Brian, although black magic is a serious crime against the state, I don't have good enough reason to arrest the head of one of the 3 great families. So I have a favor to ask of you. At that time, Brian had confidently told Theodore, please tell me. I'll do anything for Eve. Unexpectedly, Theodore had said to Brian, you must become the head of the Sarnish family. Even Ivan hadn't expected Theodore to say that. Brian explained, to be precise, he wanted me to become the family's advisor until Erwin grows old enough to become the head. Brian questioned, Erwin has already awakened his sword energy, hasn't he? His ability is quite different, even if I don't take the position of advisory family head. But with your excellent sword energy ability, aren't you the most suitable candidate to become the family head? This made Ivan hesitate. Back to the present, Erwin asked, "Where are we going? Are we staying at an inn today?" Brian smiled and said, "My dear nephew, you're back in your homeland. How could I let you sleep on the streets? We're going home." Ivan was also curious about what Brian meant. Then he said, "We're going to our real home." The two children got down from the carriage. When Ivan saw the house before her, she was shocked. It had been burned down. Suddenly, Ivan remembered shouting as a child, "Grandfather, I can control sword energy now." Everyone had been happy for Ivan then. This memory pained her, and she asked Brian, "How did it become like this?" Brian answered, "Even if burned down, the Sornica family mansion wouldn't disappear just like that. Someone spent a fortune to restore and rebuild it. I had been worried about when we could buy back this mansion. Fortunately, I had some convenient money. I even ransacked King Caligor's underwear drawer." Ivan immediately said, "That's going too far." Brian quickly retorted, "Saving people is saving people. Do you know how hard I worked to protect Caligor's people from monsters? Besides, most importantly, this place is full of our memories. Although it took some time, I always wanted to return to this mansion someday." Of course, Emperor Theo had paid an enormous sum to restore the mansion, and the manager, recognizing Brian as a wizard, had sold it to him at a discounted price. He decided to keep the remaining money as a reserve fund. However, Brian didn't tell Ivan any of this, as she stood there, staring blankly at the mansion. At this moment, Brian called out, "Eve, let's go inside." Ivan smiled happily and replied, "I'm home." Then she cheerfully led the two children inside. As night fell, Brian and Celine also returned to their respective rooms. Ivan fell asleep with the children. She drifted into a dream where a voice in the darkness said, "You've finally returned, after 1,000 years." Ivan anxiously looked around, and as she turned her face, someone said, "I've finally found you, my Sirenica." In the dream, Tenebris held Ivan tightly. "I've finally found you, my Sirenica." Ivan heard this man, Tenebris's words. He kept calling her Senisha. This made Ivan curious, and when she turned around, she saw Albert and Ferdinand. Albert looked in that direction and said, "What's wrong? There's nothing but darkness there. How disappointing." The cloaked figure hastily turned and left. Ferdinand then asked Ivan with concern, "Where does it hurt?" She immediately replied, "It's nothing." Albert said, "That's good. He still can't control his power. Someone like him could cause chaos at any moment. Yet he's called one of the four apostles." What was troubling was that Albert was hinting at one of the four apostles blessed by God Brahim, but Ivan didn't know what to say. She silently lowered her eyes as she remembered Tenebris. At that moment, Ivan woke up after Leah bumped her head. "Who taught you to sleep so terribly?" Ivan stared blankly out the window, thinking of the man with jet black hair like Theo's. Ivan had that dream again, with people who, judging by their clothing and surroundings, seemed to be from different eras. The name Tenebris worried her. Who are you really? Meanwhile, Armin was in a terrible mood. When will I ever get a good night's sleep? Armin couldn't remember anymore, blaming everything on His Majesty. I'm already working myself to death, and he gives me more work. Administrative duties during the day, investigating ruins at night. Honestly, should I go back home after this is over? Thinking this, Armin opened the door to report, "Your Majesty, I brought the documents you requested." But what greeted Armin's eyes was a room filled with stacks of documents. He asked worriedly, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Theodore said, "Is this all? It's not difficult for me." Armin muttered to himself, "You look even more exhausted than I do." Nevertheless, Armin spoke up, "I'll bring some stress-relieving tea. Please rest a bit, Your Majesty. Since things have come to this, I can't let Your Majesty rest. If only we could get help from other families." Armin continued, "What else can we do to change everyone's minds in such a short time? I heard you want to legalize black magic, which has been long ostracized." Theodore countered, "Then what would you have me do? Currently, the Leah, Brandy, and Ferdinand families have no heads. We can't seek their help." Armin suggested, "Don't we still have the Kernish family?" But Theodore disagreed, saying Brian might be busy helping Eve with the children in Caligor. Armin quickly said, "I heard he's in Albrecht with Lady Eve and the children." Also, Mr. Linden mentioned someone recently bought back the Senisha family mansion. And if you're asking who bought it, it was Brian. It seems Lady Eve and the children have moved in, but that's the Senisha family's business. We need to handle our pending matters. Well, I'll help your majesty process these quickly. Before he could finish speaking, Theodore ran past him and left, slamming the door shut. Armin was left alone with the mountain of documents. He sighed. My words were completely useless. At that moment, Ivan was reading a book in the mansion when someone asked her, "What are you doing?" Brian, who had just arrived, saw her suddenly sit down to study. Yvonne said she had something she was curious about. Yvonne asked, "You've studied a lot about the family's history, haven't you?" Brian replied, "I learned it while being beaten by Gunther. Come to think of it, those are all memories now." Brian suddenly remembered. Since the family disappeared before your education, you wouldn't know. What do you want to know? Feel free to ask me. Ivan continued. No matter how many books I read, I only see 4 apostles receiving Brahm God's blessing. But why are there only 3 noble families now? Brian immediately responded, "That's because the remaining family has been erased from history." He possessed the most powerful ability among the 4 apostles, but his black magic violated the laws of this world. It said his soul was torn apart, scattered everywhere, tarnishing the apostles' reputation. Sometimes people would crave that power, and some even tried to resurrect him. But they all failed because resurrecting him requires collecting the holy grail of souls. Yvonne hesitantly asked, "Could that apostle's name be Tenebris?" Brian immediately shouted, "Don't say that name carelessly. We never know when darkness might appear." "Listen, Eve, stop thinking about that monster." Though difficult, Ivan agreed. She pressed her lips together in thought. This feeling was similar to when everyone warned about the misfortune brought by that black-haired prince. Yes, Ivan's feeling was just like when she saw Theodore, a child ostracized for his black hair. But why did Theodore look so similar to that apostle? Just then, the 2 children happily came in looking for Ivan, excitedly telling each other, "Uncle is here." Meanwhile, outside, Theodore was composing himself, having brought countless gifts for Ivan. He smiled happily upon seeing her, leaving Ivan confused about what was happening. Theodore explained, "I was just passing by on some business and heard you were here." Bringing so many gifts hardly seemed coincidental. Leah had already started unwrapping presents. The little girl was especially excited about the Jericho doll. Theodore glanced at it, remembering that Leah had lent it to him before. He said, "I'm better now, so I'm returning it to you." Leah asked, "So you're not crying anymore?" The 2 mischievous siblings were surprised to hear Theodore had cried. He was now gently telling Leah, "Thank you for lending me this precious doll." Being patted on the head made Leah feel warm, and she suddenly grabbed Theodore's coat hem. She asked, "Could you be Leah's father?" Theodore was immediately surprised. He hesitated, saying, "Leah, say that again." Brian looked uncertainly toward Ivan, who suddenly called out, "Theo, let's talk privately at the palace." Among the scattered books and documents, Armin muttered, "It's not here either. Tenebris's sacred artifacts, I can't find them anywhere." Because he had already looked through His Majesty's collected documents, Armin understood the recent events in the Empire. They were all related to black magic, no matter how bad the situation was. Armin suspected that the recent monster attacks might be traces left by the use of black magic. If everything pointed to Tenebris's resurrection, Armin worried. Not just the Albrecht Empire, but the entire continent would fall into darkness. Armin was determined not to let this happen. He had to quickly inform His Majesty of the truth. Suddenly, Armin remembered what Theodore had told him and Lyndon before. The request Theodore made to him and Lyndon. Could His Majesty already know everything? Amon thought, how is that possible? Suddenly, a wisp of black energy appeared, sealing Amon's mouth. This was Ernest doing when he found Amon. He told Amon not to interfere. Before Sorrento falls into my hands, no one is allowed to interfere. At this moment, Theodore and Ivan were alone in a room. She said in a fluster, "What are you doing suddenly? I told you we need to talk." But Theodore seemed to be in pain. Ivan asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Where does it hurt?" She reached out to touch Theodore, but he dodged her touch, saying, "It's nothing. I just haven't seen you for so long, and I haven't been sleeping well. You know what kind of person I am." Suddenly, Ivan reached out and cupped Theodore's face in her hands. She disagreed. "What do you mean it's nothing? Your complexion doesn't look like it's nothing at all. You have heavy dark circles under your eyes, and you seem to have lost weight. Have you been overworking yourself again?" As Ivan drew closer, Theodore felt an unusual warmth. He thought, at this moment, I want to lie in Eve's arms like before, be embraced by her warm arms, act spoiled, and whisper words of love in her ear. However, Theodore clenched his hands, feeling unworthy. Do I have the right to treat Eve like this? I hurt her and put her through so much suffering. At this moment, Ivan spoke. Although it's a little late, thank you for saving me from Benjamin. Thank you for the gifts for the children, too. They were really happy. But Theo, what's the reason you came here? Do you want to start over with me? Ivan gently held Theodore's hand. How did you feel when Leah called you Dad? Tears welling up, she said, I imagined a future where the four of us could live happily together. But at the same time, I'm also thinking that all of this could shatter at any moment, like a fleeting dream. These words completely shocked Theodore. He stammered, No, Eve, I would never. Suddenly, Theodore noticed Ivan was crying. She even asked him, How can I be sure? Ivan was scared, the anxiety in her heart so great that she couldn't bring herself to get close to Theodore. She thought fearfully, what if Theo forgets me again? What will the children and I do then? Can I bear a second time? Answer me, Theo. Ivan said. Suddenly, Theodore said, I love you. He emphasized again, I love you, Eve. Is that all? She asked, bewildered. I'm serious. Don't brush it off with just those words, whether it's an excuse or an apology. Theodore suddenly asked, Is that really so important? Then, without another word, he knelt before Ivan. She asked in surprise, What are you doing? Theodore said, I'm willing to do anything for you, Eve. But what good is this? The days I made you suffer won't disappear. What's the point of empty apologies? I don't think a few words can erase all my sins. Mistakes made must be paid for. If you tell me to die, I will. But is that truly what you want? Ivan didn't expect Theodore to say such things. Gnashing her teeth, she yelled, You stubborn idiot, get out of my house right now. Brian, outside, could hear the shouting. He clicked his tongue. That's a fierce marital quarrel. I knew this day would come. Suddenly, there was a crashing sound. Brian quickly ran to the children. He found a perplexing situation. Both children were in tears. Brian was surprised because the two children had never fought before. Why were they like this now? Owen accused Leah of suddenly pushing him down. Really, Leah? Brian asked, surprised. The little girl replied, but Owen said the Jericho doll was weird. That's the precious doll Uncle gave me. 正当 Brian 在思考其中有什么奇怪之处时，突然有人匆忙跑来寻找 Theodore 陛下。他看到有人跑上前来报告说发生了大事。Ivan 刚看到两个小家伙在哭 ，Erwin 一看到母亲就哭着跑向他。Theodore 听着那人关于 Armin 的报告，震惊的难以置信。然后 Ivan 问发生了什么事，是不是出了什么大事？面对着那两张可怜的小脸 ，Theodore 不知所措，只能把头转向一边。然后说我待会儿回来。他告诉卫兵，我们回皇宫，只留下他们三个。看着他离开 ，Liat 困惑地喊着 Theodore， 紧紧抱着手中的泰迪熊。夜幕降临时 ，Theodore 担忧地询问 Armin 的情况如何。幸好性命无虞，但似乎是遭到了袭击。Linden 报告说：“陛下，我们该怎么办？就连陛下也可能有危险。我们要不要取消所有预定的活动？”话还没说完 ，Theodore 就打断说：“按计划进行。为了孩子们，他必须尽快消除这不安的种子，即使皇宫再次染血。”根据 Armin 的报告 ，Theodore 决定不放下他的剑。Theodore 思考着 Tenebris 留下的遗物会不会是我从 Caligor 带来的时间之镜？也许这件神器是唯一能对抗他的武器。突然 ，Leah 好奇地从后面问那是什么。Theodore 警告说那很危险，随意触碰会惹出大麻烦。说完 ，Theodore 注意到有些不对劲，两人带着疑惑的眼神对视。Theodore 看到 Leah 在这里，非常惊讶。他困惑地问你怎么在这里，但小女孩开始哭了。Theodore 呆住了，什么都不明白。然后 Leah 哭得像下雨一样，她一边哭一边喊着 Erwin。Theodore 更加困惑了。过了一会儿，推着茶车的管家感到奇怪，这么晚了，陛下还让我送食物来，这很少见。他站在门前说：“陛下，我带来了您要的点心。” Theodore 伸手接过，好奇地问：“就这些点 点心吗？管家老实说，厨房还有。Theodore 立即说，叫醒厨师，多带些点心来。看着那人离开 ，Theodore 终于松了口气。他问 Leah 味道怎么样？这是皇家厨师特别做的。Leah 开心地说，非常好吃。Theodore 暗自庆幸他的心情好转了。回到正题，他问道，你是怎么来这里的？小女孩说 Leah 偷偷爬进叔叔去 Leah 家的马车里。Theodore 冒汗问，你出门前告诉妈妈了吗？ Leah 快速说，我没有。妈妈说 Leah 蛀牙了，晚上不能吃蛋糕，但叔叔说我想吃多少就吃多少，所以我很喜欢。Theodore 担心 Eve 会更讨厌他。然后 Leah 突然放下叉子，他注意到问怎么了。Leah 突然提到 ER 也喜欢吃蛋糕。Leah 一个人吃觉得很寂寞。其实 ER 说叔叔给的 Jericho 玩偶很奇怪，所以我让 ER 不要说他的坏话，把 ER 推倒了。ER 就哭了，我想向 ER 道歉。Leah 说 Theodore 问，假如你道歉对方不接受怎么办？ Leah 聪明地反问叔叔，是不是也和人吵架了？他不得不说，叔叔对一个很重要的人做了错事，伤害那个人很深。即使这样，只是道歉就能让那个人原谅我所做的一切吗？小女孩非常认真地思考，孩子想了一会儿说道， Leah didn't know what difficulties there were, but if Leah said sorry, would surely hug Leah tightly, because saying sorry, hugging, and forgiving are expressions of love. If Uncle sincerely apologizes, that person would also hug Uncle tightly and say, I love you. Unexpectedly, Yao could help Theodore understand this. He suddenly covered his face. Leah asked, surprised, if Uncle was crying. Theodore also realized that this sentence alone couldn't completely heal Lee's pain, but he still decided to send a letter. Ivan received the letter. Brian saw it and asked if it was from the palace. Had Leah been found? Ivan said she seemed to be with Theo, staying at the palace for the night. Brian sighed in relief, as everyone had been frightened by the little girl's sudden disappearance. Celine was also relieved that Leah had been found. Ivan now focused intently on reading this sincere letter when she saw Theodore's heartfelt apology. She shed tears. You're too late, you fool, Ivan said softly. That night, Theodore comforted Odelia, promising to take her home in the morning. Odelia asked from the bed, aren't you going to sleep? I still have work to do. I'll sleep later. Don't worry. Sleep well. Then tomorrow you can make up with Erwin, right? The little girl started speaking drowsily, but still asked Theodore, do you have any siblings? He lowered his eyes, clearly with sadness. Maybe, I'm not sure. After Odelia fell asleep, Theodore quietly left her room, but just outside he encountered Ernest in the hallway. What are you doing at this hour, Ernest? I just couldn't sleep, he answered. Meanwhile, Ernest told Theodore he'd heard Theodore's subordinate was severely injured. Thought he'd be worried, so came to check. But it seems there's already a guest here. Theodore noticed something unusual in Ernest's tone. His instinct told him something was wrong with Ernest, so Theodore tried to avoid him. You don't need to worry about that. Know your place, go back to your room. If you linger in this area, you'll have to say goodbye to your neck. Ernest knew he was powerless, so had to take his leave before Theodore. Even so, his gaze remained on Odelia's room. He could feel the thick, dark energy in that room. If he could master that thing, Ernest could plunge this empire into darkness and be able to meet the witch he longed for. With such ambition, Ernest looked forward to that moment. The next morning was a beautiful day. Theodore took Odelia home as promised. Her parents cried upon seeing her. They scolded her, but couldn't get a word out. What should I do if you run off by yourself? Do you know how worried everyone was? Odelia seemed unconcerned. She noticed a corner not far away. It was Erwin, who was also watching Odelia return. Erwin immediately cried, sorry, Leah, because I said the Jericho doll was weird, so Leah was hurt, right? Seeing her friend cry, Odelia also started crying. She hugged Erwin. Leah is sorry for pushing air. This moved everyone to tears, and so the two girls made up. Leah brought back many delicious sweets. Really, Uncle said to share the cake and cookies with Air. Eve looked around, but still couldn't find Theodore. She wanted to thank him for taking care of Leah during that time. The knight accompanying Odelia saw Eve's awkwardness and explained that Theodore couldn't come. because in 2 days there would be an important event, a victory celebration, so Theodore was busy. Eve was a bit disappointed, but Brian gently patted Eve's hand. "What's wrong? Do you want to run to the palace to see too?" Eve immediately denied it, but Brian continued asking why she didn't just attend the party. Eve said she didn't have an invitation or a dress, but Laura looked like a goddess. "If you say that, miss, I'll be very sad. As your personal maid, it's my duty to have everything prepared for you so you can appear in high society at any time." So the dress issue is resolved. The knight then told Eve that if she wanted to attend the banquet, he would help her within his authority. This time, Brian had a chance to urge Eve. Honestly, Eve really wanted to have another proper conversation with Theodore, because in the previous letter, he pleaded with her for a chance to meet. Therefore, she mustered the courage to ask the knight for help. 2 days later, the sleeping knight was awakened by thousands of fireworks. In contrast to the liveliness outside, a strange voice came from somewhere on the bed. "Awaken, servant of darkness, and fulfill my wish. As you wish, I will do anything for you. Bring the little darkness back to me. As you command, Lord of Darkness." The teddy bear then jumped up with a long sigh. "I've finally waited for this moment. I was so annoyed being trapped inside this thing before the Lord of Darkness gave his order. It was time to fulfill his wish." However, the noises outside caught the teddy bear's attention. Even though Brian had put the 2 children to bed early, Erwin and Odelia kept staring at the teddy bear's movements, causing it to freeze. It had to hold its breath to avoid being discovered, thinking, "I clearly entered this doll inside the imperial palace." Odelia observed carefully and noticed Jericho moving. Erwin also found it strange. The 2 girls gradually approached Jericho, making it increasingly frightened. Its whole body trembled, and finally, unable to bear it any longer, it cried out, "Help me, Lord Tenebris." The scene changed. Eve had already started her journey to the imperial palace. She was nervous because this trip would lead to a meeting with Theodore. It reminded her of the first time she went to the imperial palace. Back then, Eve was still young, and she had heard of the title, Black-Haired Tyrant. There were also rumors about his bad temper and how he couldn't control his anger when someone approached him. In fact, due to many incidents and misunderstandings, Theodore had been hurt a lot. He easily felt lonely, and clearly, his inner personality was completely different from his outward appearance. He was someone who expressed love more deeply than anyone else, especially with Theodore's bright smile. Eve understood that now. Finally, Eve arrived at the imperial palace. Amidst the lively banquet atmosphere, she made her entrance. The head of the Cernish family, Miss Eve Roland, has arrived. Even if he's a bit clumsy, if we understand each other, could he have a better love? Eve's appearance surprised Theodore. But just a second later, Theodore frowned, noticing Ernest's presence. He immediately shouted at her, "Stay away from that guy. Eve, I found you." Eve unconsciously turned towards the direction of the voice. What met her eyes was Ernest, consumed by darkness. "My Senisha." Suddenly, the entire lighting system of the imperial palace was disrupted, plunging the hall into darkness. Many people screamed in terror, including Eve. After seeing Ernest's transformation, she couldn't believe her eyes. "Who are you?" "Indeed, you've lost your memories, but it doesn't matter, because we can overwrite them with new ones, right, my Sirenica?" With that, Ernest reached out to Eve. Fortunately, Theodore appeared just in time to block his intentions. He then drew the sword of light. A stern voice came from him. "You've finally revealed your true face, Dark Enforcer Tenebris." He glared at Theodore for daring to interfere in his affairs. "Filthy blood of Leah Brandy. Because of you, because of this black hair, I've been alienated by everyone my whole life. Is that filthier than how I feel?" Tenebris was slightly confused. "Black hair? How is that possible?" At that moment, a strange light emanated from where they stood. The mirror of time suddenly awakened again. He was incredibly anxious, worried it would affect Theodore. Only Tenebris cared about Eve. "I missed you so much." Theodore was transported to the past. He wore a black cloak. "Where's this? Where's Eve? Did I travel through space via the mirror of time? And what's with this cloak?" 1,000 questions flooded Theodore's mind. However, a voice caught his attention. "Look over there. It's the procession of the 3 apostles." Theodore looked towards the voice and saw cheering citizens and the 3 apostles. "May God Brigham bless you, Lady Leah Brandy. Lord Ferdinand, Lady Sonica." The girl looked exactly like Eve. Theodore was instantly stunned. Because he was too focused on admiring her beauty, a boy accidentally bumped into Theodore. Theodore immediately asked, "Are you all right? It's crowded here, be careful." Instead of thanking him, the boy noticed Theodore's jet black hair and shouted, "Darkness! Darkness has appeared." Attention quickly shifted to Theodore, and everyone's eyes flashed with prejudice. This greatly embarrassed Theodore. He quickly covered his hair with the cloak and swiftly left before things got worse. Theodore was deeply aware of the black hair he carried, but he didn't want to experience these dreadful things firsthand. Darkness. That's right, I'm called Darkness. Even though I've reached the realm of a god and inherited the title of apostle. Theodore realized these were Tenebrous' memories. Tenebrous continued to narrate, "I'm easily swayed by emotions, like a time bomb waiting to explode. My power of darkness is something that terrifies everyone. Only one person, Tenebrous Senisha." A sweet voice rang out. "Are you all right?" "Senisha. Only she treated me like a whole person." Senisha, seeing the wound on his face, worried, "I wish I had the ability to heal." He was moved by Senisha. "Senisha, aren't you afraid of me?" "Of course not. Actually, you have a more sensitive and warm heart than anyone." "I know. No, I'm just wearing a good person's mask, just to appear better in your eyes. I know very well suppressing my feelings for you is something I can't control. It pains me when the person standing by your side is someone else, not me." Serenity was leaving for a while, so she bid farewell to Tenebrous, which made him cry. "I can't have you. One day I'll be consumed by rage and won't be able to endure it any longer." That incident happened. Flames engulfed Tenebrous, and the cracks on his face became more pronounced. Most importantly, the culprits behind all this were the other two apostles. "Even though I warned you, you wouldn't stay away from Senisha. I even have to listen to Senisha's request. Stop your madness. I can't watch anymore. I have to stop your rampant actions. If you become the embodiment of darkness, a monster that hurts people, Senisha will no longer care for you." Evil energy poured into Tenebrous, twisting him in agony. "Perhaps because I was too greedy, I thought my relationship with you would end here. It should have been like that." Senisha came to Tenebrous' cell. She wanted to ask if he had truly used magical creatures to attack humans. A weak breath prevented Tenebrous from revealing the details of the incident, and she also understood he wasn't the culprit. Therefore, Senisha shed tears, feeling sorry for Tenebrous. His soul was torn to shreds, and he would have to accept the punishment of wandering the world, unable to die. "I won't allow this. I'll separate his true soul." He knew this was the biggest risk for Senisha, yet he couldn't stop her. Senisha accepted her decision, and she also comforted Tenebrous. "Don't worry, because when that piece of your soul awakens from its long slumber, you will surely recognize me." Back to the present, Brian noticed something strange while walking through the corridor. "Brian, what's wrong?" He discovered that the palace, which should have been bustling with activity, was unusually quiet. Seeing the change, Jericho maintained his previous posture, fearing discovery by the two girls. "Jericho, what's wrong? Don't you like this ribbon?" Jericho said he must go to the palace because Lord Tenebrous was summoning him. Odelia wanted to go with him too. Despite her fear, she wanted to go where her mother and Theodore were. Hearing this, Erwin also wanted to join, promising to protect her friend. Jericho was secretly pleased because he could take Odelia away as ordered. "All right, let's go together." After speaking, he grew enormous before the two children. It wasn't until Brian came to check the room that he realized something was wrong. The windows in the girls' room were wide open. Where had the children gone? In the palace, a terrifying skeleton appeared. Everyone around had fainted except for Eve. She wondered if the memories she had just seen came from somewhere. More importantly than anyone else, she still had one question. Am I the ancient Senisha? Suddenly, the sound of clashing metal startled Eve. Theodore was fighting with Tenebrous. I see. Gathering all the sacred artifacts would fully resurrect him. Because you don't have your true soul, if I just absorb you. Theodore wouldn't allow it, kicking him away. Eve immediately ran to Theodore. Are you all right? Tenebrous was displeased with this action, calling out Senisha's name in a vulgar manner that frightened her. I endured for tens of thousands of years for you, but why didn't you choose me? As he finished speaking, darkness rose within Tenebrous. Meanwhile, the entire hall was engulfed in savage sounds. The party attendees were awakened by the tremors outside, Ernest included, who groggily came to. What's happening? Until he looked outside, the entire palace was surrounded by magical beasts. Eve immediately gripped her sword, wanting to protect everyone here alongside Theodore. He understood Eve's wish. He hurriedly gathered the royal knights to lead the fight against the magical beasts. Those without weapons quickly moved to safety. Tenebris looked at Theodore as if at an enemy. Cursed descendant of Leo Brandt. He charged at him amidst the chaos, simply because Theodore wasn't worthy of possessing his soul. I'll kill you and return everything to the beginning. Outside, Jericho and the two girls had already seen the palace. It warned both to hold on tight. Then it jumped directly through the window. I've come, Lord Tenebris. Tenebris didn't seem very pleased. Theodore was very surprised, but the battle continued. He immediately drew his sword. Then he aimed and attacked Tenebris, just as the sword tip was about to touch him. Odelia suddenly appeared and spoke. Hearing the familiar voice, Theodore paused for a few seconds. He remembered the girl's earlier question. Do you have any siblings? Let me think. I'm not sure anymore. Suddenly, someone grabbed Theodore's hand, then pushed his hand, driving the sword tip directly into Tenebris's abdomen. You stared blankly as everything happened chaotically. Ernest. Tenebris was shocked because he had clearly been controlling this body. Ernest looked at Theodore lovingly. Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't know that because of my mother and the Ferdinand family, you had to endure such painful times. Ernest Theodore looked on in disbelief. I don't know if I can atone for my sins, but I will be the one to send Tenebris's soul to the deepest abyss. So please, purify this man with your power, Theodore. Then, Theodore fulfilled Ernest's wish. Flames blazed, engulfing Tenebris. He looked at Eve despairingly, and Eve looked back at him, unconscious. Something resonated. Thank you for keeping your promise, Tenebris. I won't forget you again. Meanwhile, the demonic beasts outside had completely disappeared. Audrey and Owen ran towards Eve. She immediately embraced the two mischievous girls. Because of you and these children, I will create a world where darkness is no longer discriminated against. So now you can rest in peace. Perhaps satisfied, Tenebris closed his eyes tightly and accepted his fate. 2 years later, Owen and Audrey were dressed in elaborate royal gowns. The two girls were very pleased with themselves. Audrey asked Laura, if I wear this dress, can I get married too? Laura shyly replied, the princess will meet her beloved in the future. Remember to invite me. Just then, Ernest came to find them. He was there to ask about Theodore and Eve's whereabouts. But before he could ask, the two girls jumped up and hugged him. Uncle, does your wound still hurt? We're sorry. No, I'm Fine. The wounds from the battle with Tenebris have completely healed now. Audrey asked again, are you looking for Mom and Dad? That's right. The ceremony is about to begin, but the two main characters are missing. Do you know where Mom and Dad are? As expected, it can only be that place, right? Or rather, it must be that place. The bells chimed, and even Theodore strolled in a secret place, constantly pouring out his heart. Theodore, do you remember this place? We used to meet here every day at 2 in the afternoon. Of course I remember, Eve. Thank you for keeping your promise. From now on, I only have you because I was born to love you. They kissed under the canopy of the childhood tree from that year on.